Were they right? Did he mostly want to go as a tourist? Was his chief motivation to see dragons? Or did he sincerely believe his presence would make a difference? Yes, seeing dragons would be awesome. Why lie to himself? The dragons were part of the allure, but they were not his only reason for wanting to go to Wyrmroost. The Society of the Evening Star had come into his neighborhood and kidnapped his sister. The Sphinx had demonstrated that no place was safe anymore. He would never relent. He had to be stopped before he opened the demon prison and destroyed the world. Seth had powers now. Who knew? With emotions immune to magical manipulation, he might make a fabulous dragon tamer. But nobody would know unless they gave him a chance. Gavin was supposedly their top dragon tamer, and he wasn't an adult either. Certainly Seth could make himself useful at Wyrmroost. He always found a way. Was it any less dangerous to sit at home doing nothing while the Sphinx took over the world? He shouldn't have gotten so angry with his grandparents. Getting them riled would not help his chances of going. They responded to reason, not threats, and they deserved his respect. It was just so frustrating having everyone else telling him what he could or couldn't do. He heard footsteps on the stairs. The door opened and Kendra entered. She looked around the room, her eyes sweeping over him, her brow crinkled. "Seth?" The curtains were shut, leaving the room fairly dim. He stood a good distance from the door, but he wasn't hiding. Kendra turned to go. "I'm here," Seth said. Startled, she spun around. "Oh, there you are. Where were you?" "Here all along." "Wow, I guess that Shadewalker thing really works. It isn't that dark in here." Seth shrugged. "Did you want to scold me too?" "Actually, I wanted to make sure you were all right, and to check out the unicorn horn." Seth held it up. "It's heavier than it looks." He studied it appraisingly. "I'd say it's worth about 10 million awesome dollars. Or 10 million idiot points, depending on your perspective. Can I hold it?" Seth scowled suspiciously. "Did they send you up here to get the horn from me?" Kendra looked at him reproachfully. "No, I don't think they're stressed about your threats. I'm just interested." "I'm not sure I can let you handle it," Seth said. "After all, it is stolen property. What if you touch it and start feeling all guilty? You might go mental and try to return it to the centaurs." "You borrowed it, not me. What would I have to feel guilty about, as long as you don't mind me touching it?" Seth ran his thumb along the smooth surface of the horn. "If I'm able to lend it to you, it means I could entrust it to them as well. I won't have to be included on the team to Wyrmroost." "We'll have to find out if you can share it, sooner or later. Might as well be now. Look, if you're worried I'm trying to take it, just give me permission to hold it for a minute. Then I'll have to give it back." Seth sighed. Okay, you can hold it for a minute." He held out the horn. Kendra took it. "You're right. It does feel heavier than it looks." "No guilt?" Nope. It's so white." Seth frowned. "Looks like they won't need me after all." Kendra handed the horn back to him. "Who knows what they'll decide?" "I do," Seth said. "Patton's message explained that Wyrmroost is protected by a powerful distractor spell, which means that even though nobody will like the idea, you'll probably have to go. For the other slots, they'll select old people like Warren. They'll be too worried that I'd get hurt and that I don't have enough experience, never mind the fact that my proven abilities make me uniquely qualified." "I don't see why you'd want to go," Kendra replied. "The thought that I might have to go makes me want to throw up." "Even if Gavin joins the group?" Kendra blushed. "Whatever. Why would that matter? We're barely pen pals." She bit her lower lip. "You think they might need him?" It's a guarantee. Wyrmroost is a dragon sanctuary, and he's the dragon-taming prodigy. Hey, this will be your second date at a deadly wildlife park. Next time, you guys should go miniature golfing." "You're a weirdo," Kendra said, "and you dodged my question. Why do you want to go so badly?" "Would I love to see dragons? Duh. Sure, who wouldn't? Besides you, I mean. The more important reason is simple. We have to stop the Sphinx, or we're all doomed, and I know I can help do it. There are lots of ways to help, Kendra argued. Good point. Maybe I can pack your sack lunches. You don't have to do everything. Nope, just the boring stuff. Hey, maybe I'll write the Sphinx a stern letter. Kendra laid a hand on his shoulder. No matter what happens, please promise that you won't do anything stupid. Or anything awesome, depending on your perspective. Promise? Seth fingered the horn. We'll see.
This is the end of CD number 6. Please continue listening on CD number 7. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 7.
Chapter 16. Moving Out. Christmas had always been Kendra's favorite holiday. During her younger years, it had been a day when magic overlapped reality, when the regular routine was suspended and, under the cover of darkness, visitors swooped out of the sky and snuck down the chimney with presents. She had always hoped to stay up late and catch Santa in the act, but she always fell asleep before he came and had to settle for a plate of cookie crumbs and a thank you note. As she grew older, Christmas became more about seeing her friends and family. The holiday meant fancy meals with Grandma and Grandpa Larson, eating turkey or lamb off fine china with ornate silverware, then topping it all off with as much pie as she could handle. Thanks to the gifts given and received, there remained a giddy anticipation the night before and an enchanted atmosphere on the holiday itself. This Christmas was different. For one thing, her parents thought she was dead. For another, the holiday had totally blindsided her. She usually looked forward to Christmas Day for weeks in advance. This year, she hadn't even remembered it was Christmas Eve until Seth mentioned it before they went to bed. How could she pay attention to the calendar when her mind was consumed with a potentially deadly mission? Kendra had decided that her brother should become a fortune teller. He had correctly named her, Warren, and Gavin as members of the strike force. Tanu had been included as well. Grandpa had recited the same reasons that Seth had anticipated. Her brother was also correct that he would be left out. Fortunately, Seth had taken the news much better than she would have expected. Grandma and Grandpa seemed relieved and surprised when he had handed over the horn without a fuss. Kendra assumed it must have helped that her brother had accepted the decision. Whatever the reason behind his acceptance, Grandma and Grandpa had been sufficiently impressed to forego formally grounding him. Kendra sometimes pitied her grandparents as they tried to manage Seth. Short of locking him in a cell, how were they supposed to ground a resourceful kid who refused to stop sneaking out? Now Kendra sat alone in the living room, enjoying the aroma of the pies baking in the kitchen. There had been no Christmas tree, but her grandparents had filled stockings with treats and given her and Seth wrapped presents. Her presents had seemed suspiciously tailored for the upcoming mission. Sturdy boots, a thick coat, new gloves. At least she had something to unwrap. They would be eating Christmas dinner at lunchtime, so she, Warren, and Tanu could leave to catch their flight. By the evening, they would meet up with Gavin, Dugan, Trask, and Mara in Kalispell, Montana. From there, a private helicopter would shuttle them to their destination. It would be strangest to see Gavin and Mara. Despite her protest to the contrary, Kendra had developed a considerable crush on Gavin as they had exchanged letters during the fall. Seeing Mara would be odd because, since they had last spoken, the Native American woman had lost her mother and her home. Grandpa had explained that after the destruction of Lost Mesa, Mara had joined the Knights of the Dawn and was rapidly becoming one of their most trusted operatives. Seth trotted into the room, face red from the cold outside. "Kendra, somebody brought you a special present." "What do you mean?" "Come see." Seth led her to the back porch, where she found Verl waiting. Clad in a turtleneck and a black top hat, the satyr looked terrified. He was leaning against the porch railing in an unnatural pose, straining to appear casual. As she opened the door, he raked his fingers through the hair above one ear and gave an awkward little smile. She stepped out onto the porch, and Seth followed. When Verl spoke, his words came out in a rush, as if he were reciting rehearsed lines.
"How good to see you, Kendra. What lovely weather today. I trust your holiday has been satisfactory. Mine has been splendid. I enjoyed a scrumptious breakfast of plum pudding and walnuts."
Nice to see you too, Verl, Kendra said politely. I really liked the picture you drew for me. His smile brightened.
Oh, a trifle,
He chortled, waving a dismissive hand.
I periodically dabble in the arts.
It was very lifelike. Verl plucked at the woolly fur on his legs. His eyes kept meeting hers, then glancing away.
I fear my humble portrait has become outdated. I must attempt another. You constantly blossom. Each day I find you fairer than the last.
Beside Kendra, Seth tried to disguise his laughter by coughing. You're very kind, Verl.
Well, I had hoped to honor the festive customs of this holiday by giving you another present.
Oh, you shouldn't have, Kendra said.
I cannot help myself.
Verl stepped aside, revealing a mysterious object about 3 feet tall, covered by red fabric.
I hope to give you a gift that would complement your beauty. What more glorious present could I give you than yourself?
With the flair of a stage magician, Verl whisked the fabric away, unveiling a statue of Kendra, wearing a toga and holding aloft a cluster of grapes. Seth started coughing again. It sounded like he might choke. The statue was very artfully rendered. Wow, Kendra said. That looks just like me. Verl flashed a crooked smile.
I have never felt such a crushing weight of inspiration. My hands were guided by my admiration.
I need to grab a drink, Seth managed, eyes watering. He slipped into the house. His laughter became audible after the door shut.
Oh, Seth loves to rake me over the coals, Verl chuckled. I don't mind trading jests now and again. We enjoy an almost, brotherly affection.
You really did amazing work, Kendra said, crouching in front of the statuette. It's too much. You shouldn't have. You know, I meant to get you a gift, but things have been really hectic. Verl waved both hands.
No, stop, please. No gift is required. My lady, a soft glance, a kind word, these more than suffice. Your very existence leaves me forever indebted.
You get that I'm 15.
Oh, too well. I've come to terms with the sobering reality that we can never be a couple. Consider me a remote admirer, adoring your elegance from afar. All the great love stories have their tragic elements.
Kendra stood and smiled. Thanks, Verl. The statue is beautiful. It obviously took a lot of work. Happy holidays. She took off his hat and pecked him on the forehead. Verl's face lit up like a Christmas tree. His eyes darted and his fingers fidgeted. He met eyes with Kendra and bowed stiffly.
Merry Christmas.
Turning away from her, he pumped his fist. She heard him mutter something like,
Oh, New owes me an hour of television.
Then he vaulted over the porch railing and ran off across the yard. She still held his hat in her hands. Seth returned to the patio. Oh, you just made his year. I can't believe he carved a statue of me. Well, you need to stop blossoming into such a lovely young maiden. Kendra punched his arm. Ow! I told you, the guy has it bad. He forgot his hat? He made that too, you know. What should I do with it? Oh, leave it on the porch. Are you going to bring your monument inside? I think I'll keep it out here for now. White grapes and a toga. Seth opened the door. Verl's mind is a mystery better left unsolved. Grandma said dinner is almost ready. Want to help set the table for your last meal? That isn't funny. What if it really is my last meal? Seth rolled his eyes. It won't be. I'm sure you guys will grab something at the airport. Dinner consisted of a huge ham garnished with pineapple, garlic mashed potatoes, carrots sweetened with brown sugar, green beans, and hot buttered rolls. For dessert, there was pumpkin pie, apple pie, pecan pie, and vanilla ice cream. Seth ate like a bottomless pit, wolfing down his dessert quickly and excusing himself before anyone else. Kendra struggled to find her appetite. She picked at small portions and managed to finish with a warm piece of apple pie. After the meal, Grandma and Grandpa had parting words for them, but Kendra had a tough time paying attention. Her visit to Lost Mesa with Warren had been a terrifying experience, and this had every chance of being worse. Warren was specifically charged with her care. The lieutenants had desired a 5-person team, and to that they had added Kendra, along with Warren to protect her. Theoretically, she and Warren would see no action, hiding out in the caretaker's home. But Kendra had already learned the hard way how such plans can go awry. Nobody knew much about Wyrmroost. Supposedly, Patton was the only outsider who had ventured there in many decades. Kendra had put on a brave face. She understood the necessity of the mission and knew she would have to appear confident and eager in order for Grandma and Grandpa to consent to her participation. In the end, her willingness and the overall importance of the undertaking had earned her permission from her grandparents. The time to depart arrived before Kendra liked. She ascended the stairs to the attic with Dale to retrieve her bags, expecting to say goodbye to Seth. Instead, she found a note on her bed, atop a smoky gray breastplate with a lustrous sheen. The note said, "Dear Kendra, Merry Christmas. This breastplate is made of a super strong metal called adamant. The satyrs gave it to me, and I want you to wear it to Wyrmroost. It should be small enough to wear under your clothes, no problem. In fact, it was kind of small on me, and will probably fit you better. I hope you'll forgive me for not saying goodbye in person. It's hard for me to get left out. I've found a place in the woods where I go when I need time to think. It's safe and not too far, and I won't let the centaurs get me or anything. I've made some good friends at Fablehaven. They'll help me stop sulking. Tell Grandma and Grandpa not to worry. I may stay there for a little while. If they want to lock me in the dungeon when I get back, so it goes. Stay safe. Don't get eaten by dragons. Have fun. Love, Seth." Kendra folded the note. It was so sweet and so selfish all at once. How could he run off to the woods again after all that had happened? Everyone had plenty to worry about without adding another unnecessary disappearance by her brother to the list. She picked up the breastplate, wondering if something so light would be much protection. Judging by the weight, it felt like the breastplate could have been fashioned out of tinfoil. He had called it super strong. She wrapped the breastplate with her knuckles and supposed it felt solid. When she shared the note with Grandpa, he read it with a frown, then rubbed his eyes. He relayed the content of the message to the others and asked Warren and Tanu to go make sure Seth hadn't tried to stow away in the car or the knapsack. Grandpa assured Kendra that he would take care of the problem and urged her to put it out of her mind. Kendra showed Coulter the breastplate, since magical items were his specialty. Coulter held the object reverently for a long while, examining it with care, then gave it back to her with a charge to keep it hidden. He warned that people would kill for an authentic piece of adamant armor, assured her that the breastplate was priceless, and confirmed what Seth had claimed about it being supernaturally durable. Before she felt ready, Kendra was hugging her grandparents goodbye and hurrying out to climb inside the idling SUV. Although sizable drifts of chunky snow lined the roads, the cold night in Kalispell was shockingly clear. In the moonless sky, the stars gleamed sharper and more numerous than Kendra had ever witnessed. While they were waiting outside the small airport for Tanu to bring the rental car, Warren had pointed out faint dots gradually drifting in straight lines across the star-strewn firmament, explaining that they were satellites. As the rental car pulled into the hotel parking lot, Kendra became fidgety, drumming an anxious rhythm on her thighs. Warren had phoned ahead to confirm that the others had arrived. The thought of seeing Gavin made her edgy and self-conscious. Was this how Verl had felt earlier in the day? Suddenly, his behavior seemed much less laughable. She breathed deeply. All she had to do was act friendly. Any pressure she felt was a product of her overactive imagination. This was a dangerous mission, not a date. If romantic feelings ever arose between them, it would happen as a natural outgrowth of their friendship. Inside the lobby, a fire roared in the hearth. The red commercial carpeting featured an unbroken pattern of gold fleur-de-lis. A bald man with spectacles and a flannel shirt sat reading a book near the fire. Kendra eyed him suspiciously. At this point, she was ready to consider anyone a possible spy. She wished Seth were with them so he could check for invisible enemies. While Tanu checked in at the counter, a voice hailed Kendra from across the lobby. She turned and found Gavin coming toward her with a warm smile. When he reached her, he gave her a quick hug. Part of her wished the embrace had lasted longer. He seemed even better looking than the last time she had seen him, his naturally dark complexion slightly tanner, his cheeks more defined. He remained slim and wiry, moving with the confident grace of a dancer. Was he a tad taller? Good to see you, Kendra said, trying to keep her manner light and casual. I heard you were kidnapped, he stammered. I guess word gets around. At least I got away. She glanced at the man reading his book. Was it wise to converse so close to him? That's Aaron Stone, Gavin said. He's a knight and our helicopter pilot. Without glancing up from his book, Aaron saluted her with 2 fingers. Warren came and clapped Gavin on the back. Ready for some more mayhem? Didn't get your fill at Lost Mesa? Gavin gave him half a smile. You have to watch it, or I'm going to start associating you two with near-death experiences. Tanu finished at the counter and waved for them to follow. In the elevator, Gavin explained that the others were ready to have an orientation meeting. Kendra dumped her luggage in a room before joining the rest of her companions in a suite at the end of the hall. When she entered, Dugan rose from his seat, a bear of a man with bushy red hair and a densely freckled brow. He bore a strong resemblance to his brother Maddox. Sorry you got roped into this, he said as he shook her hand. Trask sat on a bed, polishing the absurdly oversized crossbow on his lap. Designed to fire 2 quarrels at once, the cartoonish weapon looked almost too large to carry. Mara leaned against a wall in a far corner of the room, arms folded, her expression inscrutable. Her tank top looked extra white against her coppery skin and flaunted the dramatic lines of her lean, athletic physique. Glad to see we're all here, Trask said in a low voice. Mara? She struck a match and lit a fat white candle. While the candle burns, no outsiders should be able to eavesdrop on our conversation, Trask explained. I don't want to blab all night, but I thought we should take a few minutes to get our heads right and make sure we're all on the same page. His eyes were on Kendra. This mission is voluntary. It could not be more dangerous. This dragon sanctuary is closed to visitors for a reason. We know very little about how it operates or what we can expect to find inside. Patton never elaborated about Wyrmroost much, perhaps because he did not want people disturbing the key he had hidden. We can presume there will be a caretaker. Beyond that, we know very little. This could be a one-way trip. We may all die. That's not the goal, but it is the reality. I don't want to be here. I'm here because I feel our enemies have made it necessary. If you still want to participate in this mission of your own free will, I want to hear you say so. Everyone individually answered in the affirmative, including Kendra. Mara answered last, whispering her response. Trask nodded. Now that Charlie Rose is gone, I'm considered the lead dragon tamer for the Knights of the Dawn. I'm not in the same league as Chuck Rose, nor do I have the innate talent of his son, Gavin. Along with Dugan, I'm one of 4 lieutenants of the Knights. I have a long history as a detective, I possess many skills, but I'm no true dragon tamer. It takes everything I have to keep it together in front of a dragon. That said, I've spent time at the 4 dragon sanctuaries open to human visitation. I've done my best to learn how dragons behave. In my gear, I have 6 arrows tipped with adamant. Most dragons would see them as harmless toys, and they would be right. We will not survive Wyrmroost by force. We'll survive by never getting into a fight.
I'll second that, Gavin said.
Trask set aside his crossbow.
According to the plan, Kendra will help guide Aaron to a meadow roughly 2 miles from the gate to Wyrmroost. If we tried to fly the helicopter over the wall into the sanctuary, none of us would survive. The magical barrier extends miles into the sky. After we leave the helicopter, Kendra will lead us to the gate, where we will use the first horn to enter. Making a guess based on the gate at Isle de Dragon, our assumption is that the gate locks from both sides and that the distractor spell may function in both directions as well. We will probably need Kendra and the horn to get in and out. That is her main role in this mission. Warren joins us strictly as her protector. While Kendra and Warren stay with the caretaker, the rest of us are charged with finding this key hidden by Patton Burgess. Locating the key may be the biggest trick. All we know is that we may find a clue below the false gravestone of Patton Burgess. We may require Kendra's help to translate the clue.
Trask slid off the bed and began strolling around the room.
Throughout the coming days, we'll have to rely on each other implicitly. I've said a few words about myself. I would like each of us to introduce ourselves and to sum up how we intend to be of service. Trust must unite us. When the Sphinx ran the Knights, his philosophy relied on secrets and mistrust. I never liked that system, hiding behind masks among friends. We were supposedly compartmentalizing information in case of spies, but in the end, it kept us apart. That type of system made it easier for spies to operate among us and, yes, to lead us. Kendra, I know you have a big secret, and Gavin, so do you. The Society is aware of Kendra's, and has most likely guessed Gavin's by now. If our enemies can know our secrets, why not our most trusted friends? Each of you is free to choose how much you care to reveal. Try to be as forthright as possible. Let's start with Dugan.
Trask sat down.
Dugan cleared his throat. Well, I'm a lieutenant in the Knights of the Dawn. I am no dragon tamer, but I'm a seasoned adventurer, mountaineer, and survivalist. Trask is our team leader, and I'm here to support him.
Tanu stood.
I'm Tanu Kotoa. Call me Tanu. I'm a potion master, and I've served with the Knights for almost 20 years. The Dragon Sanctuary should be rich with ingredients unavailable elsewhere. Hopefully, mixing potions will be my greatest contribution. In a pinch, I'm also an experienced healer.
They had been moving in a circle, and Kendra was next. All eyes turned to her as she started to speak. I've only been a knight for a few months. My one real ability is that I'm fairy kind, which the Sphinx knows. She noticed Gavin and Mara staring at her in astonishment. I can see in the dark, command fairies, and I can understand just about any language related to Sylvian, the fairy language. Distractor spells don't work on me, which is why I'll lead us to the gate. I think we're hoping Patton may have left some clues for us in the secret fairy language, which I can read. I guess that's it.
Warren slapped his hands together. All right, I'm Warren Burgess, a great-great-nephew of the legendary and somewhat infamous Patton Burgess. I'm a Scorpio who enjoys badminton, snorkeling, and Chinese checkers.
He paused for laughter, but only earned a couple of smiles.
I'm Kendra's second cousin. I've worked with the Knights for about 10 years, part of which I spent in a catatonic stupor at Fablehaven. I'm here to protect Kendra. We brought some useful items, including a knapsack which contains a fairly spacious extra-dimensional storeroom. We loaded the knapsack with lots of supplies, including powdered milk, walrus butter, and a man-sized wooden automaton called Mendigo. You're all welcome to use the extra-dimensional compartment for storage. Let's see. Claims to fame?
I once broke half the bones in my body, slaying a giant two-headed panther. Mara stepped forward, standing tall and holding her head high. Her body language was defiant, as if ready for a fight, and she spoke in a serious, resonant alto. I am Mara Tabaris. I was about to inherit the stewardship of Lost Mesa Preserve when it was overthrown and my mother was killed. A dragon played a key role in the tragedy, as did a spy from the Society. I've always had an unusual connection to wild animals. I am a skilled tracker and wind watcher. Some say I may have the potential to become a dragon tamer. She fell silent.
More than potential, Trask added. I worked with Mara in October at Soaring Cliffs, and she remained self-possessed during a prolonged interview with a pair of adolescent dragons. No small feat. But I interrupt. Gavin?
Gavin rubbed the back of his neck, his eyes only occasionally straying from the floor. I guess you guys know that my dad was Charlie Rose. I basically grew up on the Frosted Peaks Dragon Sanctuary in the Himalayas. My dad had a tight relationship with the dragons there. After my mom died giving birth to me, he arranged for me to be accepted as a dragon brother. It is sort of like Kendra being fairy kind. The dragons adopted me as one of their own and shared some power with me. I can speak their languages. If dragons kill me, they would be challenged as if they had slain a dragon. My status as a dragon brother even affects me physically. I'm a little stronger and faster than I look. He combed his fingers through his hair. Nobody has been a dragon brother for a very long time. My dad worried that my abilities would turn me into a target, so he kept me a secret. After he was killed, my dad's best friend, Arlen, brought me to the Knights. Since the Sphinx was running the Knights when I joined, he knew the basics of what I could do, and so we're pretty sure the Society has guessed what I am. But we're still trying to keep the details of being a dragon brother quiet, in case they don't know everything. Trask rose to his feet.
Thanks for the candid introductions. As you can see, we have an impressive group assembled. All of you have at least been in the presence of a dragon, although a couple of you have never been to a dragon sanctuary. Let me convey a few thoughts about dragons, and then we'll get to bed. Gavin, feel free to jump in. Dragons are magical from the tips of their fangs to the ends of their tails. The old ones are among the most ancient creatures on the planet, highly intelligent. They have their own unique languages, but often speak hundreds of additional tongues. No two dragons are identical. They have diverse appearances, various breath weapons, and distinct spell-casting capabilities. Much like humans, dragons have a wide array of personalities. Some are just, others are wicked. Communicating with dragons is difficult. Paralyzing fear radiates from them. In the presence of a dragon, most people find that their muscles lock up and their tongue stop working. With the unique exception of Gavin, you should never look a dragon in the eye. To do so will leave you entranced and incapacitated. Since dragons are not accustomed to communicating with other creatures, the best way to survive a draconic encounter is to hold an intelligent conversation. They find it amusing and will often spare your life. Dragon sanctuaries are unlike other preserves you may have visited. Some protections are usually afforded to the caretaker, who also serves as the gatekeeper. Otherwise, there are no protections to visitors. For those of us heading beyond the abode of the caretaker, it will be like venturing into the wild, and we will have more than dragons to contend with. These sanctuaries were founded as a home for creatures too large and powerful to cohabit with beings at the more traditional preserves. Little is known about Wyrmroost. Who can say what we might encounter? Gavin, do you have any words of advice?
Gavin shrugged. We're going in there well armed. Our weapons might come in handy against some of the creatures we may encounter, but forget about your weapons if we face a threat from dragons. The first goal is to tuck. The second is to flee or hide. Humans can't stand against dragons. Once upon a time there were dragon slayers. That time is long gone. Here's a metaphor my dad used. Dragons see us as we see mice. We're not very tasty. We're not a real threat. If they find us underfoot, they'll kill us just to keep the area tidy.
But if we talk to them, they'll view us as we would a talking mouse. We become a surprising novelty, a cute pet. In the presence of a dragon, the goal is to amuse and impress. Play the role of a precocious mouse that no human would kill. Sound advice, Trask approved. Any questions? No? Fine with me. We've gone over the basics. I'm proud to work with each of you. Let's get some sleep. Tomorrow will be an eventful day. Mara blew out the candle. The splintery wall of the crate pricked Seth's arm. The tin of whale butter in his pocket pressed against his thigh. He shifted position, but the movement bent his neck forward uncomfortably, nearly forcing his chin to his chest. The close, stale air inside the crate smelled of dust and rotting wood. He wished he could bore a hole in the side. Sweat slicked his skin. The carpet tinted over him served as an unwanted blanket in the balmy darkness. The saddest part was that the cramped stuffiness of the crate was almost certainly unnecessary. The odds were slim that anyone would descend the ladder until the next morning. He had clung to the ladder near the mouth of the knapsack, listening, as Warren bade Kendra good night, and then descended to hide in case anyone decided to stow some final items before going to bed. All remained quiet. It was probably safe to end the claustrophobic torture, but he refused to risk losing his chance to travel with the others to Wyrmroost. He had found a few roomier crates, but this one was up against the wall, well protected by other shabby containers. Inside this crate, with the lid on and a carpet draped over him, nobody would find him. Tanu had missed him when he had searched inside the knapsack just before leaving. The big Samoan had thoroughly checked the room with a bright flashlight. He had even lifted the lid to the crate where Seth was hiding, but he had not looked under the carpet. Seth wondered what Grandma and Grandpa were doing at the moment. As night fell, they would be freaking out, thinking he had roamed off into the woods and gotten lost, or captured, or killed. Any of those conclusions were fine with him, as long as they failed to guess the truth. His decision to stow away inside the knapsack had not been made alone. On Christmas Eve, Grandpa had brought him into his office to deliver the news that he would not be part of the team sent to recover the key from Wyrmroost. Having already considered stowing away as a possible contingency, to allay suspicions, Seth had received the news with stoic acceptance. After the 7 members of the team had been announced to the rest of the family, Seth had retired to his room to think and found Warren waiting, spinning a basketball on the tip of his finger. "Shame you won't be coming," Warren said, eyes on the ball. "I'm used to it," Seth replied. "I always miss the cooler stuff." "Think fast." Warren chucked the ball at him. Seth caught it and tossed it back briskly. "How bad do you want to stow away?" the man asked. "Stow away?" Warren grinned. "Don't bother with the innocent routine. I can spot fake innocence a mile away. Must be pretty tempting when you think about that knapsack. We'll have to bring it for supplies, of course. Lots of room in there. Lot of places to hide." "You're a jerk," Seth said. "Take it easy. I'm not here to rub it in. I kind of hope you do it." "What?" Warren stood, dribbling the basketball between his legs. "I think you're right. You've got unusual abilities that could come in handy. If you hadn't pulled the nail from the Revenant, I'd still be a mute albino. If you hadn't been at the old manor when we went to retrieve the chronometer, we never would have found Patton, and Fablehaven would have fallen. Look, I'm a believer, Seth. I'm not here to make you go. But if you want to go, I'm not going to discourage you. In fact, tomorrow afternoon, I'll leave the knapsack in the back seat of the SUV, and I'll make sure a door is unlocked." "This is some sort of trick. Grandpa put you up to this. It's a trap." "No trick, I swear. We can't afford to blow it at Wyrmroost. The Sphinx has the Oculus. We can't let him have the translocator. Think what will happen if the Sphinx can see anywhere and go anywhere. What will prevent him from grabbing all of the artifacts? How long will it be before he opens Zizix and none of us have anywhere to hide? Like it or not, we're past playing it safe. If you want to be at Wyrmroost,
I'd rather have you there than sitting idle at Fablehaven. That conversation had been all it took to thoroughly convince Seth. He had written the note to explain his absence, and, as Warren had promised, after Christmas dinner the back of the SUV was unlocked, the knapsack waiting. Since Seth had entered the knapsack, Mendigo had been his only company. Unlike Hugo, the overgrown puppet had no will, no identity. It did not speak. The big lumberjack existed only to carry out orders. Once, the wooden figure had obeyed orders from the witch Muriel. Now it was loyal to the Sorensens. Seth continued to wait inside the crate, perspiring in the stifling darkness. Aside from the ample provisions packed for the others, Warren had stashed extra food inside an old trunk for Seth. When he felt certain the others were asleep, his reward would be to grab some granola bars and peanut butter. But before Seth could reach that conclusion, he heard the rasp of wood scraping against wood, as if the lid of a container had slid open. He had heard nobody descend the ladder. Peeking out from under the carpet, he saw no light. He heard the faint creak of a trunk opening, the rustle of a bag, and the crunch of an apple. Somebody was getting into his private food stash. The noisy munching was loudest right after each new bite. The chewing would gradually dwindle until the volume increased again with a fresh crunch. Who could be eating the apple? Certainly not Mendigo. The puppet didn't eat. Seth felt sure he would have heard somebody come down the ladder, and anyone but Kendra would require a light. Could Coulter have missed a stowaway spy from when Kendra had first obtained the magical knapsack? Shifting his position slightly, Seth got out his flashlight. There was a wooden baseball bat near his crate that he could use for a weapon. He hesitated, worried what he might see. He would spring into action on the next new bite, he told himself. The unseen food thief bit into the apple again, and Seth stood up, flinging off the lid to the crate and switching on the flashlight. The beam spotlighted a stocky little goblin with an oversized head, grimy, greenish skin, long pointed ears, and a wide, lipless mouth. The goblin stared into the light, an apple core cupped in one pudgy hand, eyes flashing like bronze coins. "Who are you?" Seth asked in a hard voice, groping for the bat.
"I might try the same question,"
the stout goblin replied calmly, his voice grumpy. Seth's fingers found the handle of the bat. "You're eating my supplies."
"You're invading Bubda's home."
"This knapsack belongs to my sister." Keeping his flashlight beam on the goblin, Seth began to climb over barrels and boxes toward the uncluttered portion of the room. The squat goblin stood barely taller than Seth's waist. "If I tell her you're down here, they'll boot you out."
But you're hiding too,"
the goblin said with a sly smile.
"Oh, maybe, but I'd happily give myself up to get rid of a spy."
"A spy? You're an ally of the night. You speak good Duggish. I took it you knew what Bubda was."
"Which is what?"
"A hermit troll."
"I've heard of hermit trolls," Seth said. "You're the kind who hide out in attics and under bridges. I've never met one."
"Bubda didn't want to meet you, but you wouldn't leave, and Bubda got hungry."
The troll stuffed the apple core in his mouth, seeds and all. Seth reached the open floor. He held the baseball bat at his side. No need to act threatening if you could keep this friendly.
"How long have you lived here?"
"Long time. No need to move once you find the right place. Dark, well-stocked, private, places to hide. But two is a crowd."
"Your name is Bubda?"
"Right."
"I'm Seth. I'll only be here a few days. Then you can have it back. How come Coulter never found you?"
Bubda crouched, tucking in his arms. The troll was gone. He looked exactly like a barrel. When he stood up straight again, the illusion ended.
"Bubda hides well."
"Whoa, that was cool," Seth said. "Can you look like other stuff?"
"Bubda has lots of tricks. Bubda never shows them all."
"Did you collect all this stuff?"
Seth shone his light around the room.
"Some was here. Some Bubda brought. Bubda finds what Bubda must."
You're down here most of the time?
Almost always. Better that way.
What about a restroom?
Careful what barrel you open.
Seth snickered. I could use a restroom. I was thinking about sneaking out.
Up to you. Maybe you leave for good?
Seth shook his head. You're stuck with me for a few days. Don't you get lonely?
Bubda likes to hide. Bubda likes to rest.
We should be friends. I'm an ally of the night. We speak the same language.
Bubda likes to be alone. Other people are a pain. You're other people, Seth. Better than some. Maybe better than most. But no people is best.
Will we get along? Seth asked. Are you going to try to harm me in my sleep? Bubda shrugged.
Bubda didn't bother you yet. Bubda waited for you to go. Bubda can wait more.
Seth glanced at the giant wooden puppet. Okay, try not to eat too much of my food, and don't eat any of the other people's food. If they notice it missing, we're finished. Understood?
Bubda knows. Bubda only took food from where you took food. Bubda has other food.
Seth wondered what other food Bubda meant. Did he eat the spoiled goo in the old barrels? The thought triggered Seth's gag reflex. All right, I guess we're roommates.
More food?
Bubda asked, pointing at the trunk. Sure, Bubda. Have a little more. You give me my space, and I'll give you yours. The troll pursed his lips and nodded.
Deal.
Bubda was no taller than Seth's chest, but he looked heavy, and he had long, sharp fingernails. Seth sidled over to Mendigo and dropped his voice to a soft whisper. Keep Bubda under constant watch. If he comes within 10 feet of me while I'm sleeping, pin him to the ground. Same if he sneaks up on me at any time. You hear me? Mendigo gave a nod. Chapter 17. Wyrmroost. The helicopter soared through the clear sky, rotors beating at the cold air. Sitting up front with the pilot, Kendra enjoyed a breathtaking view of the snowy forest below through the large curved windows. She had never seen beauty to compare with this rugged panorama of frozen summits and icy lakes. Not long after they had taken off, Kendra had decided she never wanted to be a helicopter pilot. The numerous dials and gauges intimidated her. The pilot, Aaron Stone, controlled their direction with a stick that projected up between his legs. He used a second stick to take them up or down, and foot pedals to swing the tail from side to side. The coordination and know-how required seemed hopelessly beyond her. Go more to the right, Aaron, Kendra said. Once again, the pilot was veering away from the pair of lofty peaks that dwarfed all others. Trask had said the mountains were actually the 2 highest points in North America, but were unrecognized as such because of the potent distractor spell shielding the sanctuary. You sure you see 2 tall mountains? I'm staring right at them. Aaron lifted the visor on his helmet and squinted. Are you looking at those summits? He pointed away from their heading. No, the ones I see are much bigger. They're by far the tallest mountains out here. He flipped down his visor. This is odd. I can usually think my way around a distractor spell. As they drew nearer, Kendra noticed that the shoulders of the imposing mountains were virtually clear of snow, along with much of the surrounding wilderness. She scoured the hills and valleys for dragons or other creatures, but saw none. She began to notice a faint rainbow shimmer in the air ahead of them, reminiscent of the aurora borealis. The soaring mountains drew ever nearer. We're getting close, Kendra said. You see the Valentine? Kendra scanned the snow-choked forest below for a heart-shaped clearing. The helicopter was supposed to sit down in the cordate meadow so they could continue the journey on foot. Not yet. They continued forward, but the helicopter began to slowly lose altitude as Aaron eased them closer to the ground. Below, the shadow of the helicopter rose and fell with the contours of the terrain. On many slopes, the snow sparkled in the sunlight. Kendra spotted a clearing shaped vaguely like a kidney. Could that be it? She asked, pointing. Aaron followed her finger to the ground. I don't think so. You're veering off course again. Go back to the right. Less than a minute later, the desired meadow came into view, an unmistakable white valentine amidst the trees, smaller than Kendra had expected. "Here we are," Kendra announced. "Aaron, bring us more to the right. See it?"
"I've got it. Sharp eyes. Good job, Kendra."
He raised his head, surveying the horizon.
"I still don't see those mountains."
"They're straight ahead. Their summits are much higher than we are."
"You're kidding."
"Along with plenty of lower ones," Kendra reported. "Rocky ridges and steep hills. Looks like rugged terrain inside the sanctuary. Some unfrozen lakes. It isn't snowy in there, just at the tops of the peaks."
"Weird," Aaron said.
"Think you'll be able to find your way back to pick us up?"
"We're leaving a radio and a beacon in the clearing. I've been studying the topography, scouting for landmarks outside the sanctuary. I think I could get back on my own. If not, I'll rely on Trask and instruments."
Based on how often he had swerved away from the sanctuary, Kendra had her doubts about his ability to return unaided. Hopefully, the gadgets would work. Aaron brought the helicopter down softly in the snowy field. Once they were on the ground, the clearing no longer looked much like a valentine. Trask, Dugan, Warren, Tanu, Mara, and Gavin poured out of the helicopter and began unloading gear. Kendra climbed out as well. The rotors never stopped spinning. Once the gear had been unloaded, Trask ducked into the cockpit to have a few words with Aaron. Afterwards, they all backed away and watched as the rotors sped up and the red and white helicopter ascended noisily into the sky, sending windy waves of snow flying across the field. Despite the bright sun, the air was bitter cold. Warren helped Kendra adjust her hat, goggles, and collar to reduce exposed skin. Bundled in her bulky coat, Kendra felt like an astronaut. Warren helped her strap her boots into snowshoes. Dugan put a harness on her and clipped it to a climbing rope. Kendra would lead them, and hopefully the rope would help the others keep moving in the right direction. Tanu tapped his gloved fist together.
"Are we sure we don't want to just climb in the knapsack and let Kendra carry us to the gate?"
"We've been over this," Warren replied hastily. "We need to be out and ready in case of danger. There's no reason to have Kendra carry us forward alone. If all else fails, we can try the knapsack." Tanu shrugged and nodded. Trask came tromping over the snow.
"We ready?"
He had finished camouflaging a large plastic container at the edge of the clearing. Everyone behind Kendra was now attached to the rope via harnesses and carabiners.
"Sure," Dugan said.
Trask clipped himself next in line behind Kendra. He spoke over his shoulder to the others.
"Remember, don't pay attention to where you're going. Just follow the leader. You see the peaks, Kendra?"
"Yep."
"Anyone else see them?"
Trask inquired.
"The huge, unmistakable mountains?" "Yeah, didn't think so. Neither do I. The more you focus on where we're trying to get, the more you'll find yourself inclined to wander the wrong way. Follow the rope. No matter what you might think, the rope is right. Kendra, lead on."
"I keep heading toward the mountains," Kendra verified.
"That's right. Heading that way will at least let us find the wall. Then we'll worry about the gate."
Kendra began trudging into the trees. The others followed. Having no specific expertise with the outdoors, Kendra worried she might lead them poorly. She concentrated on trying to find the best route through the trees, the easiest way up each slope. Her main goal was to avoid the need to double back. Since the others would be struggling against the effects of the distractor spell, she hoped to lead them by the safest, most direct route she could find. The snowshoes made her strides ungainly, but at least they kept her and the others on top of the powdery snow. Tall conifers towered above her, limbs flocked white. Kendra enjoyed the crisp smell of the snow and trees. Cocooned as she was within her insulated attire, warmed by the exercise, the cold seemed irrelevant. She plodded up slopes and around leafless thickets and deadfalls. She tugged insistently on the rope when the others started to meander in the wrong direction. Occasionally, a clump of snow would tumble from a tree to land with a muffled thump. Under evergreen branches, she lost sight of the mountains for certain stretches, but she caught plenty of glimpses to keep her chain of followers properly oriented. Based on some old hand-drawn map in the Knight's archives, Trask believed that the clearing where they had landed was a couple of miles from the gate. Kendra wondered how far 2 miles would feel treading cross-country through the snow, mostly uphill. She rapidly grew weary of the way her oversized soles made each step a chore. As Kendra reached the crest of a long slope, she found she had led her team to the top of a 30-foot face. They would have to parallel the drop-off for about 100 yards before they could continue forward. From the elevated vantage ahead through the trees, Kendra beheld the massive gate. Apparently wrought of gold, the gate was composed of closely spaced vertical bars and hung independent of any physical wall or fence. Instead of attaching to a tangible wall, the gate was situated in the middle of an iridescent barrier of prismatic light. Extending high into the air, the multicolored barrier shimmered like the northern lights, but inhabited a fixed position. Kendra paused at the brink of the drop, watching ropes and wheels and sheets of light flutter and fold and collide in endless combinations. Trask tugged at the rope.
We'd best head back.
No, we just need to move along the little cliff until we can continue forward. I can see the gate.
You've lost the route, Dugan mourned. We've come the wrong way.
Everyone holding the rope was looking backwards, away from the gate and the impressive light display. They began to pull against her together, and Kendra found herself stumbling away from the gate. No! Don't trust yourselves, Kendra said.
We've reached an impassable cliff, Trask argued.
Stop, Kendra shouted, struggling against them. Your instincts are blind. I won't let us get hurt. I see how we can get to the gate.
Close your eyes, Warren demanded. Close them tight and follow her lead.
That's right, Kendra agreed. I'll keep us well away from any edges. Let me guide us. Mumbling uncertainly, the others closed their eyes. Kendra leaned into her steps now more than before. The others kept trying to stray and, even with their eyes shut, continued to second-guess their heading. She led them to where the sheer drop-off dwindled and started directly toward the gate. Stay with me, Kendra commanded, as the others started hauling her in the wrong direction.
You're leading us into an avalanche zone, Dugan cried in alarm.
He is right, Mara agreed. They pulled against her so hard that Kendra fell. They dragged her across the snow, away from the prismatic barrier. Kendra called out to them in desperation. Stop! Guys, stop! You're going the wrong way!
Ignore your instincts, Gavin called. Go where she pulls us, Warren agreed.
Tanu dug in hard, and they stopped moving in the wrong direction.
Keep your eyes closed, the Samoan bellowed.
I can sense the danger, Mara insisted. Your senses are messed up, Kendra said with conviction. We're right by the gate. Don't think, just follow.
Yeah, blind faith, Gavin said. All right, blind faith, Trask agreed.
Kendra rose and plodded in the right direction again, trying to move fast to keep their momentum flowing toward their destination. They were close. It was time to sprint to the finish. They emerged from the forest into a wide, clear snowfield. Now, nothing impeded a full view of the high golden gate and the scintillating wall. Kendra charged forward, breathing hard, straining against the rope. Her eyes drank in kaleidoscopic swirls of light, stretching to the edge of sight in either direction. Slow spirals rippled and curled. Glancing back, she saw that even with their eyes closed, her companions kept their faces averted. They followed her on stiff, hesitant legs, but they followed. It was strange to approach the shimmering radiance of the barrier. The colorful wall looked too much like a rainbow or a mirage, an illusion that should recede when an observer drew near. Instead, the barrier inhabited a fixed position, flashing and gleaming, filling Kendra's field of vision as she approached the gilded gate. Oh, stand still, Kendra called at last, a step or two from the shiny gate. Glancing back, she saw that the others were trembling.
Hold your ground, Trask growled.
Gavin and Warren dropped to their knees. Mara moaned and grimaced. Dugan hummed a simple tune in a strained voice, beads of perspiration on his brow. Tanu took deep, cleansing breaths, wide nostrils flaring, broad chest expanding and contracting. Kendra unzipped her coat and felt for the inside pocket, where she had stashed the unicorn horn. Her gloves made her fingers clumsy, so she pulled one off and soon held the smooth horn in her bare hand. "Okay, forward," she encouraged, leaning against her companions to grind out the final steps to the gate. Seeing no keyhole, she touched the tip of the horn to the center of the gate. Upon contact, the metal gleamed brilliantly, and the gate swung silently open. Even upon close inspection, the hinges of the gate were apparently anchored to nothing more than the translucent barrier of light. Legs churning, she towed the others through the opening. On the far side of the barrier, she no longer had to pull. Opening their eyes, the others gathered around her, wearing befuddled expressions as if they had just awakened. The frigid bite had gone out of the air. Tiny wildflowers bloomed in the tall grass. No snow clung to the trees here, nor to the ground, save a few meager patches in the shade. Ahead of them stood a gray stone wall with round towers at the corners and a raised drawbridge in the center, dark timbers studded with iron. The broad, crenellated wall reached maybe 20 feet high, the corner towers an extra 10 feet taller. None of the buildings beyond the wall reared much higher. No visible guards or sentries manned the battlements. The stronghold looked time-worn and dreary, more like an abandoned fort than an occupied castle. Behind them, the golden gate clanged shut.
"Welcome to Wyrmroost,"
Trask murmured. Kendra found the sturdy, silent fort disquieting. "Do we go knock?" she wondered. Tanu scratched his head, staring up at the tremendous mountains.
"How did we miss those?"
A roar like 1,000 lions exploded from the nearest stand of trees, making Kendra start and turn. A gold and red creature snaked up from the grove, long body twirling and winding like a ribbon. 2 sets of gold-feathered wings fanned out, propelling the serpentine dragon toward the gate. "Stay calm," Gavin urged. "Stand your ground. Don't reach for weapons. Don't make eye contact." Kendra stared away from the dragon, watching it approach from her peripheral vision. The great wings spread wide, creating a rush of wind as the dragon alighted near them. Paralyzing fear washed over Kendra, the terror instinctual and overpowering. Was this how a rabbit felt when it saw a hawk swooping down? The dragon had a head like a giant lion, with red gold fur and a crimson mane. 8 sets of legs supported the scaly body, the large feet each a hybrid of a dragon claw and a lion paw. The dragon stood half again taller than Trask and stretched longer than 2 school buses.
Visitors.
The dragon purred in a rich, interested voice.
We seldom have visitors. This is a dangerous domain. I prevent the unworthy from entering. Are any of you capable of speech?
"I can converse with you, mighty one," Gavin said.
And look me in the eye. Impressive. What of your companions?
"I can speak," Trask said. "We seek the caretaker." "I can speak as well," Mara added. Kendra trembled. She doubted she could move her arms or legs, but forced some words past her lips. "As can I." The dragon inclined his leonine head.
An impressive group of humans. 4 of 7 retaining some semblance of control. 1 with true self-possession. Who can move?
Mara and Trask went to stand at either side of Gavin, who saluted the dragon casually. Kendra tried to override the paralysis in her limbs, but failed. The dragon shook his head, fluffing up his shaggy mane.
3? Why not the 4th? I see. Although she harbors a strange energy, she is not a true dragon speaker. What errand brings you to Wyrmroost?
"We seek audience with the caretaker," Gavin said.
Fair enough,
The dragon replied.
You will find Agad inside Blackwell Keep. I am Camerat. I work with Agad. I have not screened visitors for many years.
Camerat prowled forward and sniffed Warren, then took a whiff of the knapsack.
More in there than one might suspect. but nothing too alarming.
The dragon moved in front of Trask, exhaling blue-white fumes from his nostrils.
What brings you to Wyrmroost?
We seek the key to a distant vault, Trask said, scowling after the words left his mouth.
Ah, a key. Interesting.
The dragon moved to Mara, exhaling on her.
What else do you hope to accomplish?
We want the key, and we want to survive, she replied. The dragon reared up like a cobra, towering over them, two sets of legs pawing at the air.
Ah, very well. You may pass. Be forewarned. Wyrmroost is not for the faint of heart.
The gilded wings spread wide, and with a rush of air, the dragon took flight, elongated body curling and snapping like a whip. Awed by the fluid grace of the magnificent creature, Kendra watched it corkscrew into the sky. With a clacking of gears and the clang of heavy chains, the drawbridge in the wall began to swing down. A hard-packed path, wide enough for a wagon, led directly from the Golden Gate to the drawbridge. Trask marched toward the fort. Is there often a dragon at the gate to welcome visitors? Kendra asked Gavin, falling into step beside him. I've never seen such a thing. We would have warned everyone. I haven't met a dragon quite like Camelot either. Was he breathing truth serum on Trask and Mara? Or something like it. Hey, good job dragging us through the gate. I was feeling pretty foggy. Oh, we all have our specialties. She hoped she sounded casual instead of proud. They reached the drawbridge and passed over a shallow dry moat choked with thorny shrubs. The iron teeth of a raised portcullis hung menacingly above as they strode through the thick wall and out into a flagstone courtyard. A solid grey building topped by battlements stood before them. No light shone within the high, narrow windows. 3 figures awaited them in front of the single heavy door to the stone structure. In the center, the tallest minotaur Kendra had ever seen leaned on a long hafted battle-axe like a staff. His shaggy fur was the silky chestnut of an iris setter, and a black patch covered one eye. To the left stood a creature like a centaur, except with the body of a moose. Several scars defaced his brown skin, the most gruesome angling down from one ear and curving halfway across his throat. He carried a black bow and wore a quiver of arrows. A polished horn hung from one shoulder by a leather strap. On the right, a thin, hairless woman with 4 arms and skin like a snake tested the air with her slender tongue. Her lower hands held daggers with jagged blades. The Minotaur stepped forward, twisting his head so he could better regard the newcomers with his good eye.
What brings you to Blackwell Keep?
He asked gruffly. Trask held his hands at his sides, palms outward.
I am Trask. We come as friends, hoping to lodge here for the night. Are you Agad?
The Minotaur snorted, nostrils flaring.
Agad will receive you in the High Hall.
He gestured at the snake-like woman.
Simrin will escort you. Leave your arms and gear in the guardhouse.
With his axe, he pointed at a structure to the side of the main entry.
The Alcitar will assist you.
The moose-bodied centaur came toward them.
Let's do it,
Trask muttered, heading for the guardhouse. The silent Alcitar showed where to pile their gear. Warren checked with Trask before setting down the knapsack, then complied after receiving a curt nod. Kendra kept the unicorn horn inside her coat pocket. With their belongings stored, Kendra and the others followed Simrin through a cavernous hall where crows roosted in the rafters. Shorter than Kendra, the serpentine woman moved with a fluid, slithery stride. She led them out a door at the rear of the hall, up 2 flights of stairs, and across an enclosed walkway to an adjacent building. Kendra peered down through a window at a courtyard overrun by ferns, bushes, and gnarled trees. Chipped statues, spotted with lichen, watched over the vegetation, marble faces all but worn away. Simrin guided them up a few steps and through a large set of doors into a narrow chamber with a barrel-vaulted ceiling. Daylight shone through leaded lancet windows onto a long stone table with 12 seats on each side. At the head of the table, in the largest and most elaborate chair, sat a plump, elderly man whose flowing gray beard reached his lap. A black cloak trimmed with sable hung from his hunched shoulders, mostly covering the silky red robes beneath. Jeweled rings adorned each finger. He was eating moist chunks of meat out of a hollowed heel of tough, dark bread. The old man motioned to the nearest chairs. "Please join me," he invited, licking his thumb. Trask and Dugan claimed the chairs nearest the elderly man. They all sat down. "You are Agid?" Trask asked. "I am Agid, custodian of Wyrmroost." The old man dipped his fingers in a wooden bowl of water and wiped them on a linen napkin. "You seek the key deposited here by Patton Burgess?" They hesitated to respond. The bearded man regarded them coolly. "Correct," Dugan finally said. Agid took a sip from a heavy goblet. "Patton was a friend of this sanctuary until he and a colleague smuggled a dragon egg off the premises. The exploit, proved fatal." "I heard he has a grave here," Kendra blurted. Agid gave her a prolonged stare. "Not common knowledge, but yes, his bones are interred here at Blackwell. Only bones remained." The old man turned to Trask. "These are no environs for charming young girls. You will not find the key. My counsel is for you to depart immediately." "We mustn't turn back," Trask said. "We were hoping to leave the girl and her protector here at the keep while the rest of us pursue the key." "Alas," Agid lamented, folding his hands, "your intention is in vain. For us to maintain peace with the dragons, visitors may only seek shelter within the walls of Blackwell Keep during the first and last night of their stay." Kendra and Warren exchanged a worried look.
"Surely we can arrange an exception for the child," Dugan said.
I'm afraid the terms of our truce allow for no exceptions," Agid sighed. "However, if you would indulge me, I would like to speak to the girl alone."
"We intended to ask for some assistance to—"
Trask began. Agid held up a hand.
"I oversee the keep and watch the gate. I have little involvement with the diverse inhabitants of this sanctuary and virtually no interest in the agendas of visitors. The girl has clearly been adopted by fairies, and I have long taken an academic interest in such rarities. Your best chance to garner any advice from me would be to allow us some words in private."
Laying a comforting hand on Kendra's shoulder, Warren arose.
"How do we,
I am master of this keep and custodian of this refuge. As visitors, you live or die by my word. She will be safer with me than in your company. I pledge that I intend the young woman no harm."
Agid did not raise his voice, but his manner left no room for argument. "I'll talk with him," Kendra said. "Go on, I'm not worried." Agid smiled, as if her words had officially settled the matter.
"Simrin will show you to your quarters. The girl's gallant protector can wait outside this hall."
Kendra whispered assurances to Trask and Warren, remaining in her seat while the others shuffled out. Simran closed the large doors at the end of the chamber as she exited.
"Come nearer," Agid offered. "Would you care for food?"
"I'm not hungry," Kendra said, moving to the nearest seat.
"Do you mind if I continue my meal?"
"Oh, not at all. Go ahead." Keeping his elbows tucked close to his chest, the old man resumed transporting slimy chunks of meat from the bread bowl to his mouth with his fingers.
I have long wondered when you would appear."
"What do you mean?"
"Patton told me that one day a girl who was very kind might show up searching for the key. Are you here of your own free will? These companions are not captors, I hope."
"They're friends," Kendra assured him. "I'm here on purpose."
"And you expect to retrieve the key?"
"We must. Our enemies know about it. They haven't come for it yet, have they?" Agid shook his head.
"No, you 7 are our first guests in a great while."
"How did you know I was very kind?"
"Oh, I would scarcely be half a wizard were I blind to such telltale brilliance as accompanies you, my dear Kendra.
You know my name?
Yes, Patton spoke of you in considerable detail.
Agate packed another pinch of dripping meat into his mouth, the red juice staining his whiskers. I thought wizards were extinct, Kendra said.
You are not far from the truth. Very few true wizards survive. Oh, you can find pretenders, magicians and witches and the like, but my kind have become an extremely rare breed. You see, all true wizards were once dragons.
You're a dragon?
No longer. Many mature dragons can assume human form. Most are content to transform back and forth on occasion. Ages ago, a very wise dragon named Arcadius discovered that by permanently assuming human form, he significantly increased his magical abilities. Others of us, those most interested in magic, followed suit.
I guess that makes you a good caretaker for a dragon sanctuary. Agate dabbed his lips with a napkin.
Yes and no. I certainly have a profound understanding of dragons, enough to realize that dragons have little fondness for those of us who embraced permanent humanity. To some extent, they view us as weak. To some extent, they are jealous. And to some extent, they blame us for the general decline of dragons.
Why blame wizards?
With good reason. Wizards were among the greatest dragon slayers. Like humans, dragons have alliances and enmities. Those battles raged on after various dragons took human form, and in the process, humanity discovered how to slay dragons. Furthermore, wizards played an instrumental role in confining dragons to sanctuaries.
He wetted his fingers in the bowl of water, then dried his hands on the napkin. Can other dragons tell you used to be a dragon?
Only by witnessing the extent of the spells I can work, or if anciently they had seen me transform. Under normal circumstances, the metamorphosis is so complete that even a fellow dragon cannot identify a dragon in human form. A human avatar serves as a virtually perfect disguise.
Do you like being human? The wizard gave her a lopsided smile.
You ask difficult questions, my dear. A dragon prefers being a dragon when he is a dragon. We can only tolerate being human while clothed in human form. Changing back and forth is disorienting. The form we assume affects our minds. Here, now, I cannot fully recall the experience of being a dragon. I enjoy the mastery of magic I have achieved. I mostly enjoy how a human thinks and perceives the world. Do regrets linger? Ah, indeed. Yet overall, with no way of rewriting history, I am content with my decision.
You made the choice a long time ago?
Agate exhaled sharply. Thousands of years ago.
So you age slowly?
Almost as gradually as a dragon.
He sipped from his goblet.
But we digress. I meant to talk with you about Patton.
It sounded like you hate him.
I must present that facade. It was true that he was unpopular among the dragons here, even before he snatched an egg. But I know the truth. The egg he took belonged to a dragon named Nafia, who had fallen into a pattern of eating her young. Dragons breed infrequently, and I wanted her most recent offspring to survive. Patton smuggled the egg to a safe location. To appease the dragons, I feigned outrage, invented a ruse that Patton had perished, and pretended to inter his remains in our churchyard.
Do you know where he hid the key?
This is the end of CD number 7. Please continue listening on CD number 8. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 8.
Do you know where he hid the key?
Agate shook his head. He did not trust that secret even to me. Although, if you dig, you will find peculiar markings on the portion of his headstone below the ground. I take it you can decipher the secret fairy language?
Yes, can you help us retrieve the key?
Sadly, I can offer almost no assistance. The dragons have no love for me. Potent magical defenses, reinforced by an ancient truce, protect me while I remain at Blackwell Keep. Should I stray beyond these walls, the dragons would devour me and my assistants. Same if I broke our truce by letting you lodge here longer than is allowed.
How can you be caretaker if you never leave?
My assistants venture beyond these walls as my eyes and ears. Not an enviable job, and I can discern much by magical means.
The wizard settled back in his chair.
I was not lying to your companions when I told them they would fail.
We have to try, Kendra said. Our enemies are resourceful.
Even if you somehow manage to remove the key, can you guard it better than dragons?
Now that they know it's here, our enemies will find a way to get it. We have to move it.
They have the oculus. They'll find it again.
Kendra stared at him. How do you know they have the oculus?
I could feel when they spied here. I could not identify the watcher, but I felt the gazing. I have been studied through the oculus before.
Could one of your assistants help us? Kendra tried.
I can't risk any of my personnel assisting you. Dragons are unforgiving. Beyond this castle, you are trespassers, and I cannot let your mission upset our fragile truce. Besides, none of my aides are very trustworthy. I know some of them spy on me for certain dragons. I do not think my assistants would harm you against my orders within these walls, but I harbor doubts even about that. It takes a hard sword to survive in a place like this.
Kendra crossed her arms on the table. Okay, when should I check out the gravestone?
I'll instruct Simran to show you the churchyard. Later tonight, steal down there with a comrade or two. Try not to let my assistant see. Cover your tracks when you leave.
Pushing off the armrests of his chair, the old wizard stood.
Do not reveal my friendship with Patton to anyone, including your friends. Blame my candor or my interest in your status as very kind. I will supply counsel to you and 3 companions of your choosing on the morrow. At this juncture, the best help I can offer will be advice.
We'll appreciate anything you can do. The wizard patted her arm.
I wish I could say I thought it would be enough.
Chapter 18. Blackwell Keep. Covering the plastic cup with his hand, Seth felt the dice tickling his palm.
Come on, 6s,
he murmured, uncovering the cup and dumping 5 dice into the lid of the Yahtzee box.
3 5s,
Bubda announced.
Oh, no 6s.
Seth studied his score sheet.
I already have my 5s. I still need 4 of a kind. 5s will do.
He scooped up the dice and rolled a 3 and a 4. Then he rolled a 1 and a 6.
No 4 of a kind,
Bubda said.
You claiming the 6?
I'd miss my bonus for sure, and I already used my chance slot. Oh, I better take a 0 for Yahtzee. Bubda scooped the dice into the cup and grinned as he rattled them briskly. The hermit troll had already recorded a Yahtzee this round and had assured his upper section bonus. Boredom had driven Seth to comb through the junk in the storeroom. The Yahtzee box had an old-fashioned design as if it came from the 50s or 60s. Some of the scorecards had been used, but plenty remained blank, and there were 2 little golf pencils as well. Seth had started playing by himself, and the troll eventually came to watch over his shoulder. Bubda's reluctant curiosity had mushroomed into a Yahtzee marathon. The troll tossed the dice into the box lid.
Oh, 4 1s, Seth announced. You already have your 1s, and you have 4 of a kind, and that would be a really low 3 of a kind. You can try for a full house.
Bubda shook his head and picked up a single die, leaving the 4 ones.
Yahtzee bonus is 100 points.
He rolled a 6. Grumbling, he snatched it up and rolled a 1.
Yahtzee!
Bubda crowed, raising both fists. Seth could only shake his head. Man, you're the luckiest guy in the world. Bubda had already won 9 of 13 rounds. Bubda capered in a circle, slapping one hip while twirling a finger over his head. Seth regretted having shown the troll that every Yahtzee deserved a victory dance. Above and behind him, Seth heard the flap of the knapsack open. Bubda dove over to a pyramid of crates. Tucking his head and scrunching up his limbs, he suddenly looked uncannily like a wooden trunk. As feet started down the ladder, Seth backed into a corner, hoping his shade-walking abilities would keep him out of sight. How had he let a game of Yahtzee become a security risk? When the figure descending the rungs came into view, Seth breathed easier. "I'm alone," Warren called in a hushed voice. Seth liked how his questing eyes swept over him without any recognition. "Here I am," Seth said, coming forward. "Not bad," Warren approved. "You appeared out of nowhere. So what's the latest?" "Sorry I haven't been able to get down here until now. I didn't want the others to get wise to you yet." Warren glanced at the floor. "Were you playing Yahtzee?" "I don't cope well with boredom. It's nighttime, right?" Warren nodded. "We're inside a keep, sort of a little castle. I know what a keep is. Kendra and some of the others are investigating the churchyard for clues. I didn't relish leaving her side, but I wanted to check on you." Warren explained to Seth about meeting Agad and how they would all have to move on together in the morning. "We're here now," Seth said. "Should I just come out and reveal myself?" "I'm not sure how the others will take it." "I won't throw you under the bus for helping me. I'll pretend I acted alone." "I'm not worried about that. I just want the team to stay cooperative and focused. Your appearance could be divisive. You'll be safer in here than anywhere, and once we leave the keep, you'll always be with us. I think we might be smart to quietly hold you in reserve. If we get into a jam where you can help, you can be our reinforcements." "Okay, I guess that makes sense." Warren stooped and picked up the red dice. He shook them in the brown cup and dumped them into the box lid. "Hey, look at that! Large straight." He straightened up. "I've never felt more over my head than with this one. I'm tempted to try hiding the knapsack in some obscure corner of the keep, then hunkering down in here with you and your sister." "Why don't you?" "Agad is a wizard, and he can't have us here. He'd get wise to us if we tried to stash the knapsack. Camerat, that dragon at the entry gate, sniffed out the knapsack as soon as he met us. I don't think there's a safe place to hide in the whole stinkin' sanctuary. We need to achieve our objective and get out." Warren went to one of the supply boxes and took out a granola bar. He tossed a second one to Seth. They peeled the wrappers and started munching. "Whatever you do," Seth said around a chewy mouthful, "try not to leave me down here too long. You can only play a certain amount of Yahtzee games in a row before you become a lunatic." "I'll keep that in mind." The night was still, and not nearly as cold as Kendra would have expected. She doubted that the temperature had even dipped below freezing. Overhead, stars glittered in such quantity that even the most familiar constellations became lost in the abundance. The gravestones in the churchyard behind the keep's modest chapel stood in various states of disrepair. Many were cracked or chipped. Some had been worn smooth. Some leaned drunkenly. Several graves were simply marked by piles of stones. 3 were designated by rough-hewn granite spheres the size of beach balls. Kendra could see well enough to read most of the headstones without light, so Trask and Gavin followed blindly, trusting her eyes. The headstone for Patton Burgess was more solid and legible than many of the others. It rose to her waist and read, "Patton Burgess, word to the wise, tread lightly among dragons." Kendra read the words aloud, then walked around to look at the other side. Nothing on the back. It was strange to think that in her hometown, she had her own false headstone. Her parents still believed she was buried there, But it was for the best. If it would keep them safe, it was worth it. Trask and Gavin crouched and began scraping at the hard earth with spades. Kendra surveyed the churchyard. Mara, Dugan, and Tano were keeping watch somewhere, while Warren kept the lights burning in some of their sleeping quarters.
"Oh, this is like digging through iron,"
Gavin complained. Trask paused, uncapping a vial Tanu had lent him and sprinkling some of the contents on the ground. After a moment, they resumed digging and seemed to make faster headway. Kendra felt tense. The keep had an oppressive atmosphere. Designed to house a small army, the sturdy complex felt too large and too empty. There were too many parapets, too many obscure windows and alcoves, too many places to hide. She could not help wondering who might be watching. As her friends chopped deeper into the defiant earth, the sounds of their excavation were magnified by unnatural echoes. Kendra scanned the surrounding walls for unfriendly eyes. Simran came to mind. Earlier in the day, she had glimpsed the snake woman climbing straight up a wall to a catwalk, palms flat against the stone instead of gripping, moving up the vertical surface like a gecko. Was Simran spying on them right now, peering down from a gloomy perch, ready to convey information to the dragons? During the day, Kendra had run across other creatures besides the Minotaur, the Snake Woman, and the Alcitar. She had seen a huge hunchback ogre with meaty forearms and a pruned face, crossing a courtyard with an anvil under one arm. The lumpy brute had one eye larger than the other and a scabby bald head fringed by thin yellow hair. She had also noticed a small man, no taller than her waist, springing around on slender legs like a grasshopper. Who knew what other unusual assistance Agate had enlisted?
"Oh, this headstone does reach deeper than one would suspect," Trask panted. "Any words yet, Kendra?" Gavin asked.
Kendra crouched and saw the first lines of a message. Yes. Kendra got out the pen and paper she had brought. They had decided to have her write down the inscription to avoid discussing the clue out in the open. Trask and Gavin grunted as they prodded and scraped deeper into the ground, revealing more of the deeply rooted tombstone. Trask sprinkled more of the potion Tanu had provided, and Gavin began attacking the soil with a small pickaxe. A flare of light made Kendra glance up, and she caught the end of a shooting star streaking across the sky. By the time the entire message was exposed, a ring of rocks and dirt surrounded the sizable hole. Perspiration glistened on Trask's hairless head. Although the inscription was written in small letters, Kendra could read the message without difficulty. Sitting at the edge of the hole, she copied Patton's words. They read, "The object you desire is an iron egg the size of a pineapple, the top half crowned with protuberances, hidden inside the treasury of the secret dragon temple, alongside other items sacred to the dragons. Access is heavily guarded. Success is unlikely. Retrieve no extra items. Ignore the gauntlets. Enmity with dragons is no minor concern. Tell no dragon you seek the temple, including Agate. Directions to the temple can be had at the Fairy Queen Shrine near Split Veil Falls." "Got it," Kendra said, folding the note. Trask and Gavin set about refilling the hole, packing the rocks and soil back into place as best they could. While she waited, Kendra reread the message several times. Kendra had not suspected the Fairy Queen would have a shrine here at the sanctuary. She hadn't seen a single fairy. Apparently, Kendra would have been joining the others whether or not Agate had allowed them to stay. If the Fairy Queen shrine at Wyrmroost was anything like the shrine at Fablehaven, Kendra was the only person who might survive trespassing there. She tried not to imagine what obstacles might await if they managed to locate the Dragon Temple. It was already clear that when Patton had set out to make the translocator hard to find, he had meant business. Seth tried to resist, but the voices were so insistent. He hung near the top of the ladder for several minutes, listening to the whispery pleas, trying in vain to stifle his curiosity. The gibbering chorus reminded him of the Hall of Dread. The indistinct voices overlapped so much that most words were hard to catch. He most frequently heard hunger, thirst, and mercy. Warren had trusted him to stay put. Seth didn't want to make a stupid blunder, not here at Wyrmroost, with so much at stake. But once the whispers had begun, he had found them impossible to ignore. What if the hushed voices led to important secrets that only he could uncover? This could be his chance to prove he belonged on the adventure. Pushing up on the leather flap of the knapsack, Seth climbed out into the guardhouse and crouched in silence. The dark, still courtyard awaited beyond the door. Outside of the knapsack, he could discern that the babbling whispers originated from a single direction, reaching his ears from a source deeper inside the keep. Keeping to the walls, Seth crept out into the gloomy courtyard, eyes wandering up to the starry firmament. Considering the lack of light, his shade-walking abilities should make him nearly invisible to onlookers. Leaving the knapsack was a risk, but the possibility of gaining useful information about the sanctuary was too attractive. He might even be able to create an alliance with a powerful being. Desperate situations sometimes called for extreme measures. And to be honest, if nothing else, it was a reasonably good chance to get out of the stuffy storage room. The crisp mountain air was already rejuvenating his spirits. Closed portcullises and a raised drawbridge barred an excursion beyond the wall. Across from the gateway, the main building loomed, dimly visible by starlight, accessible by a single heavy door. Staying near the walls, tense and watchful, Seth took the long way around the courtyard before reaching the iron-bound door. To his delight, he found it unlocked. In the cavernous room beyond, Seth debated taking out his flashlight. It was too dark to see, but he decided that even a muted glare would be too risky in such a prominent room. Instead of navigating by sight, he followed the confused babble, the voices increasing in volume as he inched across the room, shins, toes, and outstretched hands occasionally bumping against unseen obstacles. Finally, Seth reached a wall and then a doorway. Briefly risking his flashlight with a hand cupped over the bright side, he found a stairway that went up and another that went down. The whispers were definitely coming up from a lower part of the building. Maybe the stronghold had a dungeon like the one at Fablehaven. Upon hearing a gritty scrape from above, Seth extinguished his flashlight and backed against the wall. The scuffing sound had been unnatural. A moment later, he heard faint footfalls carefully descending the stairs. The unseen person reached the bottom steps and then stopped. Seth could hear steady breathing.
"They were in the graveyard," a low voice said, "digging up Patton's grave."
Did they take anything?
A quiet female voice answered.
"No, they seemed interested in markings on the headstone.
They have returned to their rooms?
Far as I could tell."
Keep an eye out. I'll check their wing.
Seth remained rigid in the darkness, an anxious hand squeezing his flashlight. From the timbre of their voices, he suspected the snake lady Warren had described and the minotaur, but there was no way to be sure. He heard soft steps shuffling away across the cavernous room. Once he thought he was alone again, Seth considered returning to the knapsack. If he had expected the keep to be crawling with spies, he would have stayed in his hiding place. But the gibbering whispers persisted, and now that he was out and about, it would be a shame not to finish what he had started. It didn't sound like either of the speakers had descended the stairs, so Seth moved blindly forward to the vicinity of the downward staircase. Probing ahead with one foot, he found the lip of the first step and started down. Advancing with as much stealth as he could manage in the darkness, Seth descended 2 long flights of stairs, passed through a door, down a hall, through a doorway, and down a winding stairwell. All the while, the volume of the whispers increased until he worried whether he would be able to perceive any other sounds. His hands found a door of solid iron, the surface rough and flaky with corrosion. His fingers located a catch, and with a clang, the door squealed open, releasing an even more boisterous flood of cryptic whispers. The clangorous door made Seth uneasy. Others who were not saturated by the whispering might have heard the metallic racket from a considerable distance. Heart hammering in his chest, Seth lingered in the doorway, working up the courage to proceed. The blackness ahead felt too ominous and too loud, so he took out his flashlight again. This deep, below the keep, the light shouldn't glare out any windows. The glow revealed a short corridor that led to the curved wall of a partially visible chamber. Advancing cautiously, Seth emerged into an oval chamber with a circular hole in the floor, a shadowy mouth of unfathomable darkness. The babbling voices rose from the well, hissing and begging and threatening. A pervasive coldness in the air chilled Seth to his center. No railing protected the hole. Had he failed to use a light, Seth might have stumbled into it unawares. The thought sent chills racing across his shoulders. The hole was perhaps 10 feet across, the room no more than 30. A single long chain snaked around the floor, forming several heavy piles of coils along the way. One end was anchored to the wall, the other ended near the circular well. Each oxidized link contained 2 holes, one for the previous link and another for the next. Seth advanced to the brink of the hole, uncapped the flashlight, and shined the beam down. He could see a long way, but the light did not reach the bottom. As soon as he uncovered the light, the whispering rose to furious levels. "Quiet," he muttered. The whispering stopped. The abrupt silence seemed much more unnerving than the prior clamor. A mild breeze wafted up from the depths of the hole. Worried that the owners of the hushed voices could see him, Seth switched off the flashlight, plunging the room into impenetrable darkness.
"Help us,"
whispered a plaintive, parched voice.
"Mercy."
Who are you?" Seth whispered back, trying to keep his teeth from chattering.
"We are those confined to the depths,"
the thirsty voice answered. "What kind of help do you need?"
"The chain."
A chorus of other ghastly voices repeated the request.
"The chain, the chain, the chain, the chain."
Seth cleared his throat. You want me to lower the chain?"
"We will serve you for 1,000 years. We will fulfill your every wish. You shall never know defeat again. You shall never know fear, and we will kneel before you."
More voices kept adding promises until Seth could no longer make out any specifics. "Quiet!" Seth demanded. The voices complied. "I can't hear you when you all speak at once."
"Wise Lord,"
a raspy voice began, speaking alone.
"we have lost all sense of time and place. We do not deserve this abyss. We need the chain. Send us the chain. Where is the chain?"
Other spectral voices took up the cry.
"The chain, the chain, the chain."
"Hush," Seth said. Once again, the voices fell silent. "All right, we're going to play the quiet game. The first person to talk loses. I need a second to think." Seth clicked on the flashlight. He shone it on the rusty chain. Fully uncoiled, it would reach deep into the hole. Once lowered, the metal chain would be far too heavy for him to raise alone. He walked around the perimeter of the hole. None of the unseen entities spoke. Seth's parents sometimes made him play the quiet game when they were driving together. He hadn't even needed to promise the winner a treat. Okay, I have some questions, Seth said. I'm going to need a single spokesman to respond.
Me!
An avid voice answered. Fine. We're at a dragon sanctuary. What do you know about Wyrmroost? There came no reply for a moment.
We know little of sanctuaries, but we can kill dragons. We shall slay hundreds of dragons on your behalf. Their treasures will adorn your hall. No enemy shall stand against you. Give us the chain.
I have a feeling if I lower the chain, you'll come up here and eat me.
Not far from the truth, said a voice behind Seth. The comment startled Seth so badly that he nearly fell forward into the hole. He lost his grip on the flashlight, and it spun down into the blackness, illuminating an increasingly distant section of the endless pit, skipping twice against the side as it descended. The light vanished without Seth glimpsing the bottom, and without any far-off crunch of the bottom being reached. A torch flared, driving back the momentary darkness in the chamber. An old man with a long beard and a heavy cloak held the firebrand aloft. Seth edged away from the gaping hole.
You must be Agid, Seth said. You almost gave me a heart attack.
And you must be the interloper from the knapsack, Agid replied. Camerot could sense you inside, along with a hermit troll and an unconventional automaton. Yes, the dragon had it right. You are young, and you are a shadow charmer.
I don't mean any harm.
One of Agid's eyes twitched. Interesting that the first place you came was the Blackwell.
I was following the whispers. I haven't been a shadow charmer for very long.
Well, this is easily the most dangerous room in the keep, and probably one of the most dangerous in the entire sanctuary. I wondered if you might be drawn here. Patton said you have a penchant for mischief, though he neglected to mention your full-fledged status as a shadow charmer.
Patton mentioned me? Seth asked.
He told me to expect you as well if the girl showed up. I'd like to think you would not have lowered the chain.
The chain? Oh, no way! You kidding? I was just hoping I could get info from them or something.
Agid walked over to the nearest pile of coils and sat down. He gestured with the torch, and Seth sat as well. The entities inside the Blackwell would say anything to gain freedom, at which point their promises would evaporate. Do not treat with these types of beings, Seth. They do not give. They only know how to take.
Why do you have a chain in the first place?
The question earned a reluctant smile. If one knows how to manage them, to guide them, to liberate them temporarily under strict conditions, the inhabitants of the Blackwell have their uses. But even I would employ them only as an absolute last resort.
In the future, you might want to lock the door.
Agid smiled more broadly. I left the room accessible in anticipation of your visit. Truth be known, you and I are the only people in Blackwell Keep who could have entered this room, locked or not. A pervasive fear, more potent than dragon terror, shields the Blackwell from the unworthy.
Could I learn to control them?
The wizard considered him. Perhaps, but should you try to learn? I think not. These unholy fiends will turn on you, given the slightest opportunity. Seek more savory allies than these. With thousands of years of experience, I have rarely attempted to use them, and still consider myself perilously vulnerable. Seth could feel the cold of the lynx through his pants.
Could you skip telling the others about this? Most of them don't know I came along yet. I'm, hiding out in reserve. You know, for emergencies.
To cause them or repair them? Presumably your friends would be cross if they knew you came to the Blackwell.
They already think I'm an idiot.
Agate coughed into his fist. Patton did not share that opinion. He recognized a lot of himself in you, but that worried him because of how many times he narrowly avoided a premature death. I also see great potential in you, Seth Sorensen. Most Shadewalkers are evil to the core. You strike me as quite the opposite. Take care here. A dragon sanctuary is no place for the reckless. Properly applied, courage may serve you well. Curiosity, daring, a thirst for adventure, these will likely lead to your demise.
I'll try to remember that.
Agate smiled sadly. I have learned not to get too attached to visitors. Whether or not you accomplish your aim here, mere survival would be a noteworthy triumph. You had best get back to your knapsack.
Okay, thanks for the advice.
The wizard arose. I suppose it goes without saying that I expect never to discover you near the Black Well again.
I'll keep away from the voices. By the way, about telling the others I was...
Agate winked.
I won't tell if you don't.
Threatening clouds blotted out much of the morning sunlight as Kendra strode along the top of the keep's wall. Above her, the sky was blue and clear, but leaden clouds massed on all sides as if the sanctuary sat in the eye of a hurricane. Light breezes stirred the air from unpredictable directions. Ahead of her, Simran led the way with sinuous grace, the supple scales on her back subtly rippling with each stride. Behind Kendra came Trask, Gavin, and Tanu, the three she had chosen for this final interview with Agate. Simran had explained that Agate wanted to meet inside one of the keep's corner towers. Kendra had awakened with a raw, scratchy throat. She had hoped the soreness would fade once she was up and about, but if anything, the sensation was getting more irritating. Each swallow seemed less comfortable than the one before. She reminded herself to ask Tanu for a remedy. Where two walls intersected at a rounded tower, Simran opened a heavy oak door banded with iron and stood aside. Kendra led the way into a circular room about 20 feet across. Thin arrow loops interrupted a wide section of the wall. Off to one side, a wooden ladder accessed a trap door in the ceiling. Simran closed the oaken door without following. Agate waited at the far side of the room, holding a long, slim rod. Between them, a relief map of Wyrmroost covered the floor, complete with the two towering peaks, plenty of hilly forests, several valleys, a few lakes, many streams, and a tiny model of Blackwell Keep. Good day, Agate said. I thought the lesser map room might be an appropriate venue for this discussion. I considered the greater map room, but the detail is too exquisite. A custodian must protect some secrets.
Looks like we may be in for foul weather today,
Trask observed. Agate fixed him with a shrewd gaze. Is that a comment or a question? No doubt you have noticed the disproportionate lack of snow at Wyrmroost. He tapped one of the lofty peaks with his rod. The sky giant Thronus lives atop Storm Crag. Not only is Thronus the largest living giant on record, he is a gifted sorcerer. He chooses to view Wyrmroost as his domain and tempers the climate with sorcery. The dragons despise him, but his stronghold is unassailable, and they appreciate the reduced winds. Gales and dragonflight do not mix well.
I had no idea any sky giants remained in the world,
Tanu said. Welcome to Wyrmroost, Agate smiled. He tapped the other mountain with his rod. Near Moonfang, the higher summit, lives Celebrant the Just, widely acknowledged as king of all dragonkind. You would need wings to scale these mountains. Give them a wide berth. The entire sanctuary is perilous, but no foes are more deadly than the entities atop these mighty peaks. What other creatures can we expect to encounter? Gavin asked. Agid stroked his beard. Let's see, dragons, fire drakes, wyverns, basilisks, griffins, giants, mountain trolls, rocks, and phoenixes are among our more powerful inhabitants. Even the small game can be most hazardous. After centuries dwelling here, not even I can name all that lurks under sky, leaf, and stone at Wyrmroost. Visitors do not enjoy long life expectancies. Keep your visit short. Perhaps you can help us shorten our stay, Trask said. We know we'll be looking for the Fairy Queen's shrine. Agid glanced at Kendra. I suppose that might help explain the presence of our young friend. Although I'm sorry to say, the shrine lies on the shoulder of Stormcrag, within the boundaries most jealously watched by Thronus. You say your errand must take you there? Unfortunately, Trask confirmed. The wizard winced. The immediate surroundings of the shrine should offer shelter from Thronus or any other foes. Unfortunately, most who tread there are instantly obliterated. On the chance any of you should be taken alive by Thronus, beware his mind. The giant is no fool. There are reasons he has endured so long, residing in comfort on sacred land coveted by all the dragons of Wyrmroost. Those reasons extend far beyond his incomprehensible brute strength. I take credit for installing his greatest weakness, an irremovable collar that will constrict and strangle him if he speaks a lie. Do not utter my name to the sky giant. Thronus has no love for me. Where else might your errand take you? The companions looked at one another. We're unsure, Kendra finally confessed. Using his rod to point for emphasis, Agid described the best route from Blackwell Keep to the shrine of the Fairy Queen. The way was not straight, but he detailed how the circuitous course would avoid the most rugged terrain and circumvent the lairs of the most fearsome creatures. He went on to point out other dangerous locales, a gorge frequented by mountain trolls, a wooded vale home to dozens of wyverns, a high pass near the nest of a rock, and numerous dragon lairs. Kendra hoped the others had better memories than she did. Finally, Agid stepped away from the map, leaning his rod against the wall. That orientation should give you a slightly better chance out there. Remember, nothing is certain. Trouble can happen anywhere, anytime. This is a sanctuary for predators, and they are often in motion. Thanks for the guidance, Kendra said. Agid closed his eyes momentarily, a slow blink. Thank me by surviving. Try not to smash any hornet nests. I have enough problems without visitors stirring up new ones. How do we leave Wyrmroost when we're done? Kendra asked. The wizard rubbed his mustache. You were admitted through the gate. You must exit through the gate. Use the same key. If you wish, you can seek refuge here on your final night. Any final inquiries? Could you spare any potion ingredients for me? Tano asked boldly. I could particularly use substances derived from dragons. It would be a way for you to help us discreetly. The wizard cocked his head and scratched behind his ear. True, it would be hard to trace any ingredients back to me. Come with me after we terminate this meeting. Perhaps we can barter. You must have some items rare to Wyrmroost. I'd be happy to do some trading, Tanu said. Are there rules to slaying dragons? Gavin asked. The wizard shot him a hard look. Are you expecting a fight? I'm asking hypothetically. Agid scowled. Unlike some sanctuaries, there are no formal penalties affixed to the murder of a dragon here. But as you must know, no dragon looks upon a dragon slayer with a kind eye, unless the death occurred within the mutually accepted parameters of a formal duel. Gavin nodded. The wizard shook his head slightly. Please do not lose your life and doom your friends by engaging a dragon in combat. I have no intention of fighting dragons, Gavin assured him. I just like to know the ground rules. Camerot said you seemed experienced with dragons, Agate said. I'm young, but my dad taught me a lot. Chuck Rose. Never heard of him. Agate started toward the door. We need to get you outside the wall before midday. After that, you may do as you will, but I recommend stealth and haste. I wish I could bring Mara and the others to see this map room, Trask said. I would love to repeat some of your instructions. Passing through the doorway, Agate glanced at the sky. You have my permission, but be quick about it. The old man patted Kendra on the shoulder. Good luck to you. I hope you find what you are seeking, and that the price is not too steep. Agate strolled away with Tano at his side. Kendra turned to Trask and Gavin. Helpful? Trask gave a small shrug. The more we learn about what we'll face here, the less I like it. But I'd rather be scared than blind. We better get the others. Walking with Trask and Gavin, Kendra considered their leader. Trask seemed to be the most capable of all of them. He was tall, strong, skilled, worldly. He moved with confidence. He made swift decisions. He carried himself like a man who had seen it all. She did not enjoy hearing that he was scared. Chapter 19. Dragon Tamer. By the time Kendra started across the drawbridge with her companions, the entire sky had gone cloudy. The gray ceiling directly above the sanctuary looked lighter than the murk surrounding Wyrmroost, but flurries of snowflakes had begun to fall, pushed by inconstant breezes. When Kendra cast her eyes beyond the rainbow barrier, the snowfall outside the sanctuary looked much heavier. Kendra glanced regretfully back at the wall enclosing Blackwell Keep. She and her friends were out in the open now, vulnerable. Back at the hotel, Gavin had related how dragons viewed people much as people saw mice. At the moment, she felt like a mouse dropped into a cage of snakes. Within the boundaries of Wyrmroost, dragons or other mystical predators could await beneath any tree, inside any cave, beyond any rise. No viable shelter remained. It was only a matter of time before they attracted attention. They started up a slope, moving in a loose cluster. Tano had given her a lozenge for her throat, but it still felt raw. As Blackwell Keep shrank behind them, Kendra watched the others. With his long, purposeful strides, Trask seemed determined and confident. Tano and Mara wore serious, thoughtful expressions. Dugan appeared calm, as if on a casual stroll to enjoy nature. Warren repeatedly tossed a stick in the air, apparently trying to see how many times he could spin it end over end before catching it. Gavin brought up the rear, anxiously rubbing his palms with his thumbs, eyes in constant motion. They passed beneath tall cedars and pines, the capricious wind stirring the limbs overhead. Beneath the trees, Kendra saw dry accumulations of old needles, tangles of twigs, a few jutting boulders, and periodic patches of old, dirty snow. The tiny flakes falling at the moment were not sticking to the ground. In fact, under the trees, not many flakes managed to reach the forest floor. Should we break out the puppet? Warren asked. Might as well have Mendigo scout for threats. He does us no good in the knapsack. We'll pause at the top of this ridge and get him out, Trask said. Toward the top of the ridge, the terrain grew steep. Kendra used both hands while scrambling to the crest. On the far side, the ground fell away even more sharply. The snow flurries had ended for the moment, although the breeze had picked up. Above them loomed higher ridges and hills, stony spines, wooded ledges, rocky faces, and eventually the bald, sheer cliffs of Stormcrag. Off to the left and farther away, Moonfang soared into the sky, the summit obscured in mellow gray clouds. Kendra recalled looking down on the sanctuary from the helicopter, as well as the map at Blackwell Keep. Using the mounting ranks of high ground for reference, she tried to visualize some of the unseen ravines, valleys, meadows, streams, and lakes.
Look across the gulf,
Dugan said. A dark, lumbering shape emerged from the trees on the next ridge over. Built like a bear, the creature had the shaggy fur of a yak and a thick, hawk-like beak.
The beast reared onto its hind legs, standing twice the height of any grizzly, and emitted a sound halfway between a screech and a roar. "What is it?" Kendra whispered.
"Not sure," Trask muttered. "Might be past time we got our weapons out."
Trask and Warren opened the knapsack and descended into the storeroom. The bear-like monstrosity continued up the opposing ridge and then disappeared over the far side, swishing a hairless tail with a bulbous knob at the end. "Look above the shoulder of Stormcrag," Mara said, eyes skyward. Kendra followed her gaze and saw two distant silhouettes reeling through the air, widespread wings canting sharply. They lacked the long necks and tails of dragons, but the airborne creatures were large with 4 legs.
"Griffins,"
Tanu said. As they watched, the creatures swooped and circled acrobatically. Then they plunged out of sight together.
"They found prey,"
Dugan commented. A minute or two later, Trask and Warren emerged from the knapsack, followed by Mendigo, the golden hooks of his joints jingling. Besides carrying his huge crossbow, Trask wore a pair of matching swords across his back and twin daggers at his waist. Warren held the sword he had claimed at Lost Mesa. Mendigo toted an 8-foot spear and a heavy battle axe. Mara took the spear, and Dugan accepted the axe. "No weapons for you guys?" Kendra asked Tanu and Gavin. Tanu twisted, showing Kendra the blowgun tucked into his belt.
"Sleeping darts and potions for me."
Gavin twirled his walking stick. "This will do for now. Avoidance will be our best friend, but it's good to be armed in case of smaller threats." "Like giant hawk bears?" Kendra said. He grinned. "Exactly."
"Mendigo," Warren said, "scout our perimeter. Don't range too far from us. Alert us of any possible threats. Don't let any creatures take us unawares. Our goal is to avoid encounters. Should trouble break out, guard Kendra as your first priority, then the rest of us. Get her into the knapsack if the danger becomes extreme. Our first goal is to flee conflicts, but use violence in our protection as required. As a last resort, if you must kill to protect us, do it." The wooden humanoid bobbed his head and skipped down the far side of the ridge, moving with a loose, jangling grace. Kendra soon lost sight of him under the trees. "We'll follow this ridgeline for a time," Mara said, "then drop into a wooded valley." "Off we go,"
Trask said, resting his great crossbow over one shoulder. The hike took them across a variety of terrain. They picked their way across stony scree, forded narrow brooks, traversed brushy meadows, and skirted an oblong lake. Near a shaded pond, they fell flat behind a fallen log as a dragon-like creature with black wings, 2 scaly legs, a scorpion's tail, and a wolfish head guzzled down gallons of water. They saw more griffins wheeling high above, but never up close. At one point, near the crest of a hill, Mara pointed out a column of dark smoke rising in the distance. As night fell, they took shelter in a shallow gully against a concave wall of clay beneath a rocky outcrop. Mara built a campfire, and they ate well from the plentiful stores in the knapsack. Tinfoil dinners of salty beef and vegetables, complemented by dried fruit and applesauce. After the meal, they broke out graham crackers, chocolate bars, and marshmallows to make gooey s'mores. Gavin and Tanu let their marshmallows catch fire and ate them charred, but Kendra preferred to patiently roast hers to a golden brown. Warren offered to set up a small dome tent for Kendra, but the others were content sliding their well-insulated sleeping bags into waterproof bivouacs, so she opted for a bivouac as well. Despite having Mendigo prowl the area as a sleepless sentry, they decided to keep watch one at a time as well. Dugan mentioned that they might take shelter in the knapsack, but Warren pointed out that they could get cornered inside and should consider the knapsack a last resort. Kendra took the first watch. She sat beside the coals of the banked fire, staring out into the dimness of the surrounding trees as sporadic snow continued to fall, still not noticeably sticking to the ground. She tried not to dwell on what terrors might patrol the night beyond her field of view. Hopefully, Mendigo would alert her before anything deadly came too close. Midway through her watch, fierce growls reached her ears, echoing along the gully. Branches snapped and stones tumbled. It took several minutes to relax after the vicious snarls subsided. Later, when Dugan came to relieve her, the air grew calm, and they listened together to the slow beats of huge wings high above them, like the rhythmic flapping of some enormous tarp. The next morning dawned cold and frost-crusted. Clouds still ringed Wyrmroost, but no longer formed a solid ceiling, nor retained such a threatening color. After her watch, Kendra had slept quicker and better than expected. The hot chocolate Tanu had prepared helped her gain the courage to abandon the toasty cocoon of her sleeping bag. Kendra plopped in a marshmallow and watched it melt into foam as she sipped. The beverage had been made with powdered milk from Fablehaven in order to keep magical creatures visible for the others. Throughout the morning and early afternoon, Mara led the way. She had an uncanny knack for keeping the map of Wyrmroost in her mind and matching it to the surrounding landscape. Whenever debates arose regarding which direction they should head, they relied on her judgment as the final word, and invariably they would encounter a landmark that proved her intuition right. They crossed a ravine on a natural bridge of stone. They traveled through a defile too narrow for two of them to walk abreast, a thin strip of sky visible high above. They crept around the edge of a tranquil valley crossed by a winding brook, hoping to avoid the attention of the basilisks who, according to Agad, resided there. Having snacked throughout the hike, they stopped for a late lunch on a craggy hilltop. Stunted conifers covered the shoulders of the hill, but only jagged boulders crowned the summit. Huddled among the stones, Kendra ate a sandwich, a slightly overripe banana, and a hearty granola bar. She drank 2 boxes of fruit punch through tiny straws. As they were packing up lunch, Mendigo came clattering across the rocky hilltop, pointing back the way he had come. The puppet waved for them to run the other way. Swiftly chimneying up between 2 boulders, shielding her eyes with a long brown hand, Mara peered in the direction Mendigo had come from. "I see a peryton," she reported. "No, several. No, a whole herd, coming fast. Run!" She half climbed, half fell from the boulder, rolling over unforgiving stones when she landed, rising with a badly skinned elbow and a deep gash in her knee. "To the trees," Trask urged, holding his crossbow ready. Dugan grabbed Kendra's hand, and they clambered across the stony summit until they reached dirt and trees. Looking back, Kendra saw a large winged stag gliding about 50 feet above the hilltop. The stag had a massive rack of black horns, golden fur, and feathered wings and hindquarters. Other perytons promptly soared into view. Kendra counted more than a dozen before she tripped and went sprawling onto a moist mat of old pine needles. A tremendous roar exploded behind them, an ear-splitting imitation of thunder and jet engines, exceeding even the mighty bellows Kendra had heard from the demon Bahamut. A peryton hit the ground near Kendra, sharp hooves gouging the earth, jaws snapping at her, razor teeth missing by inches. Without pause, the peryton bounded skyward, wings unfurling. Another landed near Dugan, antlers lowered, and he sprang aside, putting the trunk of a tree between himself and the cruel prongs. Again, rather than stay to fight, the peryton returned to the air. The attacks seemed half-hearted, done in passing. Kendra lunged behind the bole of a tree, hoping the cover would shield her from horns, hooves, and fangs. Other perytons skipped off the ground to her left and right, wings folding temporarily and then flapping as they climbed. Apparently, there were limits to how far they could remain airborne. The creatures moved in gigantic gliding jumps. One frantic peryton became tangled in the branches halfway up a nearby tree, bleeding and squealing, antlers thrashing and feathers falling until it crashed through a jumbled ladder of limbs and flopped awkwardly to the ground. The cervine creature arose with a pronounced limp and turned to face Kendra, lips peeled back to reveal wicked yellow teeth dripping with foam. The stampeding herd thumped off the ground on all sides, showing little interest in the humans, but the injured peryton charged Kendra, dragging one hideously askew leg. The tree beside Kendra had no reachable branches, so she scooted to the far side of the trunk. As the snarling peryton drew near, Mendigo dove beneath it, wrenching and jerking the injured leg. Frothing and snapping, the mutant stag struggled forward. Dugan came at the ferocious creature from the side with a snarl of his own, bearing his axe in the top of its neck. The deer-like legs buckled, and man and Patton collapsed to the ground. Overhead, a second explosive roar drowned out all other sound. Glancing up through the limbs of the trees, Kendra saw a tremendous blue dragon soar overhead, flying at great speed. The Pattons had not been attacking, they were fleeing. Suddenly, Mara was at her side, yanking Kendra to her feet. "The dragon is overtaking the Pattons," she said, leading Kendra perpendicular to the downhill route the herd had taken. "They may double back this way." Glancing back, Kendra saw Dugan trailing after them. She glimpsed Trask moving parallel to them farther down the hill. Where was Warren, Tanu, Gavin? Kendra, Mara, and Dugan raced diagonally down the hillside. The lower they went, the taller the pines became. There was little undergrowth to contend with, just the inherent unsteadiness of moving fast over uneven terrain. The dragon roared again, the deafening volume striking Kendra like a physical blow. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed. "Here they come," Mara warned, raising her spear. Pattons came gliding and bounding up the hill, some above the treetops, others swerving adroitly between the conifers. The herd had fanned out, some going straight up the hill, some coming at diagonals. There seemed to be at least 50. A blinding bolt of lightning hit the top of a tree farther down the hill, splitting the trunk in a dazzling shower of sparks. The booming thunder came instantly, followed by a louder, more prolonged roar. Kendra ran by instinct, heedless of the danger of falling, trying to match Mara's inhuman speed. She could hear Dugan pounding along behind her, breathing hard. Mara slid to a stop beside a particularly thick tree, and Kendra skidded into a crouch beside her. On all sides, hooves thumped briefly against the forest floor as Pattons kicked off the ground. Overhead, winged stags filled the air at various altitudes. Then the dragon blocked out the sky, scales shining blue and violet. The great jaws snapped, and the rear half of a Patton plummeted to the forest floor, trailing wet streamers. "Go," Mara whispered, and they bolted straight down the hill. Trask lingered beside a tree until they caught up with him. "They're coming back around," he predicted, bald head shiny with sweat. The dragon roared again from well behind them. Kendra, Trask, Mara, and Dugan sprinted down the hill, drawing to a halt at the edge of a broad meadow. "Down," Trask said, kneeling beside a trunk, crossbow held ready. Kendra squatted beside Mara. Panicked Pattons came streaking down the hill, leaping and gliding out over the meadow, some quite high, others skimming along just above the brush. Kendra gasped as the immense blue dragon circled into view some distance off, curving toward the clearing. The Pattons in and above the meadow tried to veer away from the oncoming threat, but the dragon swooped across the far side of the meadow, batting Pattons from the air with claws and tail. As it passed the clearing, the dragon's head turned. For an instant, Kendra glimpsed a glaring eye, bright as a sapphire. The dragon wheeled and broke hard, wings thrust out like parachutes. Dipping below the treetops, the immense predator plowed through the tall pines, bulky body noisily felling trees as it smashed to a halt. "It saw us," Mara and Trask said with one voice. "Heads up," Dugan warned. Many of the Pattons in the meadow had reversed their course and were now coming back toward them. Most of the Pattons landed between 30 and 50 yards from the edge of the meadow, springing and flapping hard in the attempt to clear at least the initial treetops. Kendra saw one Patton stumble badly. Instead of jumping, it skimmed forward just above the ground, feathery wings spread wide. As it neared the trees, the Patton lost momentum and crumpled, flattening a strip of brush. As the creature staggered to its feet, Mara darted from cover, casting her spear aside and seizing the Patton by the base of the antlers. The lean muscles in her arms tensed as the Patton swayed and jerked in her grasp, but soon the creature calmed, and she pressed her forehead to its muzzle. With the woman and the creature standing together, Kendra glanced down and noticed that the peryton cast an incongruently humanoid shadow. Farther across the meadow, the dragon emerged from the trees on foot, wings folded, neck craning up like some nightmarish dinosaur. Elaborate spines and ridges projected from the horny head. Even from a distance, Kendra felt numbing fear wash over her. Wings still tucked, the immense dragon galloped toward them, burnished scales gleaming metallic blues and purples. Trask scooped Kendra into his arms and ran out into the meadow. Mara now sat astride the elk-sized peryton, and Trask heaved Kendra in front of her. Mara dug in her heels, and the peryton lunged forward, running along the border of the meadow, parallel to the trees, taking them away from the charging dragon. The volcanic roar behind them made Kendra clamp one hand over an ear. She needed the other to hang on. The peryton jumped, and Kendra's stomach lurched like she was on a roller coaster. The wings flapped, but they did not rise very high. Over her shoulder, Kendra saw the dragon taking flight in pursuit. Dugan and Trask waved their arms, trying to distract the raging beast, but the dragon ignored them. Mendigo crashed out from under the trees into the meadow, holding the knapsack by a leather strap. The puppet flung the knapsack at Kendra, and Mara caught it as the peryton sprang again, climbing a little higher this time. A huge shadow fell over Kendra, and Mara leaned toward the trees. The peryton swerved, and suddenly they were weaving through a slalom course of pines. Lightning flashed, and a trunk off to one side burst asunder. Mara handed Kendra the knapsack. The next time the peryton hit the ground, Mara leapt off, rolling to a stop. Without Mara's weight, the peryton climbed higher. Kendra caught glimpses of other frightened perytons racing through the woods. Above the trees, the dragon bellowed again. Kendra and her peryton burst from the trees, losing altitude over a pond in a grassy clearing. Instead of helping her get away, fleeing astride the peryton seemed to attract the dragon's attention, so she flung herself from the winged mount, skipping twice on the surface of the frigid water before coming to a stop in the shallows. Her peryton splashed down in the shallows, then took flight again, vanishing into the trees. When Kendra stood, the water came to her thighs. Slowed by the water, she sloshed toward the shore, fumbling with the flap of the knapsack. If she climbed inside, the dragon might miss her. But as she exited the water, the dragon alighted in the grassy area beside the pond, filling the field. This dragon was 10 times the size of Chalice, the coppery dragon that had ravaged Los Mesa. Kendra found herself gazing up into eyes like burning sapphires.
"You shine brightly, small one,"
the dragon said. Each word sounded like 3 female voices shouting a dissonant chord. Dripping, shivering, Kendra could not move. She wanted to reply, but her jaws felt glued shut. Her lips twitched. A response awaited in her mind. She wanted to say, "Not as bright as you," but her mouth refused to make the words. Kendra groaned feebly.
"No last words,"
the dragon said.
"How disappointing."
Seth dangled from the ladder near the top of the knapsack. He looked down at Bubda. "The dragon got her! Kendra can't speak!"
"Nothing you can do,"
the troll advised.
"Live to fight another day."
With the flap closed, Seth had seen nothing, and the room felt none of the motion during the pursuit, but he had been listening to the frantic chase. He had no idea what perytons were, but he could tell there had been many of them, and that a dragon was chasing them. The thunderous roars had sent Bubda scurrying to the farthest corner of the storage room, where he now cowered. "I'm a shadow charmer," Seth said. "I may be able to talk to the dragon."
"Better if we play a game of Yahtzee."
"Wish me luck." Seth pushed up the flap and climbed out of the knapsack. He was in a field beside Kendra, near a rippling pond. The dragon was bigger than he would have imagined, the horny head larger than a car, the claws longer than swords, the body a massive hill of flashing scales comparable in size only to a whale.
Another one?
the dragon exclaimed in its ringing triple voice.
Similar aspects. Siblings, I would suppose, but opposites. One dark, the other light. Have you a sharper tongue than your sister?
Seth was no longer aware of Kendra beside him. He was unafraid. His muscles felt no paralysis, but he found himself utterly fascinated. Those eyes, jewels, enlivened by a radiant inner fire, he lost all sense of urgency beneath the mesmerizing gaze.
Double disappointment,
the dragon lamented.
I take it silence runs in the family. Whom shall I devour first? Light or darkness? Perhaps both together?
The dragon shifted its gaze back to Kendra, and Seth glanced over at his sister. Had the dragon said it meant to eat them? His head was swimming. He didn't want to die. He didn't want his sister to die. Bracing himself for dragon teeth, he took her hand. All of a sudden, cold clarity rushed through Seth's mind. Neither, Kendra blurted, squeezing his fingers. Shouldn't we get acquainted first?
She speaks,
the dragon exclaimed, eyes narrowing.
Why the delay?
Seth stared the dragon in the eyes. We were overwhelmed at first. The dragon still looked impressive, but whatever spell had clouded his thinking no longer bothered him. We've never seen such a spectacular dragon before, Kendra agreed. The dragon lowered her head near them. They could feel the humid exhalations from her wide nostrils.
You have spoken to dragons before?
Only a couple, Kendra said. None so impressive as you.
You interrupted my hunt,
the dragon snapped.
I have not seen humans in ages. The novelty distracted me. You do not belong here.
We don't plan to stay long, Seth said. The dragon made a melodic humming that Seth took for a chuckle.
You disrupted my plans. Perchance I should return the favor.
We don't taste good, Seth warned. Kendra is bonier than she looks, and I don't bathe much.
How about a game?
The dragon proposed.
I shall round up the rest of your party. There were 6 others, I believe. I will devour the 4 dullest, and find a use for the others as servants in my lair.
I think not, called a stern voice. Seth turned and saw Gavin striding from the woods. He had previously seen him only in a photograph. The dragon looked up.
A third speaker, nearly as youthful as the others, neither light nor dark. I could sandwich you between the other 2. What sadistic human sent younglings to Wyrmroost?
Kendra, Seth, get in the knapsack, Gavin commanded. The dragon hooked a claw into the strap and flung the knapsack away.
Unacceptable.
Opening his mouth wide enough to show his molars, Gavin began to shriek and squeal in what sounded like magnified dolphin chatter. The dragon responded in louder tones, a cacophonous symphony of tortured string instruments. They screeched back and forth several times before the dragon turned her blazing gaze back to Kendra and Seth.
You have a unique protector,
the dragon acknowledged.
I had no idea that dragon brothers persisted in the world. Out of respect for his singular status and surpassing eloquence, I will spare you and your friends. Enjoy your reprieve. Do not linger here.
The dragon sprang skyward, vast wings unfolding. Seth raised an arm to shield his eyes from the brief windstorm. Once aloft, the dragon passed swiftly out of view, heading back toward the larger meadow. Gavin jogged over to them. You all right? He asked Kendra. Yeah, I'm fine. This is my brother. I suspected, Gavin spluttered. Kendra grabbed Seth by his upper arms and shook him. What are you doing here? Easy, he shrugged away from her. What did you think? That I wandered off into the woods at Fablehaven to pout? Give me a little credit. I stowed away. Good thing I did. Don't you get what happened? Together, we're a dragon tamer. I was impressed, Gavin said. You were looking a fear in the eyes and speaking naturally. None of the others would have been capable of that.
I watched for a moment before speaking up.
How are the others? Kendra asked.
Gavin winced. Tanu took a hard fall. I think it knocked him out. Warren was gored. He got hung up on the antlers of a peloton right at the start. It dragged him quite a ways. Sorry I lost track of you for a while. I was trying to help him.
Will he be all right? Kendra asked.
He's hurt, but he'll recover.
What did you tell the dragon?
Seth asked.
I just talked tough. They think it's cute, and of course, I used my claim as a dragon brother. I told Nafia you were all here under my protection.
Gavin looked Kendra up and down.
You must be cold.
I wasn't feeling it before, she said.
Her arms were curled up against her chest.
Seth could see her shivering.
Gavin trotted over and retrieved the knapsack. Get inside and find a change of clothes. Things are bad enough without you catching pneumonia.
Kendra nodded and climbed into the knapsack. Seth closed the flap.
Should we go find Warren and the others? Seth asked.
Gavin replied, You read my mind.
This is the end of CD number 8. Please continue listening on CD number 9. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 9.
Chapter 20. Griffins. They found Warren concealed underneath the tangled deadfall where Gavin had left him. Kendra was still changing her clothes inside the storage room. Dugan, Gavin, and Seth heaved rotten limbs out of the way. Looking up at Seth, Warren gave a wan smile, the right side of his shirt soaked dark with blood.
Oh, looks like the cat's out of the bag, he muttered.
You knew about Seth?
Dugan asked. Well, I might have caught wind of his presence.
Gavin crouched, examining the wounds in Warren's shoulder and upper chest. Warren winced when Gavin fingered the sodden fabric near one of the punctures.
Ugly,
Gavin said.
Yeah, sharp antlers, Warren gasped. Oh, not a very impressive way to go, stabbed by a deer. Don't put that on my tombstone. Blame the dragon.
You'll be all right,
Dugan assured him, his eyes less confident than his voice.
Where's Tanu?
Warren asked.
Big guy took a spill,
Dugan said.
Lost consciousness. Mara and Trask are trying to revive him.
What stopped the dragon?
Warren asked.
Gavin spoke to her,
Seth said.
He used dragon talk. It was freaky. He calmed her down and sent her away.
Seth and Kendra were holding their own, Gavin approved.
Oh, sorry to be the weak link, Warren muttered. The deer gored me and kept on running. I was spitted on those antlers for a long time. Long enough to really notice, to think about it.
Trask and Mara came jogging down from higher on the hill, led by Tanu. The brawny Samoan glared at Seth.
What are you doing here? You, missed me during your inspection, Seth replied.
Perfect, Tanu muttered. He dropped to his knees beside Warren.
Sorry I'm late. Yeah, well, heard you banged your head, Warren said.
Wearing an embarrassed grin, Tanu smoothed a hand over his thick dark hair.
Don't know what happened. Must have tripped and hit a rock.
Tanu produced a knife. Warren grimaced as Tanu began to cut away his shirt.
Oh, I feel sorry for the rock.
Tanu shrugged.
It smacked me pretty good. I've never been knocked out before. Oh, thick skull.
He slashed away a wide section of fabric. Warren eyed the knife.
You're not dizzy or anything. I do my best work dizzy.
Tanu ripped away another portion of the bloody shirt. He set aside the knife, rummaged in his satchel, fished out a small bottle, uncapped it, and took a sip.
Hey, how about some of that for me? Warren carped.
Tanu squinted and clenched his teeth, then shook his head briskly.
You don't want this stuff. This is to clear me up, sharpen my senses, Trust me, you're going to want things dulled. Okay, you're the doctor. Tanu scrambled through his satchel again. Not strictly speaking. Right, well, you're the medicine man. Try some of this. Tanu poured a small amount of potion onto a cotton ball, then wafted it beneath Warren's nostrils. Whoa, Warren said, going slightly cross-eyed. That's more like it. Tanu leaned forward and began meticulously applying a paste to the puncture wounds. Kendra pushed open the knapsack's flap. Gavin stooped and gave her a hand up. How's Warren? Kendra asked, emerging. He should be all right, Tanu said. We'll have to rest him in that knapsack of yours and get out the unicorn horn. Will it heal him? Seth asked. Tanu shook his head. The horn doesn't heal. It only purifies. Keeping the horn in his grasp should prevent infection and counteract any toxins. Kendra nodded. How about you? Tanu shrugged. I have a little headache. My pride took the biggest hit. Your pride, Warren griped, his speech slurred. I was vanquished by a deer. Yeah, a giant magical flying deer with fangs, Seth said, parroting a description Gavin had shared earlier. Yeah, that sounds a little better, Warren conceded. Seth is in charge of my tombstone. Don't speak, Tanu soothed. Relax. Breathe. You need to rest. Gavin and Kendra had wandered away a few paces. Seth joined them. His sister glowered at him. What? He asked. You shouldn't be here, Kendra snapped. How about thanks for saving my... Gavin would have saved me. That's his specialty. Look at Warren. He's a wreck, and we're barely getting started. I don't want you dead. No, not to interrupt, Gavin said. But Seth may very well have saved you, Kendra. I'm not sure I would have made it to you in time. Nafia was in hunting mode. She would have struck quickly. Kendra rolled her eyes. Seth doesn't belong here. He hitched a ride uninvited. Wyrmroost is a death trap. Whether I die or not, I don't want him getting killed. I don't want to get killed either, Seth said agreeably. I'd much rather live. Partly because I know you'd write a "I told you so" on my gravestone. Believe it or not, I don't want you to die either. I know what it feels like to bury you, and I'd rather not go through it again. Kendra folded her arms and shook her head. I'm glad you helped me. I am. Too bad Grandma and Grandpa are going to kill you. We'll have to make it out of Wyrmroost first, Seth responded. Please, one crisis at a time. Did you two know that holding hands would make you dragon tamers? Gavin asked. Seth shook his head. No, but it kind of makes sense. I've been thinking about it. At Fablehaven, when Ephira was attacking us, as long as I touched Warren, he shared my immunity to fear. When I faced the dragon, my mind was clear, Kendra recounted, but I couldn't make my mouth move. I was paralyzed. As soon as Seth touched me, I was free. And I wasn't scared or frozen, Seth said, but the dragon had me mesmerized. I couldn't think, except when the dragon glanced away from me and said she would kill us, some instinct made me grab Kendra, half to comfort her, half to get comfort. I didn't want to die alone. Then all of a sudden, I could think clearly. Amazing, Gavin said. I've never heard of anything like it. Yeah, well, I've never heard anything like you speaking the dragon language, Seth chuckled. When you first started, I thought you'd lost your mind. It made me self-conscious to have you guys watching, Gavin said. I know how I look and how I sound, like a demented rooster. A demented rooster who saved our lives, Kendra said. Thanks. Gavin shrugged. That's why I'm here. Know what makes me mad? Kendra said. I could talk to Shalise. I was frozen, but I managed to speak, and I talked to Camerot too. But with Nafia glaring down at me, my jaw would not work. Shalise was young, and I was distracting her, Gavin explained. Camerot wasn't pushing us very hard. Dragons can deliberately exert their will to dominate us. The older ones are better at it. With Nafia, you got a full dose of dragon terror. But when you were holding hands, it didn't seem to bother either of you.
I felt fine after we held hands, Seth said, but I was still worried she would eat us.
She might have, Gavin confided. There are no guarantees with dragons. Flattery is good for the young ones. The older ones prefer spunk and personality, most of the time. Trask came up to them.
You three all right?
Yeah, we're good, Kendra said. Except it's hard to make my brother feel as guilty as he deserves when he saved my life. Trask nodded.
Seth will have to deal with the consequences of joining us. I can't say he made a wise choice, but there's no way to undo it, so we'll make the best of his presence. Tano has Warren stabilized. We better load him in the bag and move out.
Kendra tossed Trask the knapsack.
There's a hermit troll in there, Seth said. I think he's lived in there a long time. He seems pretty nice. His name is Bubda. We've played a lot of Yahtzee. He wouldn't pose a threat to Warren, would he? Thanks for the tip, Trask said. Hermit trolls aren't usually much trouble. They're scavengers. They mostly want to be left alone. I'll have a chat with this one, size him up. Bubda, you say?
Could he be spying for the Sphinx? Kendra asked. I got the knapsack when I left Torina's.
Doubtful, Trask said. Hermit trolls are the vermin of troll kind. They work no harmful magic. They make no allies. They have a talent for worming into cramped spaces and hiding. Little else.
Getting Warren into the knapsack proved to be tricky, since he had lapsed into medicated unconsciousness. Trask clung to the ladder, while Tanu handed Warren down. Dugan and Mara waited at the bottom. Seth wanted to be down there to hear the conversation with Bubda. He hoped they wouldn't hurt him. The troll might be grumpy and aloof, but Seth felt sure he posed no threat. Bubda just wanted solitude. When Trask emerged, he told Seth not to worry. Bubda had been everything he had expected, and in return for some food, he had vowed not to go near Warren. The hike that day took them across increasingly rocky terrain. They navigated through and around tumbled boulders and other detritus. They hiked up a steep slope covered with stunted trees, half walking up the incline, half using the wind-warped vegetation to climb. For a time, they walked along a ridgeline with a sheer drop-off at either side. Seth enjoyed being outside. The smell of the pines, the cool, thin air, the ice-fringed streams full of smooth, glossy pebbles. He relished the glimpses of circling griffins and the sight of a monstrous bear-like creature devouring a recent kill, stringy scraps of meat dangling from a curved beak. The others seemed generally accepting of his presence, although Tanu gave him some disappointed looks. With dusk coming on, the scant trail they had been following ended at a tall crack in a stone cliff. Sidestep cleft, Mara recognized.
Cuts through the rock for almost half a mile, Trask said. Haggard said a couple of sections are barely wide enough for big humans to squeeze through. Sidestep Cleft is only a few miles from our first destination. We should reach the shrine tomorrow. Do we camp on this side? Dugan asked.
Trask checked the sky.
Starting at the far side of the defile, we'll be on ground claimed by Thronus the Sky Giant. No place is safe at Wyrmroost, but I take it this side might be a tad more hospitable than the other.
Backtracking a little, they set up camp in the midst of a grove of short, thickly needled evergreens. The long, irregular clearing had just enough room for them to build a fire and lay down their sleeping bags together. They dined on canned chili, cornbread, and baked potatoes, finishing the meal with chocolate bars. When they bedded down, Seth used Warren's sleeping bag and bivouac. Mara had the first watch. Tucked into his sleeping bag, Seth gazed up at the stars, amazing himself with how far away they were. It was so easy to shrink the distance by thinking of them as little pricks of light on a black ceiling. But if peering off a cliff could make his knees a little wobbly, why not staring out across billions of miles of empty space? When he thought about it, the jaw-dropping vastness of the gulf separating him from those stars almost made him dizzy.
How strange to think that the whole universe was arrayed above him like his own private aquarium. He considered climbing out of the sleeping bag and helping Mara pass the time. Living inside a knapsack had thrown off his sleep schedule. Telling himself that he would regret staying awake now when his watch came later, he closed his eyes and forced himself to relax. Kendra had the third watch that night. Dugan woke her gently and reminded her that she was to awaken her brother next. Nodding, she slithered out of her sleeping bag, wrapped herself in a blanket, and moved closer to the small fire. Sitting alone, she wondered why they bothered keeping watch. No matter who was awake, Mendigo would raise the alarm first, and once he did, it would do little good. They had all been awake when the puppet had warned them about the peritons, and that had still turned into a mess. Wyrmroost was not Fablehaven. The creatures here were huge. If a dragon like Nafia wanted them dead, they would die. They had escaped the dragon only because Gavin talked her out of killing them. He could not force her. They had relied on her generosity, and she had opted to let them go. What did it matter if they kept watch for creatures they had no chance of defeating? She stared up at the sky, searching for satellites moving among the stars. The moon was up and getting fuller, its light making the stars look dimmer than they had of late. But after a few minutes, the slow, steady motion of a dim pinprick of light caught her eye. Her gaze returned to the earth when she heard the jangle of Mendigo approaching. He was not coming fast, but he was coming. She had neither heard nor seen him the last time she was on watch. The puppet strode into view through the evergreens alongside a tall, beautiful woman. The lovely stranger had aristocratic features, chiseled cheekbones, flawless skin, imperious eyes. A flowing gauzy gown hung from her lithe frame, and golden sandals clad her feet. Most striking was her hair, a lustrous cascade of silvery blue. Aside from her air of casual confidence, nothing about the woman suggested that she should be roaming a dangerous mountainous sanctuary in the middle of the night. Her age was hard to gauge. Despite the silver in her hair, at first glance Kendra would have estimated mid-20s, but the stranger carried herself with a stately grace well beyond those years. Mendigo walked beside her, holding her hand. "We have a visitor," Kendra announced loudly, rising to her feet. She thought that the woman might be a dryad, but she had no intention of confronting the stranger alone. "I mean you no harm," the woman called, her voice musical and gentle. Kendra heard her companions stirring in their sleeping bags. "Who are you?" Kendra asked. "Let me handle this," Gavin grumbled, crawling out of his sleeping bag and pulling on a coat. Trask had a hand on his crossbow. The woman stopped a few paces from Kendra. In her flat sandals, she stood more than 6 feet tall. "Have you no guess? We've met before." "Nafia?" Kendra whispered. The woman blushed. "I go by Nisa in human form. I'm here to help." Gavin came up beside Kendra. "How might you help us?" he asked. Nisa's gaze became shrewder as she met his eyes. "I know the lay of the land." "I'll believe that much," Gavin said. "What an adorable stutter," Nisa said, almost flirtatiously. Gavin pressed his lips together. "Why would you want to help us?" Nisa smiled, perfect lips spreading wide. "I miss humans. Taking their form is a novelty I had nearly forgotten until all of you showed up. Who knows when humans will come again? The closest thing we have at Wyrmroost is that old turncoat Agate." "You're a dragon lonely for human company?" Gavin asked dubiously. "Not just any humans," she said, stepping closer to Gavin. He was not quite as tall as she, so she was looking down. "A dragon brother." She glanced at Kendra. "And several dragon tamers. My kind of people." Gavin glanced at Kendra. He looked disturbed. Kendra thought she understood. Their end destination was the Dragon Temple. No dragon would let them go there.
You may not wish to come everywhere we mean to go,
Gavin said weakly. Nisa laughed. Ah, and where is it you humans mean to go that dragons would not be welcome? Perhaps you hope to make friends with Thronas the Terrible? Not a likely prospect, yet you're heading into territory that he watches closely.
We have a secret mission, Gavin said. We can't accept your company.
Nisa narrowed her eyes. This is a peculiar troop of humans indeed, where the protection a dragon could offer is unwanted.
Gavin folded his arms. I imagine that in dragon form, you would not be half so accommodating to our needs.
Nisa produced a humming response by laughing without parting her lips. You have that right. As a dragon, I see the world through less generous eyes. Shall we experiment?
Gavin held out both hands. No, please.
Nisa wrinkled her nose. Ooh, I love that stutter.
We mean no offense, Gavin said, a hint of pleading in his tone. We just need to be careful and
a dragon in your party is one dragon too many, Nisa said, eyes sparkling. I understand. I do not wish to force my society upon you. If it is your wish, I will leave you in peace so you can march to your deaths on the morrow. You will soon discover that not all the inhabitants of Wyrmroost are as accommodating as I am. In fact, if the rumors are true, even I would not relish being caught in your company, regardless of my form. Rumors? Kendra asked. Ah, she speaks, Nisa laughed. Is that permissible, dragon brother? I can tell you prefer to do the talking. Yes, rumors. Word has it, Navarog was sighted outside the gates of Wyrmroost.
Navarog? Gavin cried.
You have heard of him, I trust, Nisa said. A dragon so evil they made him an honorary demon. He has a fearless reputation. He was one of the few of us who avoided being herded into a dragon sanctuary. Visitors are normally a rarity here. Could his sudden interest in Wyrmroost have anything to do with my new human friends?
Oh, this is horrible news, Gavin admitted. He wasn't seen inside the sanctuary.
Nisa gave a sly smile. Not to my knowledge. If the demon prince is here for you, why not let me devour you instead? Less hassle, less drama. I'll be gentle.
Thanks for the offer, Gavin said. I think we'll take our chances.
The gates to Wyrmroost are strong, Nisa said. If he lacks a key, even Navarog will not get past them. Perhaps you should solicit Agard for employment. With Navarog at the only exit, you might wisely opt to stay longer than planned.
We'll take that under advisement, Gavin said.
Oh, the brave little stutterer, Nisa replied lightly. You have just been told your death is certain, yet you hang on to your composure. Maybe you actually deserve to be a dragon brother.
I would like to think so, Gavin said, lowering his eyes.
Nisa embraced Kendra. Meeting you has been a delight, Nisa said. She extended a hand to Gavin, who clasped it and then lightly kissed it. How chivalrous. This has been nearly as diverting as I had hoped. I would have preferred to partake of your company a while longer. So it goes. I will not intrude. Sorry to bear unhappy tidings. If it comes as any consolation, your demise was almost certain even without Navarog lurking about the gates. Enjoy the remainder of your visit. Nisa turned and strode away into the night without looking back. Kendra grabbed Gavin's hand, squeezing it tightly. He squeezed back. Could she help protect us? Kendra whispered.
Gavin shook his head. Considering where we're headed, our surest death would have been to invite her to join us. Trask came up beside them, crossbow in hand.
I had an easy shot.
Gavin snorted. You could have done it. She was vulnerable. Of course, we would have died shortly thereafter. Nothing would dissuade the dragons who came to avenge her.
That crossed my mind, Trask said. He sighed. I'm not glad to hear Navarog is on our tail. I suppose it's no less than we expected.
But it's a good deal less than we hoped, Gavin replied. Nobody argued. The next day, Kendra awoke with a sense of foreboding. The news borne by Nisa had left her unsettled. Kendra had a hard time recalling the details of her dreams, but they had involved beautiful women morphing into dragons and lots of running. At least the first part of the day should be relatively safe. While they journeyed inside of Sidestep Cleft, no huge monsters would be able to reach them. Kendra brought Warren his breakfast. He seemed in good spirits, although his breathing was shallow and labored, and whenever he shifted position, his face showed reactions to twinges of pain. Together they drank hot chocolate. Kendra also ate an energy bar, but Warren passed, contenting himself with some slices of an orange. After breakfast, they loaded their sleeping bags into the knapsack and walked to the cleft. The tall crack in the rock wall stretched at least 100 feet high, narrowing as it rose, ending before it reached all the way up. Kendra had never seen such a tall, narrow cave. They marched into the fissure with Trask and Gavin in the front. Dugan and Tanu brought up the rear. For a good distance, two people could comfortably walk abreast. Before progressing far, they switched on flashlights. Kendra shone hers up and stared at how the gap tapered to an end high above. Eventually, they had to proceed single file. At one point, Tanu and Dugan had to turn sideways to fit through a tight section. Kendra tried not to picture the walls closing in, crushing their little group to jelly. The cleft did not extend quite as high as the far side, maybe 30 or 40 feet at most, but the gap ended wider than it had started. For the last couple of 100 yards, 4 of them could have marched shoulder to shoulder. Beyond a sidestep cleft, they found themselves following a rocky ledge with a steep drop to one side and a sheer rise on the other. The width of the ledge fluctuated, sometimes many yards wide, sometimes only a few feet. Kendra bit her lip and leaned toward the rock wall as she passed the narrowest sections, tracing her fingers across the cold, rough stone. She tried to avoid fixating on the dry gorge far below. Gradually, the ledge descended and became wider until they reached an area haphazardly strewn with boulders the size of trucks. Trask abruptly halted and raised a fist. Gazing forward, Kendra saw a griffin atop a wide, flat boulder up ahead. Standing taller than a horse, the creature had the head, wings, and talons of an eagle attached to the body and rear legs of a lion. The long, hooked beak looked made for tearing, and the golden-brown feathers shimmered in the sunlight. Astride the griffin sat a dwarf on a crimson saddle of tooled leather. He had bronze skin, black eyes, and a stubbly beard, and he wore a dented iron helm. A short sword hung from his belt, and he bore a battered shield emblazoned with a yellow fist. The small man raised to his lips a megaphone made from a furry black hide.
Today is the day you were captured by a dwarf.
Trask leveled his crossbow at the little man.
Lower your weapon, sir,
the dwarf demanded, without a trace of concern.
Unlikely, Trask growled. I'm not half bad with this. Slide off the griffin toward me.
The megaphone partly concealed the dwarf's grin.
In the realm of Thronus the Magnificent, trespassers do not issue orders. If you lay down your arms and come quietly, you will not be harmed. Initially.
Trask shook his head. The crossbow remained steady.
Open that mouth again, and you'll eat a quarrel. I have another for your mount.
Fly away, little man. We don't mean you or the giant any harm. We're just passing through.
The dwarf lowered his megaphone and lightly kicked the griffin. The creature pounced behind the boulder. Kendra heard the rush of wind an instant before a riderless griffin swooped into view from behind huge claws, clamping hold of Trask's shoulders. Powerful wings swept downward, and the creature jerked Trask off the ground. A second griffin grabbed Dugan in similar fashion, and a third snagged Tanu. Gavin tackled Kendra flat to the ground. Mara whirled and thrust her spear up into the belly of the griffin, reaching for her. The creature screeched and swerved away, the long spear deeply attached. Several other griffins swept by, talons grasping. "Into the backpack," Gavin insisted in Kendra's ear. He pulled the knapsack from her shoulder and lifted the main flap. "You too, Seth," he called. "Get in here." The griffins who had missed on the first pass were wheeling around for another run. Kendra counted 7, not including the one behind the boulder and the ones who had already snatched people. Gavin grabbed her shoulder and shoved her into the knapsack head first. It was an awkward way to start down a ladder, but she grasped the rungs and managed to twist around and descend correctly. Kendra hurried down to make way for her brother. She heard several of the griffins screaming, deeper, louder screeches than should come from any bird. "Nice nosedive," Warren said, leaning up on one elbow. An electric lantern shone beside him. "What's going on out there?" "Griffin attack," Kendra gasped, staring up at the mouth of the sack. "Lots of them." "Griffins don't normally come after humans." "Yeah, well, they already carried off Trask, Tanu, and Dugan." "Oh, no." Kendra watched in suspense as the mouth of the knapsack closed. Someone had shut the flap. Seth scrambled over to Gavin and started to climb into the knapsack. He had one leg inside when a griffin slammed into him with great force, sending him spinning and rolling across the ledge. Elbows and shoulder aching, it took Seth a moment to realize he had not been the target. The griffin had snatched Gavin and was soaring skyward with him. 3 griffins dived at Mara in formation. She cartwheeled away from the leader and twisted to barely avoid the outstretched talons of the second, but the third one snagged her. Her legs flailed as the creature bore her away. Seth heard a jangling. Mendigo had been scouting ahead, but Seth saw the puppet sprinting back to them. "Mendigo!" he yelled. 2 griffins swooped at Seth, but he rolled flat next to a boulder. Although he felt the wind of their passage, the grasping talons came up empty. Instead of coming fast, the next griffin landed beside Seth, scolding him with a harsh squawk. The lumberjack was only a few paces away. "Escape with the knapsack!" Seth cried, waving the puppet away. "Keep Kendra safe!" Claws seized Seth by the shoulders. Strong wings beat down, and he rose into the air. Craning his neck to look down and back, Seth saw Mendigo beat a griffin to the knapsack, snatching the bag and somersaulting out of the way. The wooden man dodged another griffin on the way to the brink of the cliff, and then jumped off, falling out of sight into the gorge. Could Mendigo survive a fall from such a great height? What about Kendra? Seth knew from experience that the storage room didn't feel the movements of the knapsack. No matter how much the bag was jostled or handled, the room inside remained stable. He hoped that held true for flinging the knapsack off a cliff. Turning his eyes forward, Seth saw that they were climbing fast, heading toward Stormcrag. Mara, Gavin, Tanu, Dugan, and Trask dangled from griffins ahead of him. None of the other griffins, besides the one with the dwarf, had riders. Even through his winter jacket, Seth could feel the sharp talons, although they had not broken his skin. Glancing down, Seth saw the distant rocky ground beyond his boots, with hundreds of feet of empty air in between. If the griffin dropped him, he would be skydiving without a parachute. Fortunately, the giant claws seemed to have a secure hold. The sensation of flying with the griffin was undeniably exhilarating. The creature curved left and right as they ascended, sometimes banking steeply and making Seth's stomach tingle. At times, the wings beat hard. At other times, they glided, the wind whistling in his ears. Higher and higher they rose, until it felt like he was looking down at a map of Wyrmroost, complete with miniature trees, ridges, cliffs, lakes, and ravines. Stormcrag grew snowy as they gained altitude. He tried to look up, but they were too near the mountain for him to see the top. The air steadily became chillier. The morning had been relatively warm, so he had worn no gloves. He managed to zip up his coat, but even so, the wind created by their speed continued to steal warmth away. He massaged his ears and alternated between jamming his hands in his pockets and rubbing them together. Eventually, Seth laid eyes on the summit of the mountain. Just below the peak, resting on a jutting expanse of rock, Seth beheld a huge mansion, partly supported by an array of pilings and struts. The sprawling edifice had steep roofs shingled with slate, massive chimneys, and broad stone patios. The closer they got to the unlikely building, the more impressive the scale of the mansion became. The railings around the terraces were taller than his house, the front door considerably taller still. As his griffin followed the others to the spacious patio before the colossal door, Seth realized that the vastness of the dwelling should have been expected. After all, this was the home of the largest giant in the world. Kendra listened to the tumult from near the top of the ladder. The fierce cries of griffins mingled with the shouts of her friends. She heard Seth command Mendigo to grab the knapsack, heard the windy hiss as they plummeted from the cliff, and heard the sharp crack of wood on stone when they landed. Gripping the ladder desperately, Kendra had braced herself for impact, but inside the storage room she felt nothing. The room never tilted or wobbled or trembled. She heard jingles and clicks as Mendigo scrambled over the rocky floor of the gorge, then heard the rasp of leather against stone. Griffins shrieked again. Desperate to know what was happening, Kendra moved to the highest rung and poked the top of her head out of the knapsack until she had a view. She found herself peering out of a small cavity of rock. Missing an arm, and with a deep crack visible across his torso, Mendigo ducked and spun and sidestepped until the claws of a griffin locked hold and carried him out of view. A second griffin retrieved his arm, then a third reached grasping talons into the cavity, but the claw could not reach the knapsack. The creature shrieked, and Kendra ducked her head back inside the room.
"What's going on?" Warren asked.
Mendigo jumped off the cliff with us. We landed in a ravine. He stuffed us in a crevice in the rocks. Seems like the griffins can't reach the knapsack.
"Sit tight," he advised. "Don't peek again."
I'm not sure we can get out on our own. The little cave is pretty small. I don't know if I can crawl out of the bag.
"Wait until they're gone to try."
What if the dwarf comes down here? Kendra asked. He might be small enough to fit into the crevice and reach us.
"The fissure is small?" Warren asked.
Close and narrow, Kendra said. I'm not even sure if Mendigo could have fit. He must have tossed us in. Even the dwarf might be too big.
"Inside those close confines, you could give the dwarf an eyeful of that javelin over there."
Kendra glanced over at the slim, sharp-tipped weapon. Oh, right. Okay. I don't hear anything. Should I check again?
"Be careful. Wait a few minutes. Make sure they're really gone. If they are, you'd be smart to move us to a different hiding spot."
Kendra retrieved the javelin. Returning to the top of the rungs bolted to the wall, she pushed up the flap and gazed out of the mouth of the cavity at the dry, empty gorge. She saw no sign of enemies. Of course, there could be a griffin standing off to one side of the crevice, claw poised to rip her head off the moment she stuck it out. She waited, watching and listening. At length, she decided to check whether she could get out of the knapsack. Kendra tried for several minutes. She was unable to move the knapsack by pushing the walls and floor of the cavity with her hand, and she could barely get her head and shoulders out of the bag. In the end, she climbed down the ladder defeated. The crevice was too cramped. Even if she somehow managed to get out, her body would fill the snug space, crammed inside a rocky womb, unable to move. She and Warren might be safe for the moment, but they were trapped. Chapter 21. Giant Problem. A freezing gust blew across the expansive patio as Seth huddled with Trask, Tanu, Mara, Dugan, and Gavin. The griffins had set them down but remained close at hand, beaks and claws ready. The griffin mounted by the dwarf landed on the first step leading to the colossal door of the mansion. The small man raised his shaggy megaphone.
You are now utterly at the mercy of Thronus and his minions. Even without accounting for the invincible giant and his griffins, there is no way down the mountain on foot. Lay down your arms. Humble cooperation is your only reasonable option.
Trask set down his bulky crossbow, unsheathed his swords, removed the daggers from his waist, and pulled a throwing knife from his boot. He nodded at the others. Dugan let his battle-axe fall from his fingers to clang against the patio. Tanu dropped his blowgun. Mara threw down a knife. Gavin and Seth held no weapons.
Wise decision,
the dwarf proclaimed.
There is no shame in submitting to a pride of griffins, or the cunning dwarf who leads them. You better not tell us you're Thronus,
Dugan groaned. The dwarf chuckled.
I am the giant's dwarf. His magnificence will appear when it suits him.
The great door behind the dwarf swung open.
It suits me now,
a mighty voice boomed, not particularly deep, but very powerful. Out strode an impossibly large man, several times bigger than the fog giants at Fablehaven. Seth was not half as tall as his shins. His proportions were not deformed like an ogre's. He looked like a regular man in everything but scale. His head was bald with a few liver spots and a close-cropped fringe of graying hair. His astute face was lined in places, but not overly wrinkled, with a wide mouth, a longish nose, and salt-and-pepper eyebrows. Seth would have guessed he was 60. He wore a white toga and was slightly overweight, with a bit of loose flesh below his chin and some softness around the middle. A slim silver collar encircled his neck. Two more griffins swooped down to the patio. One dumped Mendigo to slide and roll across the hard surface. The lumberjack's gashed torso came apart, cleanly split into two halves. The second griffin dropped a wooden arm.
It has been a long while since I have gazed on humans,
the giant commented, in a voice more thoughtful than gruff.
You were foolish to stray into the shadow of my mountain. I do not take intruders lightly, no matter how tiny or naive they may be. Come inside, so I can size you up.
Thronus withdrew from the doorway.
You heard his magnificence. I'll see to your weapons. Get your sorry carcasses inside.
Mendigo had dragged his top half over to his arm and was attaching the limb with its golden hooks. Seth crouched beside the puppet. Wait for us here, he whispered. If we die, try to find Kendra and help her.
On your feet, boy,
the dwarf snarled. Trask led the way. 3 steps led up to the front door, each one taller than Seth could reach. Off to one side, ladders granted easier access for smaller people. They climbed the 3 ladders, crossed to the door, and climbed across the threshold. They paused in the doorway to marvel at the enormity of the sparsely furnished room beyond. A tremendous bonfire blazed on a stone hearth, flames fluttering and leaping, the wood snapping and shooting out sparks. A gargantuan suit of plate armor the size of Thronus stood in one corner. On the wall beside the armor hung a shield, a spear, a spiked mace, and a sheathed sword, all on a scale to be wielded by the giant. Thronus himself sat in a monstrous chair beside a table larger than a tennis court. Leaning forward, hands clasped, he regarded them pensively.
Come closer,
He urged, beckoning.
A diverse group of heroes, as might well be expected, though a couple of you look younger than I would have anticipated. Closer, draw closer on the double. That's better. Now, who would be your leader?
I am, Trask proclaimed loudly.
You needn't shout,
The giant said.
I know I seem far away, but I have excellent hearing. I am Thronis. Tell me your names.
Trask recited their names.
Well met. Tell me, Trask, what brings you to Wyrmroost?
Our business is private. The giant raised an eyebrow.
Was private. Now I have captured you, and you had best respond to my inquiries.
We mean no harm to any at Wyrmroost, least of all yourself, Trask said. We are here to recover a non-magical artifact that could help ensure the prolonged imprisonment of many foul beings. Thronis stroked his jaw.
Foul beings? Giants, perhaps?
No, not giants, Trask said. Demons.
Few of us get along with demons,
The giant acknowledged.
A prudent answer, but insufficient. Would you care to elaborate?
I can say no more. The giant shook his head in disappointment.
Very well. 6 of you will make for a meager pie, but I suppose an undersized delicacy is better than no treat at all.
We don't want to be pie-filling, Seth protested. Thronis pursed his lips.
What then? A souffle? You may be on to something.
As food, we're gone in a moment, Seth said. As entertainment, well, the fun could go on and on.
Sensible reasoning,
The giant admitted.
Seth, how old are you?
13?
The youngest in the company, I take it.
Right. The giant crinkled his brow.
You have a peculiar aspect. Were you not so young, I might suspect you for a shadow charmer.
Trust your instincts. I am a shadow charmer.
Which might explain why you can speak Gigante.
What's he saying? Trask asked.
I was just observing that Seth can speak the tongue of the giants. I'll try to keep the conversation in English, Seth, for the sake of your friends. But afterwards, we should commune in my native tongue. I do miss Gigante. Where were we? Pies? Souffle? No, entertainment. Speaking Gigante with you would be entertaining, and I would be interested to hear how a child became a shadow charmer. Perhaps I could settle for a 5-person pie, with a side of stimulating conversation.
No, Seth said. Tanu is a potion master. Mara can tame wild animals. A bunch of us are dragon tamers. Gavin is a real pro. We could be at least as useful as that dwarf.
More useful than Zogo? Perhaps, but it wouldn't have the same ring. The giant's dwarf. I have enjoyed the sound of that since day one. Answer me, Seth. Whom would you consider the most attractive of your companions?
Seth glanced over at Mara. With one woman among them, it was an easy contest. Mara,
I would have to agree.
Thronis said amiably.
Too bad she isn't about 10 times taller. Or maybe good thing she isn't, considering how she must be feeling toward me at present.
The giant rose, stepped forward, crouched and picked up Mara. He sat back down with her on his thigh. She stared up at him defiantly.
You look Hopi.
She said nothing. Thronis regarded her silently.
Not one for conversation, I gather. Am I not wild beast enough for you to tame? No matter. I was not counting on words from you.
He pinched her head between his thumb and forefinger.
Seth, you have spirit, a trait I admire. Maybe your vigor can help rescue some of your friends. I want you to explain in detail why you are here at Wyrmroost. Should you fail to do so, your loveliest companion will perish tragically, then another, and another. All of them in quick succession. But not you. You I will keep for a time. Perhaps you can help me prepare the crust.
Seth's mind raced. Was it worth keeping their mission a secret if it meant getting everyone killed? The society already knew about the key. Navarone was at the gates. A quick decision was required. If information might spare them, why not spill it? Okay, Seth said. I'll tell you, but put the lady down. He avoided eye contact with the others, not wanting to see disapproval.
A civil decision, young man,
Thronus said, bending down to place Mara on her feet.
Sorry, my dear, nothing personal. I am cursed with an inquisitive nature. Come here, Seth. I want you on the table.
Seth trotted over to the chair. Thronus scooped him into a huge hand and set him gently on the tabletop. When he glanced down, the others appeared far away, as if he were standing atop a bluff.
Tell me your business at Wyrmroost,
Thronus prompted. Okay, we're after a key.
A key to what, exactly?
The key to a vault on an enchanted preserve far from here.
What lies within the vault?
An artifact.
What artifact?
Seth hesitated. We're not sure. We think it might be a thingy called a translocator. The artifact is one of the keys to Zizix.
Oh!
The giant exhaled.
And how will unearthing the keys to Zizix protect us from demonkind?
Others are after the keys to Zizix, Seth explained. Bad people who want to open the prison. We're moving the keys to keep them hidden. Thronus challenged Seth with a suspicious glare.
And how do I know you are not, in fact, the wrongdoers? You are, after all, a shadow charmer.
Well, good point. I guess that is hard to prove, but I'm not lying. It's why we're here. Thronus cracked his knuckles.
So, you're hunting for a key in order to access a different key. Did you expect to find this key on my mountain?
I don't think so.
Then why make the imprudent mistake of coming near?
We were trying to find a way to where the key is hidden.
Where might that be?
We're, not totally sure. The giant eyed him.
You're becoming evasive. Do not try my patience. Do you need me to demonstrate that I am serious about squashing your friends? Tell me what you know about where the key you seek is hidden.
Seth sighed. He glanced down at his friends. Their expressions were unreadable. At least the giant was not a dragon. The key is inside the dragon temple. We're not sure where that is. Honestly. The giant's eyes flashed.
You intend to brave the guardians of the dragon temple?
Thronus turned to address the others.
Is this spoken in jest, Sir Leader?
The boy speaks the truth, Trask said. Thronus turned back to Seth.
Then you are more courageous than I am. Or more reckless, or simply uninformed. Have you any idea the chore that lies before you?
We're sort of winging it, Seth said. Now the giant laughed heartily. Seth watched in silence. As the flood of mirth abated, Thronus brushed a tear from his eye.
Any dragon at Wyrmroost would immediately slay you for planning to enter the Dragon Temple, let alone actually treading there, not to mention the 3 implacable guardians.
Who are the guardians? The giant shrugged.
I understand that the first is a Hydra. Hespera is her name. I have no idea regarding the other 2, not that their services would be needed. What are the odds of getting past a Hydra?
We'll figure out something, Seth said stoutly. The giant laughed again.
I am amused, truly diverted. I would even use the word delighted. Yes, this is far better than any pie. It may even exceed a soufflé. I find the absurdity exquisite.
I get underestimated a lot, Seth said. Thronus composed himself.
I meant no insult. Apparently your need is great, or you would not undertake such a desperate task. You are 13, and a shadow charmer, which means there is more to you than meets the eye. No doubt your comrades have hidden talents of their own, but you were taken by griffins. If dragons were hawks, griffins would be sparrows, and the Hydra would be a hawk with 20 heads.
We have to try, Seth said simply.
You get to try only if I opt not to include you in a recipe,
The giant affirmed.
It would be a shame to waste such uncommon ingredients, but perhaps we can reach an accord.
He fingered the silver collar.
You see this ring around my neck?
Yes?
You have not by chance spoken with Agate the wizard?
I have.
You have?
Dugan exclaimed. Long story, Seth shot back. The giant went on, ignoring the interruption.
Are you aware that if I tell a lie, this collar will constrict and crush my windpipe?
Agate didn't tell me personally, but I heard the rumor.
Good to know that word of my curse reaches the ears of every newcomer,
Thronus said dryly.
Agate is very smug about the accomplishment, as well he should be. I am something of a spell weaver myself, and not easily duped. I wasted years trying to get the collar off, to break the spell, until I finally decided it might be simpler to always be truthful. What I am saying is that if we make an arrangement, I will hold to my end. I must, or I will die.
Seth placed his hands on his hips. How do we know the spell is real, or that you haven't found a way around it?
I suppose that is hard to prove. Nevertheless, it is true, and, to be candid, you are in no position to doubt me.
What sort of agreement? Thronus favored Seth with a sly grin.
Indulge me for a moment while I paint the picture. A giant of my size is a fearsome opponent, even knowing no magic. Granted, at a glance I am intimidating, but a glance will not reveal the millennia I have lived, the spells I have mastered, my deceptive agility, my skill with arms, or the true strength in me, a raw power that goes well beyond the predictable capacity of my large frame. Most are aware that the hide of a giant is shockingly resilient. Pause to consider my additional mail.
He indicated the battle gear in the corner.
Reflect upon the quantity of steel required for such magnificent armature, and the additional security it provides. Have you ever heard of a giant with a suit of plate? Array me in full armor, grant me my weapons, and I could prevail against any dragon of this sanctuary in open battle, save perhaps Celebrant. Yet, despite these advantages, I have never braved the Dragon Temple.
Thronus gazed pointedly at Seth.
This is not because the location of the temple is a mystery. I have 2 orbs in a neighboring chamber, one white, the other dark. The dark helps me adjust the climate. The white is for gazing. From my manse on Stormcrag, I can behold most of Wyrmroost and much of the world beyond the walls. Although I cannot penetrate the Dragon Temple, I know precisely where it lies. Dragons are notorious for hoarding treasure. I protect an enviable hoard myself. How many dragon temples do you suppose exist in the wide world?
1, Seth tried.
There are 3, one in each of the forbidden sanctuaries. Each temple houses the preeminent treasures of all the hordes, the most powerful items amassed by the dragons of the world. And each temple contains a certain talisman the dragons particularly want to keep out of mortal hands. It was partly in exchange for these 3 talismans that dragons agreed to come to the sanctuaries in the first place. Do you know what talisman resides in the dragon temple here at Wyrmroost?
Gauntlets? Seth guessed. Warren had informed him about the message Kendra had copied from Patton's grave.
Precisely. The famed sage's gauntlets. According to legend, when the man who wears them commands, dragons must obey. Do you suppose such gauntlets might come in handy for me?
Probably, since you live at a dragon sanctuary. Thronus shook his head.
No, they would not fit on my little finger. The sage's gauntlets are meant for mortal wizards. Mastering them would be a complex endeavor, even for Agad, let alone for you or your comrades. If you were to steal them, no dragon on the planet would rest until you were eviscerated.
We're not after gauntlets, Seth insisted. We're after a key.
I see. Answer me this. The Dragon Temple is ancient. How did your key get inside?
A man put it there.
Oh, slipped by the 3 guardians, did he? How extraordinary.
This guy did lots of impossible things. The giant leaned an elbow on the table.
And who was this puissant trickster?
Patton Burgess. Thronus nodded.
I have bothered to learn the names of only a few mortals, but his I know. Perhaps he did hide your key inside the Dragon Temple. Perhaps he gave you knowledge that will help you gain access. The odds are poor, but the prospect intriguing, which is why I mentioned an accord. I have not ignored the Dragon Temple for lack of interest. There is nothing inside to tempt me to risk all, yet there are a few items I would like. Precious figurines. A set kept together. A dragon worked in red stone. A snow giant crafted from white marble. And a jade chimera. There are 2 other pieces to the set. An onyx tower and an agate leviathan. Bring those as well. Yes, bring all 5 figurines. And perhaps you will glimpse my generous side.
Seth tried not to let his dismay show. Won't the dragons be furious if we steal those things? Thronus waved an impatient hand.
They'll be furious you enter the temple at all. Taking only these few figurines will not incite them to significantly greater rage. The gauntlets are another matter. Leave the gauntlets where they lie.
Trask raised his voice. If we vow to bring you the figurines, will you let us go? The giant held up a finger.
I will do more than let you go. In preparation for the endeavor, I will feed you, equip you, and have my griffins fly you to the entrance of the Dragon Temple. But one problem remains. I am unable to lie. You should not be able to deceive me either. While fruitlessly studying how to relieve myself of my collar, I learned how to devise a similar choker. I will make one for each of you to wear. Should you bring back the figurines, I will remove the collars and provide you with safe conduct to the gate of Wyrmroost. Should you play me false, you will all strangle.
What will you give us? Seth asked. You know, to equip us.
If I am to surrender my pie, I want some hope of a return on my investment. I can give you a dose or 2 of precious dragon's bane, maybe a sword edged with adamant, or a spear tipped with the same. Rare items that I would rather not lose, to be sure, but what good is a hoard of objects never used?
Well, this sounds better than being baked in a pie, Seth confessed. Thronus regarded Trask.
What do you say, Sir Leader? This is the only bargain I intend to offer. Remember, I do not lie. You will not receive a second chance. These terms strike me as absurdly generous. Those of you who do not accept have reached the end of your lives.
Trask conferred briefly with the others in a quiet huddle.
You offer us a better alternative than certain death, Trask acknowledged. We accept.
Throna slapped a hand down on the table. Seth staggered and fell to his knees, ears ringing.
Ho 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 ho! Let us adjourn to my treasury and get you outfitted,
the giant enthused.
I will place chokers on you to make sure the story the boy shared was true. Nothing will save you if he was fibbing about your purposes. As long as the tale proves to be true, tonight I will feast with my tiny champions, and in the morning you shall sally forth to win whatever glory chance will allow.
Chapter 22. Raxtus. Bubda sat on the splintery barrel, ankles crossed, arms folded, wearing a grouchy expression.
Bubda, think about it,
he said.
Ask again next week.
We need you to try now, Kendra insisted. If those griffins come back, they'll kick us out of here. You'll lose your home.
Kick you out? No find, Bubda.
We found you, Warren pointed out. Bubda waved a dismissive hand.
You cheat. Knew Bubda was here. Poke Bubda with rake.
If they take us, we'll tell them about you, Kendra threatened. The hermit troll scowled.
Where's Seth? Bubda miss Seth. Seth speak Duggish. Seth play Yahtzee.
Kendra tried hard to keep her tone sincere and sweet, instead of frustrated and angry. If you want to see Seth again, we need you to try to move the knapsack out of the little cave. Bubda hopped down from the barrel.
No, Bubda hate sky. Bubda no leave. Bubda hide.
He squatted, curled up his arms, tucked his head, and suddenly looked like a shabby wooden cask.
Hey, how about a game of Yahtzee to decide? Warren proposed.
Bubda raised his head.
Yahtzee?
Yeah, the three of us, Warren continued. If Kendra or I win, you try to move the knapsack.
If Bubda win?
You get to play us again, Kendra said cheerily. Bubda scrunched his face.
Bubda no fool. Bubda win. You nag no more.
Fair enough, Warren conceded.
Bubda brightened.
You no win. Bubda Yahtzee champion.
He waddled over to the Yahtzee box. Kendra had learned to play Yahtzee with her Grandma and Grandpa Larson. She could remember nights around the kitchen table with her parents, grandparents, and Seth, eating chocolate-covered pretzels, drinking root beer, and playing round after round. Grandma Larson had always seemed to win more than anybody, but Kendra knew that, aside from adhering to a few basic strategies, the outcome of the game was based on chance. As long as either she or Warren won, Bubda would have to try to get the knapsack out of the crevice. It was disheartening to put their safety into the custody of a plastic barrel of dice, but at least they had a 2-against-1 advantage. In the end, nobody got a Yahtzee, and chasing 5 of a kind ruined Bubda. He missed his upper section bonus, missed his large straight, and penciled in a low 4 of a kind. Both Kendra and Warren ended up with higher scores through more conservative play.
Dice broken,
Bubda spat after failing to roll a 5th 3 on his last turn.
Play again.
We had a deal, Warren reminded him. We can play again, but first you need to do us a favor.
Grumbling unintelligibly, Bubda tottered over to the rungs in the wall and climbed up. He slipped out through the top of the knapsack with no apparent difficulty. Seconds later, he came back down, still mumbling to himself. You put it outside? Kendra asked. The troll gave a curt nod. That was fast, Kendra gushed. Grinning, Bubda raised one arm, cocked his head, and began to dance in place. For a moment, as he turned and swayed, he looked as slender and flexible as a serpent, his body almost elastic. Then he dropped his arm and the illusion ended.
Play Yahtzee again?
I'll play you, Warren offered. Did you see anything out there, Bubda?
Rocks,
the troll answered. Any creatures? Anything alive? Bubda shook his head. Warren turned to Kendra. You ought to head topside and see if you can find a better spot for the knapsack. Kendra hustled over to the ladder. Be watchful, Warren advised. Move quickly. Don't stay up there too long. I'll be careful, Kendra promised. She pushed through the flap and found herself on the floor of a deep gorge just outside the cavity of rock. Above her stretched a high, sheer cliff with an equally steep face on the far side of the gorge. The floor of the gorge generally sloped down away from Stormcrag, winding out of sight in either direction. A brief scan of the area revealed no enemies, nor did she see a particularly good place to stash the knapsack. They appeared to be in no immediate peril. Squatting, she noticed a long fragment of brown wood, clearly a piece splintered from Mendigo. She picked it up. Clutching the long splinter under the blue sky in the lonely gorge, the weight of what had happened with the griffins came crashing down on her. Tears stung her eyes, but she resisted. Why was she going to stash the knapsack? Who was going to come rescue them? Her brother and her friends had been carried off by flying lions. They were most likely dead. Kendra sat down hard. At least the griffins had carried away Trask, Tano, and Dugan alive. She had seen that much. The ferocious creatures had not instantly begun to slaughter them. The conflict had not seemed like a bloody feeding frenzy. The dwarf had called for surrender. There was reason to hope that Seth and the others were alive somewhere. There was also reason to suspect they were being fed to baby griffins in gigantic nests. Warren had urged her to be quick. Why? So she could find a new place to stash the knapsack before the griffins returned? Right, but why? So they could hide until their food finally ran out? Who was going to come rescue them? If they were still alive, the others were probably in greater need of rescue. Warren was injured. He probably wanted to hide until he healed enough to help, but Kendra did not believe they had much time. There was no way to track where the griffins had gone. Wings did not leave footprints. That left her with two options. Try to make her way back to the gate, or try to make her way to the fairy shrine. Navarog was supposedly waiting at the gate, plus turning back would mean abandoning Seth, her friends, and their quest. She had to go forward. According to Mara, they had been near the fairy shrine when the griffins attacked. If she could find her way back up to the top of the cliff, she might have a chance. Maybe if she worked her way up the gorge, the walls would get lower or more climbable. She should inform Warren. It wasn't fair to leave him down there wondering if she was alive. He might get stupid and try to go up the ladder despite his injuries. Kendra went back into the storage room. Warren was blowing into the little plastic barrel and shaking the dice. Warren? Kendra asked. He stopped rattling the dice. Find a spot? I think we'd better try to make it to the fairy shrine. He frowned. I might be more helpful in a few days. They're not coming back. Seth and Gavin, and all of them. Warren was silent for a moment. You never know. They may, but we shouldn't plan on it. I'm going to see if I can get us back up to where we were before we fell. Don't go scaling any cliffs, Warren cautioned. This is no place to take a fall. I'll be careful. At the first sign of trouble, hide the knapsack and duck inside. If we have to, we can defend the mouth of the bag. Okay.
Less talk, more Yahtzee,
Bubda griped. Warren started rattling the dice again. Be careful. I will. Kendra went back up through the top of the knapsack.
This is the end of CD number 9. Please continue listening on CD number 10. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 10.
The rocky floor of the gorge made her footing treacherous, so Kendra took her time, picking her way up the gradual slope toward Stormcrag. As the sun climbed higher, neither wall of the gorge offered much shadow. The faint warmth felt good, but she also felt exposed. Any unfriendly eyes gazing down into the gorge could not miss her. Nevertheless, she made good progress, and she saw no creatures except for a trio of large dragonflies. Kendra was getting ready to break for lunch when, coming around a corner, she gained a view of where the gorge abruptly ended. Now, she not only had impassable stone walls to her right and left, but a new one, as insurmountable as the others, directly in her path. There was no way out of the gorge in the direction she had headed all morning. At first, Kendra wanted to scream, but she realized the noise could attract predators. She wanted to punch the nearest wall of the gorge, but decided it wouldn't be worth cutting up her knuckles. Instead, she sank to her knees, bowed her head, and cried. Once she let them start, the tears came hot and fast. Her body shook with sobs. She was glad her brother couldn't see her grief. He would have laughed over her tears. But she didn't want to think about her brother. That just made it worse. More tears flowed.
Don't cry,
A kind voice said behind her. Kendra rose and whirled, wiping tears from her wet cheeks, and found herself staring into the eyes of a dragon. Legs numb, she backed away. It was the smallest dragon she had seen yet, with a body the size of a large horse, although the long neck and tail added greatly to its length. Its gleaming armor of silver-white scales reflected a glimmering rainbow sheen, and the head was bright as polished chrome. Overall, the dragon had a lean, sleek build, as if designed for speed. Strangely, Kendra realized that she felt none of the paralysis she had experienced when confronted by other dragons.
Don't worry,
The dragon said.
I won't eat you.
He had a male voice, somewhat like a confident teenager, but the words came out richer and fuller than any human could have managed. I don't feel scared, Kendra said.
Yeah, well, I've never inspired much terror.
The dragon replied, almost sadly.
I'm glad you're not afraid.
I mean, I don't feel paralyzed like with some dragons, Kendra explained, not wanting to belittle him. I'm plenty startled. I'm sure you could rip me to shreds if you wanted.
I mean you no harm. You shine like a fairy. More than a fairy, to be accurate, and more than a fairy friend. I've actually been looking for a chance to meet you.
What?
You've been, well, surrounded by other people.
The dragon swung his head away. Was he shy?
You caught my eye right when you entered Wyrmroost. I've followed you from Blackwell Keep.
Kendra scrunched her brow. You're a little too shiny to blend in much. How did we miss you? Suddenly, the dragon was gone, as if he had been wiped from existence. Then he was back.
I can go nearly invisible.
Wow, that would explain it.
Luckily, I have a few talents besides being a runt.
You'll grow.
Will I? Hasn't been going very well the past several centuries.
Centuries? Kendra said. You're not young?
I'm a full-grown adult.
The dragon said with an edge of bitterness.
Dragons never completely stop growing, but the process slows down as you get old, and I'm well past the age when it slows down. But enough about me. You were crying.
I'm having a bad day, Kendra said.
I saw. The griffins carried off your friends.
One of them was my brother.
Seth, right? I've been eavesdropping a little. I'm Raxtus, by the way.
Nice to meet you. Kendra glanced up at the walls of the gorge. I'm trying to get out of here, but it looks like I'm boxed in.
Yep, you really are.
Raxtus agreed.
Only winged creatures can access this box canyon. If you head the other way, you'll hit a huge drop-off, the top of a cliff. There's no way to climb down. A stream used to cut through here. Sometimes it comes back and makes pretty waterfalls, but mostly the water runs a different way now.
So, I'm trapped?
Well, you would be trapped, yes, but I have wings. I could carry you, no problem.
Really? Kendra said.
Where are you going? You guys always speak low when you discuss your plans. Not a bad idea, by the way, but bad for eavesdropping.
The dragon seemed nice, and he was clearly her only hope. Would he object to taking her to the fairy shrine? Only one way to find out. The fairy queen has a shrine here, Kendra said.
I knew it!
The dragon exclaimed.
You're very kind, aren't you? Oh, I could tell. Well, I thought I could tell. I wasn't 100% sure, but I would have bet on it. Too bad I didn't.
Kendra was not normally open about her status as fairy kind, but there seemed to be no point in trying to hide it from Raxtus. Yes, I'm fairy kind. Do you know where the shrine is? The dragon laughed softly.
Yeah, you can't begin to guess how familiar I am with the Fairy Queen's shrine. I am probably the only dragon in the world who can go there. I don't mean near the shrine, in the vicinity. I mean actually right up to the shrine itself.
Other dragons can't?
Oh no, almost nobody can. The Queen would strike them down. I'm guessing you can, though.
Yes, I have before, but only at the shrine at Fablehaven, a different preserve.
I'm familiar with Fablehaven,
Raxtus said. But I'm not sure if I can visit the shrine here. If the fairy queen doesn't want me there, she might turn me into dandelion seeds.
Right. You have to be careful. You don't just hang out at the shrine without a purpose.
Kendra chuckled. You don't talk like a dragon.
I'm unusual. I'm not a dragon of Wyrmroost.
You're not?
I mean, like, I'm at Wyrmroost, but I'm not of Wyrmroost. I was never admitted formally. I'm under no obligation to remain here. I come and go. I'm at Wyrmroost a lot, though, partly because my dad lives here. But I travel all over, mostly incognito, invisible. I really like drive-in movies.
I've seen a dragon outside of Wyrmroost, Kendra said. I've heard of many others, but I've never heard of one like you.
Yeah, well, there are no other dragons like me,
Raxtus admitted.
See, when I was still in my egg, a cockatrice got into the nest. My dad wasn't around, and my mom had just gotten herself killed, so there was nobody to protect us. 3 eggs were eaten. Had they hatched, they would have been my siblings. But before the cockatrice got to the last egg, some fairies intervened and rescued me. By the way, I don't remember any of this. It was told to me later. Even for a dragon in an egg, I was young when this happened. The fairies who saved me brought me to one of the Fairy Queen's shrines for protection. I was incubated and hatched by fairy magic, and I came out, unique.
You're beautiful, Kendra admired, and nice. The dragon gave a snuffling, annoyed laugh.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I'm the pretty dragon, the funny dragon. Problem is, dragons are supposed to be fearsome and awe-inspiring, not witty. Being the funny dragon is like being the bald mammoth. Being the pretty dragon is like being the ugly fairy. Get it?
You get teased?
I wish I only got teased. Mocked would be more accurate. Scorned, berated, shunned. Who my dad is only makes it 10 times worse, although it also explains why I'm still alive.
Who is your dad? The dragon didn't answer. He looked up at the sky.
I've known you for like 5 minutes, and I'm already confessing my problems, laying out my whole life story. Oh, why do I always do this? It's like I want to get it out there at the start so I don't get hurt later on, but I just come off as needy and pathetic. Here you are with real problems, and I keep turning the conversation back to me.
No, it's okay. I'm interested. I want to know. Raxtus pawed at the ground.
I guess I have to continue, now that I've led you on. My dad is Celebrant the Just. He's basically the king of dragons. The biggest, the strongest, the best. And I'm his greatest disappointment. Raxtus, the fairy dragon.
Kendra wanted to give him a hug. but realized that might prove his point. I'm sure your dad is proud of you, Kendra said. I bet most of this is just in your head.
I wish you were right,
Raxtus replied.
It's no delusion. Celebrant has basically disowned me. I have two brothers, half-brothers. They came from a different clutch, obviously. Each of them rules one of the other forbidden sanctuaries. I look way more like my dad than either of them do, going by shape and color, I mean. I'm the miniature version of Celebrant. He has these glossy platinum scales, a lot like mine, but harder than adamant. On him they look awesome. He's built thicker than me, all muscle. He has like 5 breath weapons and knows tons of offensive spells. But he's no thug. His mind is keen as a razor. He has it all. Dignity, majesty.
He can't hate you just because you're small, Kendra asserted.
Small is only part of it. Guess what my breath weapon does? Helps things grow. You know, makes flowers bloom. And the only magic I can do is defensive stuff, like hiding or else healing. Again, like a fairy. It doesn't help that I look so much like my dad. I know it shames him. He hasn't utterly disavowed me, though. Somewhere deep inside, he feels guilty that my siblings were killed, that he wasn't there to stop the cockatrice, and that he didn't know I had survived until years later. For that, I remain under his protection, which means that as much as the other dragons shun me, none of them want to fight me. No dragon on Earth is eager to risk the wrath of Celebrant.
See, he loves you.
No, Guilt is not love. Dad has made it clear he doesn't want me near him. And he's right. My presence discredits him. The humiliating contrast between the most magnificent dragon in the world and his absurd gesture of a son.
Kendra could think of nothing to say. Again, she resisted the urge to hug him.
Anyhow, now you know my sorry background, the full confession. I don't want to be feeble and useless. I'm not proud of it. I love action movies. My fondest dream is to be a hero, to be fierce and brave, to somehow prove myself a real dragon. But when the opportunity arises, I cringe. Like when the griffins took your friends, I could have charged to the rescue. Come on, they were griffins. But there were a lot of them, and I knew who must have sent them. So I decided to lie low for a minute, and before I knew it, the opportunity had passed me by.
Who sent the griffins? Kendra inquired eagerly.
Thronus, the sky giant up on Stormcrag. He keeps griffins like people keep hounds. The dwarf was Zogo, the giant's dwarf.
You know where Thronus lives?
Sure.
Here's your chance for heroics, Kendra said. We can rescue my brother and the others.
You're right. That would be valiant. Too valiant. I'd get us both killed. If I was lucky, maybe I'd invigorate some of his houseplants along the way. I'm barely half a dragon, Kendra. The rest of me is glitter and fairy dust. Even the bravest dragons stay far from Thronus. He's both giant and sorcerer. Powerful spells protect his stronghold atop Stormcrag. True, I yearn to be a hero, but I'm a coward at heart. Want an example? I followed you all morning trying to work up the courage to say hello. I only found the nerve once you started crying.
But you could go invisible, Kendra suggested. Sneak up there in the dead of night.
Spells,
Raxtus said.
Thronus would know. He'd slay me before I could help anyone. Look, as a friend, I'm the ideal dragon. As a hero, not so much.
Can you turn into a human? Kendra wondered.
Like an avatar? A human version of myself? Not really. I mean, I've tried, but it doesn't work out well. I can't manage to look like a person.
What do you look like? The dragon glanced away.
Maybe we should change the subject.
What? Raxtus looked back at her.
Well, I look like a boy fairy with butterfly wings.
Kendra did a poor job stifling her surprised laugh.
like a foot tall.
Raxus went on.
You can laugh. I know how it sounds. Believe me, I know. Just don't spread that one around, please. It isn't common knowledge.
It just caught me off guard, Kendra apologized.
Caught me off guard, too. For years I took consolation that one day I could escape to human form once I learned the trick, and maybe become part of a community. No luck. I'm a freak in any form. I'm polluted by fairy magic down to the core.
You're not a freak, Kendra said firmly. You're the coolest looking dragon I've ever seen. You're like a sports car. The only dragons I've seen or heard of are harsh and mean. It's easy to be mean when you have sharp teeth and claws. It would be much harder to be likable. I've never even pictured a likable dragon until right now.
Oh, well, you're very kind. You know, we dragons don't get to air out our feelings on talk shows. We don't have therapists, but talking to you has been helpful. Thanks for listening. Hey, you mentioned you've been to Fablehaven.
Right. I've been there a lot.
And you can talk to fairies.
Yes.
I wonder if you might have met my foster mom. Her name is Shiara.
Kendra brightened. Silver wings? Blue hair?
That's her.
Oh, she's the best fairy at Fablehaven, Kendra gushed.
You don't have to lay it on quite so thick,
Raxus said. No, I'm serious. Shiara stands out. She has helped me. Most fairies are flaky, but Shiara is actually reliable and smart.
She saved me from the cockatrice and nurtured me. It wasn't at Fablehaven. This happened long before Fablehaven was founded. I don't visit her as often as I should. It feels too much like embracing the sissy side of my nature, as if anyone cared. Sometimes, though, I sneak into Fablehaven at night and visit her.
How do you sneak into Fablehaven?
Same way I sneak into Wyrmroost. I may be less than half a dragon, but I have a few tricks. One is traveling from one fairy shrine to another. Anywhere the fairy queen has a shrine is open to me.
Kendra felt almost too excited to ask her next question. Could you take me home? If she could only get back to Fablehaven, she could return with reinforcements.
Sorry, Kendra. I don't think I could transport a passenger. Maybe someday, with study and practice. Even if I could, the last time I tried to visit Fablehaven, the way seemed barred.
Kendra frowned. The shrine at Fablehaven had been destroyed, so it made sense that Raxus would not be able to use it. She should have thought of that before she asked. Still, there were other ways the dragon might be of service. Could you take me to the Fairy Queen's shrine here at Wyrmroost?
Sure. It isn't even far, especially flying.
Kendra glanced at the knapsack. You said you have healing powers. My friend is hurt.
Warren, a Periton gored him, right? I don't know what it is with those antlers. They must be slightly poisonous. They make ugly wounds. Well, I could try. I mean, I'm better with plants. But why not? I could give it a shot. Can he get up here? I'm not the biggest dragon, but I doubt I could fit through the mouth of a knapsack.
I'll be right back, Kendra said. You won't leave?
I'm a coward, not impolite. Oh, did you mean would I run if trouble shows up? Well, if I run away, I'll take the knapsack with me. Not that I sense any danger. I've been paying attention. I think we're good. So, I'll be here.
Kendra descended the ladder. Warren was asleep. She could not see Bubda. Kneeling beside Warren, she prodded his cheek. Hey, you awake? He smacked his lips and his eyelids fluttered up.
Uh-huh. We okay?
His voice sounded thick. Did you take more medicine?
Sorry. I'm a little loopy. The pain.
It's okay. That's why you have medicine. I made friends with a dragon. Warren blinked. He rubbed his eyes.
Sorry. Feels like my head is stuffed with cotton. I think I misheard you.
No, really. A nice dragon. He was raised by fairies, and he might be able to heal you.
Oh, this is my most messed up dream yet.
Do you think you could climb the ladder?
You're serious?
He's too big to fit down here, but he's not super big, for a dragon at least.
Warren leaned up on one elbow. You really think he can heal me?
Worth a try.
Unless he eats us. Warren winced as he sat up. Oh, you'll need to be my crutch.
Can you make it up the ladder? Should we wait for the medicine to wear off?
This is the best time. The medicine numbs me. Up we go.
Kendra took his hand and helped him rise. He leaned on her as he hobbled over to the ladder. Clinging to a rung, he hesitated for a moment, gathering his strength, then started up. Kendra followed. When Kendra emerged from the knapsack, Warren was on his back on the ground, sweating and panting. Shielding his eyes with one hand, he stared at Raxtus.
Oh, that has got to be the shiniest dragon I've ever seen.
He doesn't look very well,
Raxtus commented. Oh, thanks, Doc, Warren mumbled.
Can you try to heal him? Kendra asked.
I can try.
Craning his neck forward, Raxtus stared down at Warren. Squealing softly, the dragon exhaled over the length of his body. Glittering sparks twinkled silver and gold. Warren squirmed and shivered as if taken by a sudden chill. The hair on his head began to flutter, and the stubble on his jaw sprouted and lengthened. A moment later, Warren had long flowing hair and a heavy beard. Grimacing, Warren patted his injured chest, then raked his fingers through his hair.
You've got to be kidding! Who is this joker?
Sorry,
Raxtus said.
It didn't take.
Oh, it took, Warren complained, sitting up.
His beard reached halfway down his chest. His thick hair hung past his shoulders.
It just didn't cure anything. On the bright side, I think I popped open some scabs.
Thanks for trying, Kendra said.
Raxtus hung his head. Hey, don't look down, Warren said. I appreciate the effort. I do feel a little more lucid, and my breath tastes slightly mintier.
He scooted toward the knapsack.
I rarely work with humans,
Raxtus apologized. He's going to carry us to the fairy shrine, Kendra said. Warren turned and placed a foot on the ladder.
Oh, now, that would be a huge favor. Sorry to be a bear. Excruciating agony makes me cranky. Kendra, you know where to find me. Oh.
Grunting and wincing, he disappeared into the bag.
Oh, humiliating,
Raxtus muttered.
You warned us it might not work, Kendra said.
Did you notice how he wasn't scared of me at all?
I told him you were nice. Besides, he's on pain medication.
I'm about as intimidating as a puppy wearing diapers with a pacifier in its mouth. Well, one thing I can do right is fly.
How do we do this? Should I get on your back?
No, I'm too spiny and sharp. You'd need a saddle. Not that any dragon worth a nickel would wear a saddle. They would die of shame. But shame is where I live. I own the whole neighborhood. I'd wear a saddle if we had one, but we don't. So I'll have to carry you. Would you feel safer inside the knapsack?
Would I be safer?
I won't drop you, if that's what you're implying. You can trust me on that.
Okay, Kendra said, shouldering the knapsack. Take me flying. Chapter 23. Shrine. Raxtus really was quite adept at flying. He gripped Kendra snugly around the torso with a single foreclaw and ripped through the air with dizzying maneuverability. Because of the way he held her, Kendra was free to spread her arms and legs and pretend she was flying all alone. The speed, the cold wind in her face, the exhilaration of swift turns and sudden dives all combined to fill Kendra with surprising joy. Soon she was laughing.
I could set us down,
Raxtus said.
But it seems like you're having fun.
I am.
Flying is one of my great escapes. How's your stomach holding up? Want to try something fancy?
Kendra had never been a daredevil, but she felt so secure in Raxtus's grasp, and he flew with such smooth competence that she found herself saying, "Go for it!" First, Raxtus swooped into a huge loop. The sky became the ground, and the ground became the sky, and then everything was right again. After verifying that Kendra was still enjoying herself, he climbed high, then plunged in a corkscrewing dive, spiraling through space at tremendous velocity. To the spirals, he added more loops and lightning turns, tracing pretzels in the sky. Kendra lost all sense of up and down as everything blurred into a wild rush of motion. When Raxtus landed and set Kendra on her feet, she held her hands out to balance herself, took a wobbling step, and fell sideways. The dragon caught her and laid her down. The ground seemed to tilt and spin.
Are you sure you're all right?
Raxtus asked. "I'm great," she said. "I loved it. But you've ruined roller coasters for me. They'll never impress me again. Aren't you dizzy?"
Flying only clears my head. It never leaves me dizzy or sick.
She did feel a little queasy, but not horribly. Now that she was on solid ground, the motion sickness was fading. Kendra looked around. She was crouched on a high shoulder of rock, one of the mounting folds of land that led up to Stormcrag. The steady hiss of rushing water reached her ears. Crawling to the nearest ledge, she peered down at the top of a lofty waterfall divided into two halves by a mossy outcrop. She liked the peculiar perspective above and somewhat in front of the falls, similar to the last view a person might have as he plunged off the brink. The water plummeted white and misty to a pool far below.
Careful,
Raxtus said.
I'm fast, but I'm not that fast.
"I won't fall. I'm not woozy anymore." Kendra backed away from the edge. "Where's the shrine?"
Just up the slope from here a ways. I figured you would want a minute to make sure you still felt good about treading there. I'll walk with you.
Kendra scrambled over the jagged terrain, using her hands to steady herself. As they worked their way around an upthrust formation of dark gray stone, a wide ledge came into view ahead. A trickle of water flowed off the ledge and across the rocks to join the stream before it plunged over Split Veil Falls. A dozen golden owls with human faces perched on the ledge, all gazing unblinkingly at Kendra. "Astrids," Kendra said.
All 12.
Raxtus affirmed. "Are there 12 total?" Kendra asked.
12 who hang around here.
Raxtus said.
There are 96 in the world. Can you hear them?
Straining, she heard only the whisper of the falls. "No,"
Listen with your mind.
Raxtus suggested. Kendra recalled how the Fairy Queen had spoken to her with thoughts and feelings instead of audible words. She tried to open her mind to the Astrids.
They're laughing,
Raxtus reported. The faces on the golden owls remained expressionless. "Could have fooled me," Kendra said.
They want to know if you plan to destroy this shrine as well.
Raxtus relayed in a more serious tone.
What is that about?
"Oh, well, tell them I was following orders from the Fairy Queen last time. She had me do it to save Fablehaven from an evil plague."
They're not thrilled with your answer.
Raxtus chuckled grimly.
They have no way to verify with the Queen, but I think they believe you.
"What exactly are they, Raxtus?"
You don't know about the Astrids?
"They're one of many things I know nothing about," Kendra said.
I just assumed since you were... oh, never mind.
"Since I was very kind?"
Well, yeah. Wasn't there an orientation?
"I wish." The dragon swung his head toward the Astrids.
Theirs is an ancient story. Long ago, the Astrids were among the most trusted agents of the Fairy Queen. As a reward for their outstanding service, they were selected as the honor guard for the Fairy King.
"There's a Fairy King?"
There was a Fairy King, although the Queen was easily the more powerful of the two. Her Astrids failed to protect the Fairy King from Gorgog, the King of Demons. When the Fairy King fell, so did the male counterparts of the Queen's fairies. Thus, the imps were born. It's hard to say how responsible the Astrids were for the tragedy, But the queen blamed them, and she cast them out of her service. 6 turned away and went dark. The other 90 remained faithful, clinging to the wish of one day earning her forgiveness.
Kendra regarded the Astrids with new eyes. You can hear their thoughts?
I can, but they no longer commune with the Fairy Queen or the fairies. They lack much of their former splendor, yet despite their limitations, they strive to watch over the Queen's interests.
Will they prevent me from reaching the shrine?
I can't say.
Ask them.
They say the shrine guards itself from those who don't belong.
Well, I feel good about it. She started forward, then turned to look back at Raxtus. You coming?
I better wait here. You go on ahead.
Kendra went back and set the knapsack by his forelegs. Keep an eye on that. I don't want Warren getting zapped for my trespassing.
You got it.
As Kendra approached the ledge, she got her closest view ever of the Astrids. They were big birds, nearly as high as her waist. The gilded feathers had faint brown markings. The human faces possessed creamy, flawless skin and displayed no abnormal features. The various Astrids differed only slightly from one another. Their eyes remained fixed on her, mostly dark brown eyes, but 2 had deep blue irises. The largest had light gray eyes the color of old quarters. Kendra could not determine the gender of the faces. Forced to guess, she would have gone with female, but without any certainty. The Fairy Queen had once warned Kendra that before approaching a shrine, she should search her feelings to check if her presence would be acceptable. Aside from the creepiness of the staring Astrids, she felt calm and confident, and she had a genuine need not only to find the directions to the Dragon Temple that Patton had left, but hopefully to get some additional advice. With no sixth sense warning her away, she boosted herself onto the ledge and looked to the far side where water bubbled up out of the rocks. The water trickled into a shallow pool, hardly more than a puddle, before drizzling off the ledge. Near the spring stood a tiny white statuette of a fairy beside a golden bowl. Where could Patton have left the directions? At first glance, she observed no sign of a message. How might he have conveyed the information? It was almost certainly written in the secret fairy language. He might have jotted it on paper and stored it in a container, or chiseled it onto a rock. Kendra glanced at the miniature statue. The thought of petitioning the Fairy Queen suddenly made her shy. The Astrids had a point. The last time she had solicited help from the Fairy Queen, it had led to the destruction of the shrine at Fablehaven. She worried the Queen might be resentful. But this was no time to be bashful. At best, Seth and the others had been captured. At worst, they were dead. Navarog lurked outside the gates of Wyrmroost, or perhaps inside by now. She could not let him get the key. The Sphinx had too many artifacts already. Kendra needed help. Surely the Fairy Queen would appreciate the severity of the situation. Kendra knelt beside the tiny statue. I need help, she whispered. The air stirred. A cool breeze ruffled her hair, smelling as though it had passed over snowy slopes to reach her. The refreshing scent intensified, then became richer and more varied. Kendra smelled pine sap, wildflowers, decaying wood, honeycombs. She inhaled the earthy aroma of a cave and the salty tang of the sea. Kendra Sorensen. The words entered her mind almost as if they had been spoken aloud. A distinct feeling of comfort accompanied the thought. I hear you, Kendra whispered. Thanks for saving me when I was peering into the oculus. A risky endeavor. Not only can your mind drown amid the flood of stimulation, but as you peer through the oculus, you leave yourself vulnerable to be observed by others, as I saw you. I never wanted to use it, Kendra said earnestly. The Sphinx made me. A dangerous man. Did you see him when he used the oculus? Yes, his mind was temporarily open to my scrutiny. What did you learn? Did you find a weakness? I was surprised to discover that he is a man, not a creature in disguise. How could he be so old? Magical tampering, how else? I could not identify the exact means, but I saw that he truly believes his cause is just. Freeing demons? Is he nuts? Misguided. He knows that no prison can stand forever. He fears that one day others less capable than himself will release the demons and fail to bridle their power. He trusts himself to do it right, to hold their ferocity in check, but his motives are impure. In connection with his other motivations, he craves the power. He thinks he can bend the demons to his will, but he is mistaken. The world will pay if he breaches Zyzzyx. What else did you see about him? Kendra asked, fascinated. Little else. With more time, I could have learned much. Someone helped him awaken from his trance, as I helped you. Not someone near him, one who reached him from afar. I could not sense who roused him. As soon as the Sphinx released the oculus, my link to him was sundered. Kendra wondered who might have helped the Sphinx awaken. No candidates came to mind. Her thoughts turned to her present situation. I need help. Navarog is trying to get the key to a vault in Australia that holds part of the key to Zyzzyx. The vault key is inside the Dragon Temple here at Wyrmroost. We're trying to get it before our enemies have a chance, but a bunch of griffins nabbed Seth, Trask, Tanu, Mara, Dugan, and Gavin. Warren is with me, but he's badly injured. A dragon named Raxtus is helping us. I understand your need. Beholding the Sphinx's ambitions helped illustrate the gravity of this predicament. Sadly, I am nearly blind at Wyrmroost. Very few fairies dwell there, most of them reclusive and sullen. I did not know you were at the sanctuary until you approached my shrine. What about the Astrids? Maybe they could help. Rage washed over Kendra. She felt angry and hurt, the bitter residue of an unforgivable insult. It took her a moment to realize the furious emotion was not her own. It emanated from the Queen. I have no interest in their manner of aid. You would do well to ignore them. Kendra struggled to separate herself from the wrathful emotions conveyed by the Queen. She wanted to punch somebody. How long ago did they mess up? Eons ago. Their failure did irreparable damage. Time has not dulled my agony. The consequences of their negligence were permanent, and so shall be their exile. But after all this time, they keep serving you. What about forgiveness? The hot fury ebbed, replaced by a cooler, more cerebral emotion. Your desire to extend mercy is a tender product of your innocence. You cannot conceive of all that was lost. The tragedy was so painfully preventable. Did they betray you on purpose? Was it deliberate? No. Careless, weak, devastating, but not premeditated. Weren't they some of your best servants? My elite champions, my most able agents. Pride blinded them to their vulnerabilities. A small amount of caution would have prevented the disaster. I bet they've learned that lesson. Not all have remained loyal. Don't forgive those 6, then. A cold, suspicious emotion took hold of Kendra. You speak out of self-interest. You are desperate for any aid, even theirs. I'm desperate for aid because I'm trying to save the world, not because I'm selfish. The emotion warmed into weary indifference. My Astrids would not be the servants they once were. I stripped them of their power. They are hardly shadows of their former selves. You could give it back. No, I cannot. Their energy now resides elsewhere. Kendra tried to gather her thoughts. She had run out of words. It seemed stupid to let a grudge persist for eons. She fought with Seth all the time, but they were smart enough to make up afterwards, and they were only kids. When at my shrines, you need not speak for me to hear. You have expressed yourself eloquently on behalf of the Astrids, and despite my potent emotions to the contrary, I deem it sound counsel. Unpleasant, infuriating, but sound. My people have not been able to communicate with the Astrids since the king was taken. I will remove that barrier. Raxtus could hear them. Correct. Raxtus is not formally a member of my kingdom, although he was my ward for a time, and I regard him as a friend. Perhaps he can aid you here at Wyrmroost. The dragon has more strength than he realizes. Can the Astrids help me too? Spells and treaties prevent all but dragons and mortals from entering the Dragon Temple. Furthermore, in my Astrid's present state, the help they can lend you will be limited. You must arrange any assistance from them on your own. I remain unready to contact them directly. The barrier between myself and the Astrids will endure. Is there any other help you can give me? You seek the location of the Dragon Temple. Patton inscribed instructions on a stone tablet and threw it into my pool. But I can show you better. The temple is not far. Climb down from here toward the east, and then continue toward the tallest pinnacle to the northeast. For a moment, everything went black, although Kendra's eyes remained open. Then a vision unfolded. She soared down a slope away from the shrine, then curved toward a vertical finger of rock. The vision dissipated into mist, and her regular sight returned. I see where to go. Drink from the spring. Kendra intuited that the Fairy Queen meant for her to use the golden bowl. She collected water from the bubbling fountainhead until the bowl was halfway full. Lifting the cold metal to her lips, she drank. The fresh water was flavored by minerals and had a slight metallic tang. But then the fluid tasted like citrus juice and honey and salt water and grape juice and milk and raw eggs and apple juice and cream of wheat and carrot juice. All those flavors at once, but somehow separate and distinct. Now my Astrids will hear your mind, and you will hear their thoughts in return. But they will not hear mine. Go in peace, Kendra. Warm feelings buoyed Kendra better than a physical hug. Thank you. Kendra stood and turned. The Astrids perched on the brink of the ledge regarded her solemnly. Raxtus waited farther down the slope. Stepping between the Astrids, Kendra hopped off the ledge, then swiveled to face them. How do I talk to you? That will suffice. Multiple voices responded together in her mind, the same way she heard the Fairy Queen. Thank you for advocating our cause. We have waited so long for some acknowledgement from our queen. Happy to do it, Kendra said. Did you hear about my problem? We could hear you, but not the queen. Do you always speak in unison? We are a cadre of 12. We have shared our minds for so long that it requires little effort to think as one. Their telepathic voices were different from the queen's. No emotions accompanied the words, and the tone came across more grim and masculine, even without Kendra's physically hearing anything. Now that Kendra could perceive their inner voices, she decided the smooth faces must be male after all. You can think on your own as well, though? We can do what we will. I need your help. We are indebted to you, but we cannot enter the Dragon Temple. Raxtus could, in theory. But he's a dragon. We shouldn't tell him I mean to go there. He hears our thoughts. He already knows. Kendra turned and looked down the slope at the gleaming dragon. He says not to be afraid. Why can't I hear his mind? Who can say? He can't hear yours either. Kendra bit her lower lip. Can't you do anything to help me? You will have what support we can lend. Thanks. The 12 somber faces were unsettling. Did she even want eerie mutant owls as allies? We are not all we once were. I'm sorry, Kendra blurted. I didn't mean to think ungrateful thoughts. We understand. Kendra turned and hustled back toward Raxtus, regretting that the owls could read her mind, and feeling embarrassed that they could perceive those regrets. She heard wings flapping and glanced back to see several astrids flying away in different directions.
You mean to enter the Dragon Temple?
Raxtus said.
Oh, I should have known you were up to something terrible. That's how my luck goes. Kendra, if I fail to stop you, or at least report your intentions, I become an accomplice and could be killed for treason.
I'm only trying to recover something a friend hid there, Kendra explained. I have no other motives.
The Astrids told me telepathically. They can hear your mind now. I trust them, and I trust you. You must be an incredible person to be very kind. You're very personable. I'm sure you and your friends really need this key. However, no other dragon will care about your motives. The Dragon Temple isn't casually off limits. Access is strictly forbidden. Oh, don't fret. I won't turn you in, but I would love to talk you out of it.
I have to try, Kendra insisted.
Alone? Have you any idea the obstacles you would have to overcome to reach the treasure vault? 3 invincible guardians block the way.
Do you know any tricks to get by them? Raxtus laughed nervously.
Nobody knows anything about the guardians, except there's a widespread rumor that the first is a hydra, which is almost worse than not knowing. How could you possibly hope to get past a hydra?
What's a hydra? Raxtus lowered his head and closed his eyes.
You don't even know? Kendra, you have no business going up against these kinds of creatures alone. Even with your whole team, going into the Dragon Temple will be a one-way trip. Just leave the key in the treasury. Let your enemies die trying to get it.
The Sphinx has Navarog on his side, and he knows the key is here. If I do nothing, the Sphinx is sure to claim the key.
Navarog is bad news,
Raxus conceded. The owls relayed our dilemma to you?
The basics, yeah.
What if you help me? This isn't just for me or my friends. We're trying to save the world from a man who wants to unleash a horde of demons. The dragon turned away.
Honestly, you're nice, and your reasons sound legitimate, but you don't understand me. I tried to explain what a coward I am. I wasn't being modest, and I'm not only afraid of us dying. It would be so illegal for me to venture into the Dragon Temple. It would be a betrayal of my whole species.
He swung his head back around to gaze into her eyes.
I may be pathetic, but I've never lost my honor. My involvement in this would end poorly. On top of losing my honor, I would be useless to you. It would be a disaster.
The Fairy Queen said you have more strength than you realize. He perked up.
Really? She said that?
Her words.
Well, that's encouraging, although she's basically my fairy godmother. An endorsement from a parental relative is nice, but hard to put on a resume. Look, I'll pretend I never heard where you were going. I'm pretty good at deluding myself, but don't ask me to join you. I just can't go into the Dragon Temple. Life is short enough without chasing certain doom. Kendra, you seem determined. I can read it on your face. If you insist on going through with this, I won't stop you, but my involvement will have to end. I've already shamed my dad by what I am. I can't risk shaming him further by what I do.
Will you at least carry me to the entrance?
I'll carry you to a spot near the entrance. None of the other dragons pay attention to me, and I can be fairly stealthy, so I'm not too worried about getting identified near the temple. But then, I'll have to take off.
I understand, Kendra said. She tried to keep her voice even. She had asked Raxtus to risk death and humiliation, and he had denied her. Could she really blame him? At least he would provide a lift to her destination. He had already been more help than she had any right to expect. Even so, she felt disappointed. You never explained about hydras.
Oh, right. Sorry. I'm always wandering off onto tangents. Picture a really big, mean dragon with lots of heads. If you chop one off, two grow back. Hydras technically aren't dragons. They don't work magic or have breath weapons. They're famously hard to kill. I can't guarantee the first guardian is a Hydra, but that's the rumor. I have no clue about the other guardians.
How is she supposed to get by a Hydra, let alone the other guardians? She was alone. Raxus was right. Going to the Dragon Temple would be suicide. Inside the knapsack, Warren had the unicorn horn. Should she ask Raxus to take her to the main gate of Wyrmroost? Navarog might be there, but maybe she could hide in the knapsack and have Raxus turn invisible. They might be able to slip away. It would mean deserting her team and abandoning their quest. Seth would never run away. Would any of the others abandon her? No, she could at least investigate the Dragon Temple and the First Guardian before utterly forsaking the mission. She owed everybody that much. I'm ready, Kendra said. Should we go?
Should we? No way, but I'm willing to take you.
Raxus grabbed her with one of his front claws and soared into the air. This time, he performed no fancy tricks. He turned invisible and flew low to the ground, staying near cover whenever possible. Kendra saw the finger of stone approaching, just like in the vision the Fairy Queen had shown her. When they landed in a grove of tall pines, Raxus set Kendra on her feet. The dragon remained invisible.
It's getting late,
The dragon murmured.
Why not sleep on it?
If I'm doing it, now is as good as tomorrow.
You're the boss. You're so dead, though. No offense, but you really are. I mean, I could almost cry. Anyhow, just go down the slope, walk around the nearest bluff, and you'll see the entrance. Can't miss it.
Is it hard to get inside?
No doors. You just stroll in. I have no idea how far in the First Guardian will be situated. Careful. Getting out may not be as simple as entering. These types of places tend to be designed that way.
Kendra nodded. She had received similar advice back when she had ventured into the vault containing the sands of sanctity at Fablehaven. The reminder sort of wrecked her idea of tentatively peeking at the First Guardian. She would have to consult Warren. Thanks, Raxus. I appreciate your help. I better go talk to Warren about our next move.
I hope he talks you out of this. And, tell him I'm sorry about the beard. Be careful. Nice to meet you.
The air stirred as he beat his invisible wings. And then she was alone. Kendra sat down. Did she really want to go down and talk to Warren? He would tell her to wait to enter the temple until he was healthier. Would he be wrong? They could hole up in the knapsack for a few days, even weeks if necessary. They had plenty of food. The main drawback would be the risk of Navarog catching up. She stretched out on her back and stared up at limbs bristling with green needles. The trees provided good cover. The air was cool but not frigid. Her mind wandered. She vaguely hoped a brilliant idea would occur. Inspiration refused to strike. Eventually, she sat up. She should find a place to stash the knapsack while she talked with Warren. Was it good enough to set it beside a tree? What if some creature came along? Maybe she could dig a shallow hole, or at least cover the knapsack with some branches. Maybe she could stow it on a tree branch. If so, would she still be able to climb inside? Kendra wandered the grove, looking for an ideal spot. Nothing jumped out at her. Most of the trees lacked low branches. The ground had no usable irregularities, and it was too hard for digging. Fluttering wings caused her to turn and crouch beside a tree. She fumbled with the flap of the knapsack, hoping to hide before she was spotted, but relaxed when an astrid glided into view. The golden owl perched on a branch above her. Your friends are with Thronus. My brother? They are alive and well. Apparently, the giant plans to help them. She felt hope awaken inside her. How did you learn this? 2 of us flew into the mansion and spied. I thought Thronus was protected by spells. Asteroids have been ignored for centuries. The Sky Giant has warding spells against dragons and other perceived threats. We are beneath his notice. Then I should just sit tight? We will continue to scout for you. If you go into the hidden room, I can transport the bag somewhere safe. Kendra began to weep with relief. The Astrids could help her hide the knapsack. Her brother and friends were alive, and she might not have to face the Dragon Temple alone. Deep down, she had been quietly resigning herself to the fact that she would have to retrieve the key on her own. Her problems remained far from solved, but at least she no longer felt entirely hopeless. Chapter 24. Temple. Seth had never seen so many dragonflies. Ranging from the length of his pinky to half the length of his forearm, the streamlined insects hovered and darted above the reedy pools near the entrance to the Dragon Temple. One landed on his arm. He glanced down at the compound eyes, the transparent wings, and the slim, multi-hued body. After a moment, the dragonfly took flight, joining the swarms. Had he not drunk powdered milk from Fablehaven that morning, Seth might have suspected the insects were magical creatures in disguise. But these were the real thing, shimmering in every color of the rainbow. Until now, he had never made a connection between dragons and dragonflies. The yawning entrance to the Dragon Temple loomed before them. The temple was basically a natural ravine covered by an arched stone roof. Matching granite dragons nearly the size of Thronus flanked the mouth of the gloomy gorge, fierce jaws agape. Seth caught sight of a griffin skimming over some distant treetops. After covertly dropping them off beneath a stand of pines, the griffins had flown off to continue the search for Kendra. Earlier that morning, Mara had found tracks in the gorge where Kendra had fallen the day before. Those tracks went a long way up the gorge until they tangled with the tracks of a very young dragon. Fortunately, there had been no blood or other evidence of a struggle. Mara had identified more of Kendra's tracks near the Fairy Queen's shrine, once again converging with dragon markings. From there, the trail went cold. As unlikely as it sounded, Mara's best guess had been that the dragon was transporting Kendra. Trask agreed. Since Kendra had already visited the Fairy Queen's shrine, she presumably knew where to find the Dragon Temple. But at the entrance to the Dragon Temple, they had discovered no further traces of Kendra or a young dragon. Could she have braved the temple alone? Maybe the dragon had learned where Kendra was heading and turned on her. Trask, Mara, and the others had all fanned out to search the vicinity, leaving Seth near the entrance with their gear.
"I've got her,"
Gavin called. Seth spied Gavin scrambling down the scree beside the bluff to the right of the entrance, causing little rock slides as he went. Kendra followed behind, picking her way more carefully, the knapsack over one shoulder. Seth checked the sky, relieved to see no dragons. While searching for Kendra, they had been exposed. If a dragon spotted them this close to the Dragon Temple, their adventure would end before it began. While waiting for Gavin and his sister to reach him, Seth considered the immense temple. What kind of creatures raised a roof over a canyon and called it home? With an entrance that big and such vast space inside, who knew what might await them? The stone dragons out front seemed like a not-so-subtle hint. "I'm so glad you're all right," Kendra said as she approached Seth.
"We lucked out," Seth admitted. "Thronus wants some stuff from the treasure room."
"We're not going to steal for him," Kendra said, turning to check with Gavin. Gavin fingered the silver chain around his neck.
"If we don't, these will strangle us."
Kendra glanced at Seth. "You all have one?" Seth shrugged.
"It was the only way to avoid getting baked in a pie. Seriously."
"The dragons won't like it," Kendra warned.
"At least the dragons will have to catch us to kill us," Seth reasoned. "Thronus had us for sure."
"Makes sense," Kendra allowed. Seth studied Kendra. While we were following your tracks, they said it looked like you were with a dragon. Yeah, I made friends with a small dragon named Raxtus. Small for a dragon, I mean. He was fully grown. He refused to take part in anything related to entering the Dragon Temple, but he dropped me off nearby and wished me good luck. Gavin frowned. Let's hope he doesn't repeat what he knows to less friendly ears. I think he'll keep quiet, Kendra said. I haven't seen Raxtus since yesterday, and no dragons have flocked to bar access to the temple. Trask jogged over to them.
Kendra, good to see you. Is Warren well?
He's hanging in there.
Trask ran a hand over his bald scalp. I'm sorry to say, but you'll probably want to enter the temple with us.
I was planning on it, Kendra assured him. Trask nodded.
We have no idea what wards protect the temple, but we could easily trip magical safeguards or alarms simply by entering. If word of our intrusion gets out, it will likely be safer inside than out here. I prefer we stay together.
Mara approached. Dugan and Tano could be seen returning as well, trotting doggedly toward them. Kendra looked down at some of the gear piled near Seth. Big enough sword? She asked, raising her eyebrows. The sword in question had a thick blade at least 8 feet long. Beside it lay an assortment of other armaments.
Weapons from Thronus, Seth explained. The huge sword is edged with adamant. The spears are tipped with adamant. Some of the smaller blades have adamant edges as well. They're all too small for him to use, so he was willing to risk them. But he wants them back if we survive.
Now all we need is somebody who can lift the sword, Kendra joked.
Between agate and Thronus, Seth said, Tanu managed to gather ingredients to make 2 of his giant potions. You know, like the one he used at Fablehaven to fight the resurrecting cat. The sword is too small for Thronus, Trask said, but just right for me if I were a little bigger.
Seth hefted a coarse brown sack.
We have 3 of these. Each contains a dose of Dragonsbane, the only poison that works on dragons.
Does it work on hydras? Kendra wondered.
Why hydras?
Seth asked suspiciously. The dragon I met heard a rumor that the first guardian is a hydra.
Yeah, Thronus came across the same story, Seth said. He thinks Dragonsbane would work on a hydra, and so does Tanu, but neither of them is certain.
Kendra lightly kicked one of the sacks with her toe. How do we get dragons to eat it?
Well, one way is to hang on to a sack if one of us gets gobbled up, Seth said.
Cheerful thought, Kendra muttered. Do we know whether any of the guardians are dragons?
Pretty safe bet, Trask said. Dragons have access to dragons, and no guardian would be more formidable. Except maybe a hydra, Seth chimed in. Whatever happens in there, Trask said, if we get into serious trouble, you and Seth are to duck inside the knapsack, and Mendigo will try to escape with you.
Where is Mendigo? Kendra asked.
Scouting, Seth replied. He got busted up when he jumped off that cliff with you, but Thronus repaired him. He's good as new. Together, we have a wide array of expertise and abilities, Trask said. We'll find a way to get past these guardians and get out with the key.
Afterwards, you have to take some treasure back to Thronus? Kendra said.
His griffins will meet us at a rendezvous point, Seth said. It should be smooth sailing, if we can survive the temple.
Except that Navarog might be waiting at the main gate, Kendra reminded him.
Right, Seth said pensively. Well, hopefully we'll have some Dragonsbane left over.
Tanu reached them, panting lightly. Dugan arrived a moment later.
You guys are all warmed up, Seth said. I hear a brisk jog is just the thing before fighting dragons. Should we do some stretching? We about ready to go inside?
Tanu asked, ignoring Seth's comments. Trask gave a nod. Tanu rummaged in his satchel.
Time for me to earn my keep.
He pulled out a bunch of small plastic cylinders capped by little rubber stoppers.
These are the closest I could come to creating dragon insurance. For 3 hours after swallowing a dose, we'll be fire resistant and have some protection against electricity. There is also some liquid emotion in the mix, a jolt of courage to help against dragon terror. I have a second dose for each of us, in case 3 hours isn't enough. Fire resistant? Seth asked. How about fireproof? Tano shook his head. Against dragon fire, resistant is the best I can claim. Fire is the most common draconic breath weapon, Gavin said, but the guardians of the Dragon Temple may not be very common. Protection against fire is better than nothing, Trask said, accepting a cylinder, uncapping it, and downing the contents. The others followed suit. Seth found that the clear liquid tasted sugary at first, then spicy hot, then cool and tangy. Anything else? Seth asked. A gaseous potion for each of us, Tanu said. As a last resort, chug it and try to drift away. Use it wisely. As a gas, you'll move slowly, and a direct blast of dragonfire would probably seal you into nothing. Tanu handed a small bottle to each of them. You have the smoke grenades? Trask asked. I was getting to them. Tanu pulled out small glass bulbs full of purple fluid. This liquid turns to smoke when exposed to air. The vapors will smell nasty to us, but much worse to creatures with more highly developed olfactory senses, like dragons, for example. The fumes should basically blind their noses. Trask and I will take charge of these grenades. Call back Mendigo, Trask prompted Seth. Mendigo, Seth cried. Return to us. I can turn two of us into giants, Tanu said, holding up a pair of crystal vials. I vote for Trask and Dugan, our two most tested fighters. Any objections? Makes sense to me, Gavin agreed. Trask nodded and accepted a vial. Dugan claimed the other. Let's get ready to move out, Trask said. He picked up his heavy crossbow and a large oval shield that covered more than half of his body. Mendigo, take the big sword, Seth ordered as the man-sized puppet joined them. Mendigo picked it up, staggering for a moment before balancing the preposterous weapon against his wooden shoulder. Tanu pulled on a heavy shirt of overlapping metal rings and strapped on a sword. Dugan seized his battle axe. Gavin and Mara each lifted a spear. Seth buckled a sword around his waist and claimed a crossbow. He handed Kendra a sizable knife in a sheath. What am I supposed to do with this? Kendra asked, pulling the knife out. Stab, Seth suggested. Kendra sheathed the knife and opened the knapsack. We're going in, she called down. Good luck, Warren responded from below, his voice hoarse. If we see a dragon, let me try to talk first, Gavin advised. I may be able to negotiate or trick it. If nothing else, I should be able to calm it. You'll get your chance to talk, Trask said. Meanwhile, I'll be aiming. As they marched toward the entrance and the stone dragons, Seth drew his sword. The weight felt comforting in his hand. He envisioned himself slashing a dragon across the snout. Walking beside him, Kendra leaned over. We should stay close in case of dragons. Right. He had almost let himself forget how Nafia had muddled his mind. He supposed he could cling to Kendra with one hand and wield the sword with the other. They passed between the granite dragons and into the shadow of the high arched roof. Several dragonflies flitted through the air. Nothing decorated the ground or the walls but the natural stone and dirt of the ravine. Trask led the way, crossbow held ready. Next came Gavin and Tano. Mendigo strolled beside Kendra and Seth. Dugan and Mara had the rear. Up ahead, the ravine curved. Just prior to the curve, the ground fell away almost vertically for roughly 30 feet. The precipice stretched from one wall of the ravine to the other. Rope, Trask said. Gavin disappeared into the knapsack. Edging forward, Seth peered over the brink. The smooth slope was not quite 90 degrees, but it might have been 80. Gavin emerged from the knapsack with a sturdy length of knotted rope. Dugan fastened one end around a tall boulder and tossed the coil off the edge. The rope reached the base of the slope with several feet to spare. Slinging his crossbow over his shoulder, Trask picked up the rope. If you lean away from the wall, he instructed Seth and Kendra in a low voice, you can walk down. Or if you prefer, you can descend from knot to knot with your hands and feet. Leaning away from the precipice, trusting the rope, Trask began walking backward. Keeping his body perpendicular to the slope, step by step, hand over hand, he walked confidently to the ground. Gavin hurried down next in similar fashion, followed by Tano.
Copying their technique, Seth grabbed the rope and leaned out over the drop. Part of him wanted to embrace the rope and descend knot to knot, but once he started walking backwards, he could feel how his grip on the rope kept his feet planted against the slope and realized that this way was superior. When Seth reached the bottom, he glanced over at Gavin, eyeing the silver chain around his neck. It would be a shame to let such a remarkable object go to waste. Seth pulled Gavin aside. Level with me. Are you interested in my sister? I'm not sure this is the time to get into that, Gavin responded, eyes straying to the top of the steep slope. Seth fingered his own silver collar. Seems like the perfect time. Since when are you a matchmaker? I'm just curious. Gavin flushed a little. Well, if you must know, yes, I am very interested in Kendra. I can't wait to see where our relationship goes. I thought so, Seth replied smugly. For the record, I think she likes you too. Growing redder, Gavin started distancing himself. She'll come down any minute. We can talk more later. Seth looked up, waiting for Kendra. Mendigo descended one-handed, clutching the enormous sword in the other, releasing and grabbing the rope at such a pace that he was practically running backwards. Mara came down next with the knapsack. While Dugan worked his way down, Kendra emerged from the knapsack. You cheated, Seth whispered. Dragons and hydras are stressful enough, she replied. I think somebody has a crush on you, Seth mentioned casually. Kendra's eyes widened. You didn't say anything to him. Seth shrugged. He didn't get strangled. I think he's got it bad. Kendra grabbed Seth's arm tightly. Was there a flicker of excitement in her gaze? It took her a moment to find words. Don't talk to boys about me, ever, for any reason. I was just trying to ease your stress. Her grip tightened more. I sort of appreciate the intention, but it does not make me less stressed. You should just kiss him and get it over with. Kendra released him in disgust. Seth suppressed a laugh. As they came around the first significant bend in the ravine, the daylight from the entrance grew dim. Glowing white stones set in the walls and distant ceiling provided sufficient illumination to see, although the uneven radiance left the cavernous room cloaked in pockets of shadow. Ahead of them, a lake covered the floor of the ravine, the light from the luminous stones reflecting off the dark, glassy surface. Shaped like a trapezoid, the far side of the lake was much narrower than the near side. Just beyond the lake, the ravine tapered to a tall, narrow passage, not unlike the sidestep cleft. A ledge running for hundreds of yards along the left wall of the ravine provided the only route around the lake.
This is the end of CD number 10. Please continue listening on CD number 11. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 11.
I don't like it, Trask murmured. We're going to get ambushed. We'll be trapped on that ledge over the water, with no way to maneuver. We should cross the lake in groups of 2, Dugan recommended. That way, at least we can cover one another. And avoid getting everyone wiped out by a single blast of dragon breath, Trask agreed. Okay, me and Gavin first, then Mara and Seth, then Kendra and Tanu, then Mendigo and Dugan. Seth wrung his fingers as Trask set out along the ledge with Gavin, moving in a low crouch, treading lightly and quickly. Keep that crossbow handy, Dugan murmured in Seth's ear. Nodding, Seth unslung his crossbow and made sure it was ready to fire. When Trask waved his crossbow over his head at the far side of the lake, Mara and Seth set out. They descended near to the water to boost themselves onto the ledge. The stone shelf angled upward, so they were soon a good 10 or 15 feet above the dark and silent lake. In places, the ledge narrowed to only a few feet wide, but most of the way, falling was not a concern. They moved swiftly, trying to step lightly. Seth winced whenever dirt or pebbles crunched grittily underfoot. The last section of the ledge descended like a ramp to deposit them at the far side of the lake. When they arrived, Trask signaled with his crossbow again, and Kendra started across with Tanu. Seth watched the murky lake and listened, but detected nothing threatening. Finally, Dugan and Mendigo started across at a brisk pace. Seth and the others had backed away toward the narrow passage that led deeper into the roofed ravine. Trask remained near to the water, a pair of adamant-tipped quarrels ready in his oversized crossbow. Seth began to relax as soon as Dugan and Mendigo reached the near shore. And then, shrieking heads came boiling up out of the water. With water raining down on them, Dugan and Mendigo broke into a run. Fumbling the giant sword, the lumberjack dragged the tip behind him, the metal scraping and clanging against rocks. Unflinching, Trask took a step closer to the lake, aiming his crossbow. Tanu shepherded Kendra, Seth, and Mara deeper into the passage. Gavin dashed toward the lake, waving one arm, shaking his spear, and screeching the dragon language. As the dark green hydra scooted its bulky body onto the shore, Seth gawked in amazement. The massive creature had no fewer than 15 heads, swaying at the end of as many serpentine necks. 3 shorter necks ended in charred stumps. The draconic heads were roughly the size of coffins, varying somewhat one from another in size and shape. Several bore scars. As Gavin continued to wave his arm and shriek, all of the heads gradually fixated on him, malevolent eyes glittering. Breathing heavily, Dugan reached Seth and the others at the mouth of the narrow passage. Mendigo arrived behind him.
We don't care who you are.
The heads spat together, harsh voices ringing in unison.
All who enter this temple must die.
We're not after the gauntlets,
Gavin called, switching to English. Seth wondered if Gavin also stuttered when speaking the dragon tongue.
You think we care what you're after?
The heads cried.
We have killed since the dawn of time, and we shall kill well into the dusk.
The hydra looked old to Seth. Compared to Nephia, the heads and necks seemed wasted, more skeletal. One was missing an eye. Another lacked a lower jaw. One head dangled listlessly at the end of its neck, either dead or unconscious. Missing patches of scales left bare spots on the scarred necks. Lank scarves of scum glistened wetly.
You call yourself a killer, Gavin taunted. I name you a slave, a broken-down old watchdog.
The heads screamed. Seth covered his ears, and even so, the wails sounded with tremendous volume.
We are Hespera! We guard sacred treasures!
You cower in a muddy pit reeking of slime,
Gavin laughed.
Elsewhere in this same sanctuary, a younger hydra roams a glorious swamp, hunting fat prey as it pleases.
Liar!
The heads snarled together.
These dragons really pulled one over on you. Listen to yourselves. So many sad voices singing the same sorry tune.
Gavin pointed to one head.
Say something on your own.
He gestured to the head missing an eye.
How about you, Cyclops?
Gavin shook his head.
Your minds are further gone than your body. Pathetic.
2 of the heads on the right began to hiss at each other. Another head began to squeal. A head on the left stretched toward Gavin, fangs bared, but he skipped out of reach.
Silence!
Demanded a single head toward the center, yellower than the others. Gavin pointed at the speaker.
That one!
Trask loosed a quarrel at the yellow head, and one of its eyes went dark. The head reared up, jaws opening, and Trask launched a second quarrel into the mouth. Using undersized forelegs and semicircular fins, the hydra scooted farther out of the lake. Trask tossed his crossbow to Gavin, who caught it as he sprinted away from the lake. Several heads lashed toward Trask. Casting aside his shield, he drew a pair of swords, and the blades rang against tooth and scale as he whirled and slashed, moving generally away from the water. Seth fired his crossbow, but could not tell where the arrow landed. Tano threw glass bulbs that began to fill the air with smoke. The Hydra flopped farther onto the shore. After hacking off part of a tongue, Trask turned and ran. Everyone stampeded deeper into the passage. Behind them, the Hydra flailed and bellowed. The echoing wails seemed to come from all directions.
"Slow down," Trask panted. "Don't rush. We're out of danger." "We should stop here," Tano suggested in a stage whisper. "The passage widens again, not much farther on. We could stumble unprepared into an equally deadly foe." "The creature is too big to reach us here," Trask said, leaning against a wall. "Anyone hurt?" Nobody responded. "Could have been worse," Dugan said. "The Hydra isn't there to keep us out," Seth said. "It's there to trap us inside." "It would appear that way," Trask agreed. "The creature didn't show itself until all of us were past. Between the narrow approach and the vulnerable ledge, we'll have a tough exit ahead of us," Gavin lamented, handing Trask back his crossbow. "What was with the trash talk?" Seth inquired. "I was trying to get some of the heads out of sync," Gavin said. "I wanted to identify the governing head. I think we succeeded. Hespera is ancient. Some of those heads looked unwell, senile or nuts or something. I hoped some might resent their role as guardian. If we could take out the governing head and incite the others, the monstrosity might end up trying to go 10 different directions at once." "Trask got an eye," Dugan said. "How's that for marksmanship under pressure?" "Yeah, we injured the main head," Gavin agreed. "Might have injured it badly. The second quarrel went in the mouth and out the top of her skull." Trask crouched, winding and reloading his crossbow. "We'll deal with her when the time comes. Those shrieks alerted everything with ears to our presence. We should keep moving. Stay on your toes." Trask took the lead again. As Tano had observed, the passage widened until they were advancing along a broad ravine once again. Seth paid attention to his footing on the uneven floor. The sporadic glowing stones left much of the ground in shadow.
"Who have we here?"
uttered a slow, deep voice from a cave in the wall of the ravine about 30 yards ahead. The cave mouth had looked like a patch of shadow until Seth saw a huge gray head emerge. His mind went blank. He couldn't even clearly see the shadowy eyes, but he found himself stupefied, unable to move. Gavin grabbed his hand and placed it into Kendra's, and the sensation passed. "Weary travelers," Gavin answered.
"I will give you rest,"
the morose voice answered. Opening his mouth wide, Gavin shrieked and squealed. The dragon hooted a brief response. "Glomus!" Gavin cried. "Run! Hold your breath!" Trask fired both arrows at the head as it came farther from the hole and swung toward them. Stumbling alongside Kendra, Seth heard a mighty whoosh and felt a fine spray against his skin. A thick mist muted the light from the glowing stones. Gavin appeared at his side, wresting the knapsack from Kendra and tugging open the flap. As commanded, Seth had not inhaled. His eyes were itching, and the strength seemed to be draining out of him. He lost hold of Kendra as Gavin tried to stuff her into the knapsack. Seth had never felt so drowsy. Was there something he was supposed to be doing? Was he on the ground? How did he get there? The rocky floor of the ravine felt like a pillow-top mattress. Wasn't he in the middle of something important? His lungs clenched insistently. He heard another loud whoosh. His eyes felt heavy, his mind drowsy. Was he holding his breath for a reason? Seemed like it was important. Oh well. He exhaled what remained in his lungs. Some instinct deep inside warned him not to inhale. But if he didn't inhale, wouldn't he suffocate? He risked a small breath, and oblivion swallowed conscious thought. Chapter 25. Slayings. Kendra thought she heard a fuzzy voice in the distance. The words made no sense, but the speaker sounded insistent. She wished he would go away. She felt so tired. One word began to register. The speaker kept repeating her name. She began to notice a sharp, piquant smell. Her eyes started watering, and the voice became less muddy. Somebody was slapping her gently. Her eyes opened, and she sat up with a jerk. Tanu held her steady. Her sinuses felt raw. Wetness dribbled from her nostrils. She wiped her nose on her sleeve. Tanu moved a small bottle away from her nose and capped it. What's that?
It's like smelling salts, he explained.
Kendra looked around. They were alone in a dim ravine. She was forgetting something. The dragon, she exclaimed. Tanu shushed her.
Shh, it's all right. I killed it.
The last thing Kendra remembered, Gavin had been trying to force her into the knapsack. She had gone limp, lost contact with him, and dreamless sleep had overwhelmed her. Where are the others? Kendra asked.
Still out cold, Tanu said. I dragged you well away from the fumes, but even so it took almost 20 minutes to wake you up.
The dragon drugged us?
Some kind of sleeping gas, potent stuff. I became alerted when Tanu and Seth fell into a deep sleep at the same time, in the middle of the day.
Tanu fell asleep? But you're Tanu was shaking his head.
Vanessa.
Startled, Kendra reflexively scooted away. Tanu held up his hands innocently.
Be glad I showed up. That dragon would have killed all of you. Where are we?
Kendra hesitated. I probably better not say, just in case. How did you kill the dragon? Tanu grinned.
When they sleep, I can sense everyone I've ever bitten. As I mentioned, I was curious about the unusual way Tanu and Seth had suddenly lost consciousness. So I took control of Tanu, studying the situation through half-closed eyes. At first, I was merely investigating a hunch. But once I glimpsed how Dugan lay sprawled next to me, I knew that something was truly wrong. Fine mist permeated the air, and I observed a dragon sniffing around. I would never label myself a dragon tamer, but I have stood in the presence of dragons and kept my wits. The fear assailed me, intense and irrational, but the dragon had not noticed me, and I managed to resist. I noticed a sword beside me on the ground. I've always been useful with a blade in my hand. When the great head swung over to sniff at me and Dugan, I sat up and slashed his throat. Imagine my surprise when the blade cut deep, parting his scales as if they were made of cardboard. I've never wielded such a sword. My attack caught the dragon completely off guard. When I rose to my feet and cut him with a return stroke, I left the beast nearly decapitated. The dragon reeled away, belching sweet fog and bleeding profusely. He retreated into a gloomy cave and died. I went in after him to verify his demise and finished parting his head from his body.
You killed a dragon? Kendra said in awe. Tanu laughed. It may have been the Samoan's voice, but the laugh belonged to Vanessa.
I suppose I did.
It was strange to hear Tanu speaking with Vanessa's inflections.
I may be the sole living dragon slayer. Not that I deserve to brag. That was handed to me. You don't often find the exposed neck of a dragon moving sluggishly overhead. And there I was, with a sharp sword in my hand. It hadn't occurred to the beast that any of us could possibly be conscious. He was carelessly taking his time.
Should I help you get the others? Kendra asked.
No. The sleeping gas still hangs heavy in the air. I'll have to bring them. You can wait here and help wake them.
Tanu handed Kendra the tiny bottle that had helped her snap awake. He craned his head back to study the lofty ceiling.
This is no simple dragon lair. Where are we? You place us in greater danger by not telling me.
On what side of the ravine was the dragon's cave? Kendra asked.
That side,
Tanu pointed.
Back that way.
The answer helped Kendra orient herself. There's a hydra back beyond the dragon cave, and somewhere up ahead, an unknown guardian awaits.
Tanu scowled. Is this a dragon temple? What have you gotten yourselves into?
Long story, Kendra said.
I'm sure you have your reasons, Tanu muttered. Look, I'll collect the rest of your team. You'd better put in a good word for me with your grandparents when you get home.
Is it far to the others? Kendra asked.
A good distance. The mist is widely dispersed.
There's a knapsack. It has a room inside. If you're strong enough to carry people down into the room, it might be faster. Maybe not.
Thanks for the tip. I'll be back.
Kendra waited alone, trying to muster her courage. They had survived a dragon. Maybe they would actually make it out of the dragon temple. Uncapping the small bottle, she tried a little sniff and felt a spicy tingle penetrate her sinuses, triggering tears. The invasive smell left a metallic aftertaste on the roof of her mouth. She was just beginning to wonder what was taking so long when she heard Tano returning. He dragged Trask over to her and laid him on his back. The knapsack hung from his shoulder. "Anybody in the sack?" Kendra asked.
"Mara, Gavin, Seth, and Warren," Tanu said.
"Was Warren asleep as well?"
"And badly wounded. I found him crumpled at the bottom of the ladder."
"He was already injured," Kendra said. "He was inside the knapsack when the dragon put us to sleep. He must have tried to climb out and help us."
"When he tried to emerge, the sleep gas knocked him out and he fell," Tanu finished. "Serves him right. Warren was always so cocky. I'm not going to try to lug any of them back up the ladder."
"Right," Kendra said. "I'll climb down to wake them up."
"I'll go back for Dugan. He was too heavy to move into the knapsack. When we are done, I'll relinquish my hold on Tano, and you can wake him as well."
Tanu walked away. Kendra squatted beside Trask, uncapping the bottle and waving it beneath his nostrils. She recalled how her name had been the first word to register. "Trask," she said. "Trask, wake up! We're in the temple. Trask, you have to get up. Trask, come on, Trask." He did not stir. Kendra took another quick whiff from the bottle. Her eyes immediately teared up and her sinuses burned. How could he sleep through that sensation? Wiping away tears, she returned the mouth of the bottle to his nostrils. He showed no reaction. "Trask! Trask, come on, get up! Trask, dragons! Hurry, Trask, wake up!" She prodded his cheek. She pried open an eye, only to see it languidly roll back. She shook him. She shouted. Nothing elicited a response. Kendra continued to speak and shout persistently. When Tanu returned with Dugan, Trask still had not stirred. "Is there a trick to this?" Kendra asked.
"It took a good 20 minutes to awaken you," Tanu said. "Time away from the fumes must be part of the equation. Once you get Trask awake, I'm sure the others will rouse faster."
"How did you know which potion to use?" Kendra asked. "Can you see Tanu's thoughts?"
Tanu shook his head. "Trial and error. I knew he must have some compound akin to smelling salts."
Kendra put the bottle beneath Trask's nostrils. "Wake up, Trask! Come on, get up! We have dragons to fight! Trask! Trask!" She jostled his shoulder.
"I'll wait to release Tanu until Trask wakes up," Tanu said. "I don't want to leave you here alone."
"Thanks, Vanessa. I really appreciate it."
"Don't forget to put in a good word with your grandparents."
"I will," Kendra promised, "if we ever make it out of here." She returned to trying to rouse Trask. Kendra had no way to confirm how long it took for Trask to start awakening. It felt like more than 20 minutes. At last, he began to hum and moan as she shook him. Not long after that, his eyes opened. With her hand on his shoulder, she felt him tense up.
"Oh, what happened?" he asked.
Kendra explained. By the time she was done, Trask was on his feet.
"Vanessa Santoro," he said grudgingly, shaking hands with Tanu. "We're indebted." "Believe it or not, I'm actually on your side these days," Tanu replied. "Now that you're awake, Lieutenant, I'd best return your potion master to you. I'll be watching. If you should fall asleep unnaturally again, I'll be back." Tanu reclined on the ground. "You should have good luck awakening those in the knapsack by now. Save me and Dugan for last. Bye, Kendra.
Bye. Tanu closed his eyes, and his body slackened into a deep sleep. Trask stood guard while Kendra descended into the storage room. It took only a few minutes to awaken Seth. Gavin and Mara woke even faster, and Warren sat up on his own. It turned out the fall had broken both bones in his forearm. The others carefully helped him back to his resting place. After everyone in the storage room understood what had happened, Kendra led the way up the ladder. Using the pungent scent from the little bottle, she awoke Dugan and finally Tanu. The Samoan had a big grin on his face by the time they finished recapping what had transpired.
Glomus was an old dragon and blind, Gavin said. I had heard of him. His reputation was renowned. He was truly one of a kind. Once I understood who we were facing, I knew we were in trouble. That breath of his will push anything to sleep, even other dragons. I managed to break a smoke grenade before I went down, Tanu put in. Which explains why Glomus had to get so close to smell us, Gavin said. We really lucked out. Without that narcoblix, we would be dragon food. I know Vanessa gets the credit, Tanu said, repressing a grin. But it's pretty cool to think I took down a dragon. Well, my body at least.
Yeah, and good thing you had one of the adamant-edged swords, Seth observed.
We're not out of the woods yet, Trask reminded them. We have another guardian ahead of us, and the Hydra behind. We've overcome a major obstacle, but now we have to refocus.
They set about getting their gear in order. Tanu descended into the knapsack to check how Warren was faring and discover what additional attention he might need. Seth wandered over to Kendra. So, why do you think Vanessa picked Tanu instead of me? Would you have wanted her to pick you? Kendra asked. Well, I would have sort of been a dragon slayer. You know, I don't think Vanessa meant it as an insult. She's controlled Tanu before. Plus, Tanu is bigger. Seth looked mopey.
She bit me, too.
Kendra rolled her eyes. Cheer up. You may not have killed dragons, but you've gotten to see dragons, and who knows, you might still get eaten by one.
Yeah, I'm glad I've seen some, he admitted.
Kendra huffed. Are you really glad? Truly? Ugh, it freaks me out. We almost died.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to pretend I wasn't freaked out too. I thought we were doomed, but if dragons weren't freaky, they'd be, disappointing.
Kendra patted his shoulder. Don't worry, there should be plenty of freaky stuff ahead of us. We still might not even survive. Trask decided their group had been too clustered when Glomus had attacked, so he strung them out more as they resumed their journey. He and Gavin took the lead. Mara and Tanu followed 50 yards back. Then Kendra, Seth, Mendigo, and Dugan stayed back another 50 yards at the rear. They traveled a long distance, generally sloping upward. The ravine narrowed and widened. It became deeper and shallower. It turned several times. Kendra scrutinized every shadow, worried about another cave or offshoot containing a hidden dragon. Up ahead, Trask and Gavin searched the walls of the ravine, high and low, with bright flashlights. Kendra stayed ready for disaster to strike at any step. She knew that any minute, Trask and Gavin could be engulfed in a fiery inferno. She tried to guess what the final guardian might be. Another dragon? A giant? A huge demon like Behemoth? Some more deadly creature they had never heard of? The possibilities were endless. When they rounded another corner, steps became visible up ahead. The beige stone stairs reached from one side of the ravine to the other, leading up to a pillared structure. Bronze statues of dragons flanked the top of the steps. The massive building had no front wall and was plenty large enough to accommodate dragons or giants. Trask and Gavin waited for the others to catch up just short of the wide stairway.
Looks like we've reached the temple proper, Trask said. Gavin has volunteered to scout ahead. We're assuming the third guardian awaits us inside.
He's scouting alone? Kendra asked.
I'll follow 20 yards back, Trask said. I'll keep him covered with my crossbow. Tanu, trail along behind me. The rest of you hang back and await my signal.
Kendra watched Gavin mount the steps and disappear into the gloomy building. Trask was halfway up the steps when Gavin came running back out, waving Trask away. Gavin raced down the stairs 2 at a time and sprinted toward Kendra. She involuntarily drew back as he came into the light of the nearest glowing stone. His skin had taken on a bluish cast, almost black around the neck and lips. He gazed at her with horribly bloodshot eyes. "The horn," he murmured, collapsing. "He's poisoned," Seth realized, diving into the knapsack. Kendra could have hugged her brother for moving so quickly. Sitting beside Gavin, she took his hand to console him. It felt cold. Black eyelids had hooded his eyes. A buttery discharge leaked from below the closed lids like gooey tears. He began to quiver and twitch. His veins were becoming increasingly visible, black lines beneath his blue, clammy skin. Tanu knelt beside the knapsack, his head and one arm inside the storage room. She heard him call, "Throw it!" A moment later, the Samoan was approaching with a unicorn horn in his fist. He touched the tip of the horn to Gavin's blue-black throat and held it there. The convulsions stopped instantly. The black veins faded and the blue hues drained from his skin. Gavin coughed and opened his eyes, a sweaty hand closing around the horn. That was close," he breathed. "Is he all right?" Trask asked. "The horn purifies," Tanu said. "If it was poison, he should be fine." "I'm great," Gavin said, sitting up. "It was poison. We're in serious trouble." "What did you see?" Trask asked. "Not much. I barely glimpsed her. I didn't speak with her, didn't have time. The poison hit hard and moved fast, but I didn't need a conversation to know who she was. The third guardian is Seleta." "Oh, the poison dragon," Tanu groaned. Gavin nodded. "She didn't breathe on me or anything. The whole atmosphere in there is tainted." "I've never heard of a poison dragon," Trask said. "Many thought she was just a legend," Tanu explained. "Or if not, long dead. Dark potion makers fantasize about her. She is utterly unique." "Yeah, poison to the core," Gavin said. "I once spoke to a dragon who knew her anciently. Her breath, her flesh, her blood, her tears, her excretions, everything is deadly poison. You saw how I looked. That was simply from being in the same room with her. Everyone should touch the horn. Even out here, we may be getting exposed." They all crowded together to place a hand on the horn. "What do we do?" Tanu asked. Gavin laughed grimly. "Oh, we give up. There is no way past Seleta. I couldn't conceive of a better guardian. Even if you held the horn to protect yourself from the poison in the air, she's still a dragon with teeth and claws and a majestic aura of terror. She saw me. She's ready for us. Besides, who knows how long the unicorn horn would protect you? All magical items have limitations. Seleta is a living fountainhead of the most potent venoms ever known." "So, we're pinned between a hydra and a poison dragon," Dugan muttered. "We need to figure this out," Trask said. "She could emerge at any moment." "I'll take care of her," Seth said. "Don't be ridiculous," Tana replied. Seth scowled at the dismissal. "I'm not. I have a plan. I'll need Kendra." "What do you mean?" Trask asked. "We won't use the horn just to keep us alive while we fight Seleta," Seth said. "We'll use the horn to kill Seleta." "How so?" Kendra asked. "When Grawlus was helping me get the horn, I suspected that he wanted it for himself, but then he told me that his diseases had become so much a part of him that curing them would probably kill him. If this dragon has poison blood and poison flesh, wouldn't the horn kill her?" Maybe, Gavin said thoughtfully, but I doubt the horn contains enough energy to counteract so much poison. Unicorns possess tremendous purity, but we have no unicorn, just an old horn. You'd be pitting the power of a discarded horn against a live dragon. "We have Kendra," Seth argued. "She's like a battery full of magical energy. If she holds the horn, she'll keep it charged. And of course, I'll have to go with her, or the dragon terror will freeze her." The adults exchanged glances. It might work, Gavin admitted.
They're children,
Trask objected.
Children or not,
Tanu vouched.
they've done some astounding things.
Let me take the horn, Gavin volunteered. It might have enough potency to defeat the dragon without jeopardizing Kendra. No, Kendra said, her voice quavering. If anyone should use the horn, it should be me. Seth is right. We can't risk the horn running out of energy. We'll only get one shot at this.
I'll not have children sticking their necks out for me,
Dugan said.
Neither of them are even supposed to be here. Kendra should be back at the keep, and Seth should be at Fablehaven. We can't risk losing Gavin. We need him as our ambassador to the dragons. If Tanu can bolster me against the dragon terror with a potion, I'll do it.
Let me take this risk, Mara said. I'm quick, I'm nimble, and I'm a dragon tamer.
What about Mendigo? Tanu proposed. The puppet won't react to the poison, and he's uncannily agile.
Mendigo could come with us, Seth said. You know, as backup. But Kendra has to be there to make sure the horn stays energized. We all know it probably won't have enough power otherwise, and I have to be there for Kendra to be there. You just want to kill a dragon, Kendra accused. Seth fought to stifle a guilty smile. Maybe a little, but mostly, I want to get that key and go home.
Do you really think you can do this?
Trask asked, eyes flicking back and forth from Seth to Kendra.
The dragon won't sit still and let you touch her. If her poison doesn't take you out, you'll probably be clawed to death or eaten.
I should carry a bag of dragon's bane, Seth said, in case she swallows me. Gavin shook his head. Solita is composed of poison. I wouldn't count on dragon's bane to do more than amuse her. We can pull this off, Kendra said stoutly. Mendigo will have orders that if we fail, he's to pick up the horn and hold it against the dragon. This is easily our best chance. Since I want to live, that means I should do this. It needs to be me. It isn't as if Seth and I would be much safer waiting here while somebody else tries to fix the problem. Everything depends on this.
We won't blow it,
Seth promised.
They make a solid argument, Trask said. Objections?
Gavin sighed.
If we mean to keep going forward, it's our best bet.
If we try to retreat, Solita may follow, Mara warned.
They're so young,
Dugan protested weakly.
All right, Trask said. Do it.
At the top of the stairs, you'll see a tremendous room with pillars throughout, Gavin described. Use the pillars as obstructions to keep the dragon from leaping at you easily. When you make your move, go in hard and fast. Keep hold of each other.
I have handcuffs in the knapsack, Tanu said. Should we cuff them together?
Yes, Seth and Kendra answered at the same time. Tanu climbed down into the storage room. Gavin handed Kendra the unicorn horn. Pulling Mendigo aside, Trask handed the puppet a sword and a flashlight.
Mendigo, Trask began, you will enter the temple ahead of Kendra and Seth. Tanu will give you 4 smoke bulbs. You will smash them in different parts of the room. You will stay in motion, cavorting around the room, but keeping the flashlight on the eyes of the dragon. As needed, you'll use the sword to defend Kendra and Seth. Should they get killed or otherwise lose the horn, you will retrieve the horn and hold it against the dragon. Understood?
Mendigo nodded. Tanu emerged from the knapsack.
We'll put the horn in Kendra's right hand,
Tanu said, cuffing Kendra's right wrist to Seth's left one. To avoid being poisoned, you'll both need to keep in constant contact with the horn, as well as each other, Gavin said. He adjusted their grip until he was satisfied. Seth ended up holding the horn a little higher than Kendra, with his hand overlapping hers.
My good hand is free, Seth said. Should I bring my sword? No, Trask said. If you get close enough to use a sword, you'll need to be using the horn. But you could bring your crossbow.
Gavin gave Seth the weapon.
Don't dwell on the crossbow, Dugan cautioned. The horn is everything.
Right, Seth agreed. Off you go, Trask said. Good luck, Tanu added.
Come on, Seth urged, tugging Kendra forward. Settle down, Kendra complained. Mendigo trotted ahead, reaching the stairs and bounding up them fluidly. Kendra glanced at Seth. Don't stress, he said with a smile. No matter how big the dragon is, all we have to do is touch her. Before she touches us with her claws or teeth, Kendra amended. Right. And we had better hope the horn works quickly. Kendra's hand felt damp to Seth. Was it his perspiration or hers? Wouldn't that be wonderful if the horn slipped from her grasp? He and his sister would die blue, handcuffed together. They started up the large steps. The bronze dragons glared down from above. As Kendra and Seth cleared the highest steps, the room came into view. Glowing stones in the walls and ceiling provided dull light. Smoke billowed inside the vast chamber where Mendigo had shattered bulbs. The left and right sides of the room were forests of wide pillars with a spacious central aisle leading to a distant doorway. Most of the way across the room, the dragon crouched among the leftmost pillars. Mendigo pranced along a good distance away from Soletta, keeping a bright flashlight trained on the dragon, the beam interrupted at intervals when blocked by columns. Lacking visible scales, Soletta looked like a giant salamander with translucent skin. Networks of dark blue veins tangled with purple and green organs. Large enough to swallow a car, her wide mouth contained multiple rows of slim, pale teeth, sharp and slightly curved. In a flurry of motion, the dragon scurried toward Mendigo, long body lashing. The puppet danced away from the attack. Only now that Soletta had moved closer to a luminous stone did Kendra notice her incredible length, the elongated body supported by at least 10 sets of legs. Seth led the way to the nearest pillar on the left side of the room.
I see you two,
the dragon hissed in a voice like fierce overlapping whispers.
Did you send this ludicrous puppet to pester me?
Kendra shook her head at Seth, warning him not to answer.
We're here on vacation,
Seth yelled.
We're touring the world's weirdest dragons. The puppet is our guide. Do you charge for photos?
Tugging Kendra forward, Seth ran ahead to another pillar. As they dashed across the open space, Kendra saw the dragon slinking toward them.
Why aren't you choking?
Soletta asked.
We're not in the mood, Seth replied. We were wondering if you could give us directions to a dragon named Glomus. All we could find was a big, stupid, gray dragon with its head chopped off.
Soletta gave a rattling snarl. A purple fog filled the air. The particles smoked when they touched Kendra's skin. Again, Seth led the way as they ran to the next pillar. Squinting through the purple haze, Kendra could barely make out the dragon crouched only 2 pillars away.
What counterspell are you using?
Soletta accused. Seth peeked around the pillar, raised his crossbow, and fired. The dragon roared. They could hear her scuttling toward them. Peering around the pillar, Kendra saw that instead of coming straight at them, the dragon was looping around to a neighboring pillar. Seth and Kendra adjusted to keep their pillar between themselves and the dragon.
Stop slinking around,
Soletta hissed, her voice thick with irritation.
We'll stop hiding when you stop being poisonous, Seth called. Seems like you're the one stalling. Come on out so we can get our photo and go home.
They heard Mendigo jingling nearby. Then the great head of the dragon came around the side of the pillar, not 10 feet away. Kendra had heard no hint of Soletta's stealthy approach. Apparently, the dragon could move silently when it suited her. The huge mouth opened, and a geyser of warm sludge sent them sprawling backwards. Kendra clung desperately to Seth and the horn as they fell. The tar-like substance spat and sizzled, vaporizing off their skin and clothes. Kendra used her free hand to wipe the sludge away from her eyes as Seth hauled her to her feet. Sword in hand, Mendigo was hacking at the dragon just behind the head. Twisting and snapping, Soletta trapped the lumberjack in her mouth, leaving only the wooden legs hanging out. Holding the horn out in front of them, Kendra and Seth charged. The mouth opened again, regurgitating more inky liquid. Mendigo flopped out onto the floor, but this time there was not as much pressure behind the foul outpouring. Keeping their footing, Kendra and Seth sloshed forward, the horn outstretched, reaching for the dragon's snout. As the tip of the horn drew near, Soletta reared away. They charged her, but her long body flexed and twisted away from them. Dozens of squishy webbed feet backpedaled. Even as the front half of her sinuous body curved out of reach, her tail swung around and whipped Kendra and Seth across the ankles, sweeping their feet out from under them. They hit the floor hard.
"Now I see,"
Soletta hissed angrily.
Yes, the wicked children brought a nasty thorn to prick me."
Rising together, Kendra and Seth chased the retreating tail. The front of Soletta went behind a fat pillar up ahead and seemed to disappear, her tail the last part of her to vanish. Heedless of the danger, Kendra and Seth raced toward the dragon, coming around the pillar in time to see that Soletta had been climbing the far side. Her head and front legs had already reached the top and started to cross the ceiling. Leaping forward, Kendra and Seth raised the unicorn horn and pressed it to the end of the dragon's tail, just before it rose out of reach. The tail froze and went rigid. Kendra heard a wet, tearing sound. Looking up, she saw splayed feet peeling away from the wall. The dragon was starting to fall. Breaking contact with the tail, Kendra yanked Seth sideways. They lunged to the other side of the pillar as Soletta slapped heavily to the floor. Coming back around, they found her flapping and flailing. Pouncing toward her rear section, they stabbed the horn against her gummy body. The writhing stopped. Soletta held very still. The horn grew hot in Kendra's hand. As the dragon began to vibrate, the horn became scorching. But Kendra and Seth kept it firmly in contact with the dragon, even after her legs went limp and her head drooped to the floor. Underneath the translucent skin, the black lines of her veins spread into inky clouds. The strangely visible organs lost their shape and blurred together. Her insides began to boil, and her skin split open, emitting rank plumes of the deepest blues and purples. Kendra covered her mouth with her free hand and pushed the unicorn horn against the dragon. As Soletta started to shrink and wither, she and Seth adjusted to keep the horn in direct contact. After a few moments, they held the horn against a dry, shriveled husk, not a tenth of the dragon's previous size. After Soletta had remained brittle and motionless for a long minute, with no new vapors steaming out of her, Seth said, "I think we're good." Keeping their hands on the horn, they stepped back. The grotesque dragon husk did not twitch. Kendra looked over her shoulder. Some distance away, a pool of black liquid covered the ground, but she did not see Mendigo. "Where's our puppet?" Seth asked, voicing her thoughts. Kendra walked to the black pool, crouched, and dipped the tip of the unicorn horn in the foul liquid. Bubbling and smoking, the tar-like puddle turned to vapor. On the bare floor rested the sword, a flashlight, and numerous small golden hooks. "What the heck?" Seth exclaimed. "He's gone." Kendra considered the evidence. That black sludge must have dissolved the wood. Seth picked up a hook, examining it closely. Not even a splinter left. Tears shimmered in his eyes. That sort of takes the fun out of everything. Think we could rebuild him? With only hooks left? I guess we can gather them up, just in case. Maintaining his grip on Kendra and the horn, Seth crawled around the area, meticulously collecting every hook and clasp he could find. Kendra gathered hooks as well. She told herself not to cry, that Mendigo was not a person. The puppet had no identity, no will. He was just a tool, a mindless wooden robot. When he had worked for Muriel, Mendigo had put Kendra and her family in grave danger. But since his loyalties had been altered by fairies, the puppet had saved Kendra's life multiple times. And now he had been destroyed, trying to protect them. He may have only been a mechanical servant, but he had been reliable and true. She and Seth would be less safe without him. Kendra found herself wiping moisture off of her cheeks.
Kendra, a voice hollered from outside the chamber. Seth, are you all right?
It was Tanu. Think we got all the hooks? Kendra asked. Seth scanned the floor. Looks like it. We'd better go let them know what happened. Together they walked to the top of the stairs. Their companions waited not far from the bottom step. We killed Saletta, Kendra announced. She and Seth started down the stairs. The others cheered and shouted congratulations. At the bottom of the steps, she and Seth had to recount all the details. Everyone kept hugging them and clapping them on the back. By the exuberant expressions of relief, Kendra could tell that most of her comrades had doubted that she and her brother would succeed. They were all saddened to hear Mendigo had been disintegrated, but no further tears were shed. Tanu said that the magic animating Mendigo had most likely been in the wood, but that he was no expert on such things, and keeping the hooks couldn't hurt. The Samoan used a key to remove the handcuffs. Do you think the horn sanitized the air in there? Seth asked.
Touch a unicorn horn to a pond, and the whole pond will be purified, Tanu said. I'm not sure how the horn would affect a gas. The vapors you saw rising from the dragon and the poison pool would be harmless, but the pre-existing gases in the chamber might still have potency. We'll take no needless risks, Trask said. 3 of us will proceed to the treasure room, each with a hand on the horn. Kendra should be one, to be certain the horn remains active. She should also be there in case Patton left another message. I want to come too, Seth said. I remember the descriptions of the figurines. And I'll come for protection, Trask said. I'm going to head back to the Hydra, Gavin announced. Trask shook his head. We'll face Hespera together once we retrieve the key. No, I have a plan, Gavin insisted. Let me borrow Seth's crossbow. I'm going to visit the corpse of Glomus and dip my spear and some quarrels into his vital juices. I may be able to put the Hydra to sleep. You'll probably just fall asleep yourself when you return to the area where Glomus lies, Tanu cautioned. If I do, you guys can wake me, Gavin insisted. I'm inspired by Kendra and Seth. A small, focused attack has advantages. If I approach the Hydra alone, I think I can soothe her and get close enough to prick her. Don't worry, I won't throw my life away, but if I can clear the path for our escape, why not? I'll trust your judgment, Trask said. You don't want somebody to accompany you? My best chance of getting close is to go in alone, Gavin said. If I succeed, you'll find me waiting. If I can't pull it off, I'll come back, or you'll find me unconscious near Glomus. If you don't find me at all, well, you'll know what happened. I don't like this, Kendra said. I feel good about it, Gavin replied. None of our options are pleasant, Trask said. Gavin, I think this is worth a try. If you can get close and put the Hydra to sleep, we might beat the odds and see daylight again. You're free to go. In case Gavin can't subdue the Hydra, the rest of you should make ready to face Hespera and dash to our rendezvous with the Griffins. Kendra, Seth, come with me.
Chapter 26. Ambush. The dragons had evidently placed a lot of confidence in their guardians. Beyond the chamber where Kendra and Seth had slain Saletta, a short, spacious hall led to the doorless treasure room. Trask took his time, carefully probing and investigating, but detected no traps. With Saletta and Glomus dead, and the Hydra pinned back near the entrance, the treasury was left unguarded. Beyond the giant doorway, the treasury contained 3 wide aisles bounded by rows of stone tables. An endless variety of items cluttered the tables, ranging from the opulent to the primitive. Elegantly cut gemstones the size of billiard balls rested alongside rough-hewn stone mallets. Walking along one row of tables, Kendra noticed an elaborate pagoda carved from lucent jade, a rusted iron helm, a 10-foot ivory tusk inlaid with gold, a bucket of crude nails, delicate baubles of colored glass, ragged books decorated with arcane glyphs, a rotting leather birdcage, a collection of large lenses inside a compartmentalized wooden trunk, fanciful bronze masks, a tattered cape, a corroded candelabrum, and a pile of copper coins with holes in the center. Trask, Kendra, and Seth each kept hold of the unicorn horn. Seth towed them across the aisle so he could pick up a gleaming sword.
Pure adamant, Trask noted reverently. Can I keep it? Seth wondered. We should take nothing more than we must, Trask admonished. We don't want dragons after us to reclaim stolen treasure. They'll already be after me for killing Soletta, Seth said. We should still avoid causing any extra harm, Trask said. Combating the guardian dragons was unavoidable, but we don't need to inflame the insult by pillaging their treasure. We owe Thronus the figurines, so we'll pay that debt. If the dragons want them back, they can take it up with him. The key was never theirs to begin with, so, in a sense, we'll have stolen nothing. All right, Seth conceded. He replaced the sword, and they moved farther down the aisle. A raised dais spanned the rear of the room, supporting an extra row of stone tables. Toward the center, upon a pedestal, higher than the surrounding tables, rested a pair of gauntlets, lobstered steel embellished with gold and platinum scrollwork. Look at those gloves, Seth said. Almost certainly not the sage's gauntlets, Trask surmised. On display so prominently, they must be decoys. I wouldn't be surprised if poison needles awaited unwary fingers.
I don't know, Kendra said. Aside from the dragons and the Hydra, they didn't do much to guard the room. They may have been cocky enough to leave the gauntlets in plain view.
Maybe we should grab the gauntlets, Seth proposed. We can give them back in the end, but meanwhile, we can use them to distract the dragons. If we get in a tight situation, maybe we could bargain with them. Not terrible thinking, in principle, Trask acknowledged, but to disturb the gauntlets would enrage the dragons beyond any hope of bargaining. I repeat, our best chance for success is to move quickly and take only what we came for. Kendra, did Patton leave any hint at the Fairy Queen shrine concerning where in the room he hid the key?
I didn't see a hint, Kendra said, being deliberately vague about not having actually read Patton's message at the shrine. Her cheeks felt hot. She hoped she wasn't blushing. In hindsight, she should probably have fished the tablet out of the pool in case he had included any extra tidbits. And I haven't noticed any writing here in the treasury either. Patton said the key looks like an iron egg the size of a pineapple, with a bunch of protuberances on the top half. They climbed up onto the dais.
The figurines,
Seth said almost instantly. He led them over to where 5 statuettes were positioned on a circular mat.
Red dragon, white giant, jade chimera. Is onyx black? Can be, Trask said. And the blue fishy thing is the agate leviathan. Can I let go of the horn? Seth asked.
Trask sniffed probingly.
I think so. If you start to feel ill, make sure you get a hand back on it.
Seth opened a pouch.
Thronus gave me this,
he told Kendra. He pulled squares of silken fabric from the pouch and wrapped each figurine individually, then placed them together inside the small bag. Trask left Kendra holding the horn alone and proceeded down the long row of elevated tables, pausing beside the glittering gauntlets. He looked behind the pedestal on which the fancy gloves were situated.
I found the key, Trask announced. He stashed it behind the gauntlets.
Good job, Kendra cheered. She and Seth joined Trask, who struggled to pick up the egg-shaped mass of black iron.
Oh, big pineapple, Trask grunted. Patton didn't mention the key was solid iron. This must weigh at least 80 pounds. Tough to get a grip.
Use both hands, Kendra recommended. I'll follow behind and keep the horn in contact with your skin. They shuffled in an awkward train back across the treasure room, down the hall, and through the pillared chamber, passing Soletta's shrunken corpse. Tanu, Dugan, and Mara awaited them at the bottom of the steps.
Success? Dugan asked. We have the key and the giant's figurines, Trask reported. The key looks heavy, Tanu remarked. Or I'm getting really weak, Trask said. I'll lug the key down into the storage room, Dugan offered. I already hold the giant sword down there.
Trask gratefully handed off the iron egg.
Once you're back up, I want to move out. I hope Gavin fared all right. I'm not sure I should have let him go alone.
Face red with exertion, Dugan managed to descend the rungs into the storage room, cradling the egg in one arm. When he came up, they hurried back toward the Hydra. Kendra tried not to fret about Gavin. She told herself that he was fine, that he wouldn't have taken needless risks. But she knew how brave he was, and how deadly the Hydra had appeared. As they neared Glomus's cave, Tanu went forward alone to sample the air. He came back and reported that the air was breathable, and that he had found no sign of Gavin.
"We might do well to raid the dragon's corpse ourselves," Tanu added. "We could smear our weapons with sedatives, and it would be a once-in-a-lifetime chance to acquire potion ingredients."
"We need to hurry," Trask pointed out, "but prepping our weapons could pay dividends. Mara, come with me and Tanu." While waiting outside the cave, Kendra saw Gavin walking back to them with a slight limp. Squealing with relief, she ran to him, and he caught her in an embrace. He was soaking wet, his clothes were torn, and he bled lightly from several cuts and scrapes. "What happened?" Kendra asked, pulling back.
"I got her," Gavin said with a shy smile. "I found a gland in the neck of Glomus and drenched my spear in a few quarrels. You know how Trask shot out one of the yellowish head's eyes? I pierced the other one with a tainted quarrel. The head started to thrash, and I got in a few stabs with the spear."
"You're hurt," Kendra said.
"A couple of the heads jostled me as Hespera went down," Gavin said dismissively. "Nothing major. No bad cuts, no broken bones, at least for now. She's beneath the water. We should hurry."
Trask, Mara, and Tanu shortly emerged from the cave, and Gavin recounted his battle with the Hydra as they jogged toward the lake. Trask made the others hang back as he and Gavin advanced through the narrow passage to survey the dark water. They returned promptly, and then all of them hurried through the passage and across the ledge in two separate groups. Kendra walked quickly, ready for shrieking heads to rise from the depths at any moment, but the murky lake never stirred. With the slumbering Hydra behind them, they climbed the knotted rope and hustled between the enormous stone dragons out into the late afternoon sunlight. Clouds of dragonflies drifted near the reedy pools. "What now?" Kendra asked.
"We rush to the rendezvous," Trask said, picking up the pace. "It will take over an hour. From there, the griffins will transport us to Thronus. The giant has given his word to help us, and he cannot lie. We'll weather the night in his mansion, and then plan how to get out of Wyrmroost. Maybe some of his griffins can scout to see if Navarog is truly at the gates."
They marched single file, following a trackless route beneath tall conifers. Nobody spoke, with the woods around them quiet, except for sporadic breezes rustling through the branches. Kendra supposed nobody wanted to jinx the group by disturbing the silence. They had survived the Dragon Temple. They had the key and the figurines. Now if only they could reach the griffins without attracting the notice of any passing Wyrmroost predators. At one point, Mara made them stop and crouch low as she watched a far-off dragon gliding in the sky. The creature showed no sign of having observed them and soon drifted out of view. The trees thinned as they scaled the side of a rocky spine. About halfway up the long slope, Trask assembled the group below an overhang. "Our griffins should await us just over this skinny ridge," Mara explained. Trask nodded.
"I'll cross over first with Gavin. If things look good, I'll whistle."
Kendra and the others huddled under the overhang and listened to loose rocks clack and shift as Trask and Gavin ascended the ridge. Not too long after they passed over the crest, a brief whistle shrilled twice. Mara took the lead as the rest of the group clambered up the stony slope. As Kendra picked her way up the loose rocks, she better understood why Trask and Gavin had climbed so noisily. No matter how she stepped, the rocks shifted and slid. Near the top of the knife-like ridge, Kendra heard a flutter of wings. An astrid alighted on a rocky projection near the crest of the ridge, and words spilled into her mind. "This is an ambush. 2 dragons lie in wait. Run!" Cautiously regarding the expressionless human face of the golden owl, Mara held her spear ready. "What does it want?" she asked Kendra. "He's warning us," Kendra said, placing a calming hand on the spear. Kendra studied the astrid. Are you sure? Run! They will strike at any moment. Warn your friends. The Astrid took wing. It's a trap, Kendra yelled. She hurried to the top of the ridge and peered over at Gavin and Trask descending the far side. They had turned toward her in response to her shout. Several griffins had emerged from the trees below, including one ridden by the dwarf. Dragons! Run! It's an ambush! The dwarf barked an order, and the griffins took flight. At the same time, a pair of enormous dragons soared over the far ridge. One had green scales and a bony frill framing its angular head. The other was a monstrosity in scarlet, with lumpy knobs on its snout and a club-shaped tail. The red dragon swept low over the trees, a roiling inferno jetting from its jaws to set a long strip of pines ablaze. The green dragon wheeled out wide, curving and climbing to approach from a different angle. The griffins scattered. Some fought to gain altitude, others stayed near the ground. They darted in every direction. The griffin with the dwarf snatched Gavin in one claw and Trask in the other. Wings beating furiously, the overburdened griffin flew up the ridge, depositing Trask and Gavin near Kendra and the others.
We'll come back around,
the dwarf promised, his words trailing off as his griffin carried him away. Trask grabbed Kendra's arm and guided her down the backside of the ridge, rocks rolling underfoot. After a few steps, he dove with her into the lee of a boulder, shielding her with his body. Overhead, a dragon bellowed. Heat washed over Kendra as a fervent downpour of flame scorched a field of scree off to the right. After the dragon had passed over, a pair of griffins streaked low along the slope. Seth sprang out from hiding, and a griffin snatched him up and angled skyward. The other one grabbed Tanu. Above her and to the left, silhouetted against the setting sun, Kendra saw the green dragon diving toward a trio of griffins, fire spurting, but the griffins split up and maneuvered aggressively to evade the larger predator. The scarlet dragon seemed to have been coming back around for another fiery pass, but then it swerved away to follow the griffin carrying Tanu. The griffin dropped into the trees for cover as the dragon released a searing stream of fire. Below the wide red wings, the forest erupted into a raging conflagration. "Into the bag," Trask commanded, seizing the knapsack from Kendra. As she stepped inside, a charred, one-winged griffin crashed onto the rocks less than 20 yards down the slope. Kendra hastily descended the rungs. Warren was propped up on one elbow. "What now?" "There were dragons waiting when we went to meet the griffins," Kendra said, eyeing his new splint. "How's your arm?" Messed up, just like the rest of me. At least Tanu dressed it and gave me painkillers. Are we going to make it? We'll see." From inside the storage room, the battle seemed far away. Kendra heard the shrieks of griffins and the roars of dragons, but the stationary room remained otherwise unremarkable. Dugan rushed down the ladder, followed by Gavin. A moment later, Mara entered, but she stayed on the top rungs. "Trask found a griffin," she reported. Mara poked her head up through the mouth of the knapsack. "We're airborne." Gavin sidled up to Kendra. "How are you?" "I don't know." "We'll be all right." Taking her hand in his, he offered a reassuring squeeze. "The green dragon is telling us," Mara called down. "It's gaining. We're swerving. We're plunging. We're close to the cliff. I think we might—" She flinched, ducking her head, then looked up after an instant. No, we made it. This griffin can really fly." Staring up at Mara, Kendra and the others could see the wind whipping her long black hair. "We're diving," she reported. "We're rising. I think I know where we're going. We're upside down. Now we're rolling, rising. Oh no, no, Trask is falling. We're falling." Tugging the flap down, Mara tucked her head and clung to the rungs. They all heard the knapsack slap against the ground. Mara climbed up out of the room. Grabbing a sword, Gavin followed, then Dugan. Kendra scaled the rungs as well. "You could wait in here," Warren suggested. "I have to see," Kendra said. She emerged on a long ledge near the brink of a high drop-off. Behind her rose a sheer cliff. Above her, the green dragon glided high in the sky, chasing other griffins. The red dragon pursued a distant griffin heading for Stormcrag. Mara, Gavin, and Dugan were staring upward. "What happened to Trask?" Kendra asked. "He's coming down," Gavin said, pointing. It took Kendra a moment to catch sight of the ghostly shape of Trask, slowly descending toward them, his body a swirling mass of vapor. "He swallowed a gaseous potion," Kendra exclaimed in relief. Trask was waving for them to go. "He wants us to head toward Sidestep Cleft," Mara said.
How close are we?
Dugan asked. "Not far," Mara said, snatching up the knapsack. "I think the griffin was trying to make it there. A griffin would fit much deeper inside the gap than a dragon, and a person could fit in deeper than any of them. The cleft is our best chance. We should be relatively safe there." They set off at a brisk run over the rocky ground. "What about Trask?" Kendra asked.
He'll try to hide, Dugan said. Going gaseous saved him from the fall, but now he can't move very fast. We have to leave him. Our presence would only draw more attention to him.
"Trask will find a place to hide," Gavin said. "He knows we have to make it to the cleft. He and Mara are right. The dragons shouldn't be able to reach us in there." Heedless of the treacherous footing, Kendra raced along the ledge. The green dragon remained in view whenever she looked back, but it seemed intent on chasing griffins. She was surprised the dragon didn't swoop over and kill them. They were such easy prey on the ledge. Perhaps the dragon had failed to notice them. "The cleft should be around this bend," Mara announced. "Here comes the dragon," Gavin warned. Risking a glance, Kendra saw the dragon soaring straight at them, still a good distance away. They picked up the pace to a full sprint.
Should we put Kendra in the bag?
Dugan asked. "No time to slow down," Gavin replied. "We have to make it to the cleft." Mara pulled away from them, her long legs eating up ground like a track star. But as she rounded the bend, Mara skidded to a stop. When Kendra and the others caught up, they saw why. A huge dragon blocked the entrance to Sidestep Cleft. The dragon had an underbelly as pale as cream and dimpled yellow scales with a texture almost like linoleum. A pair of forked antlers crowned the long head. The beak-like mouth opened and closed, clacking ominously. Kendra felt the dragon terror take hold of her. Her muscles locked. Beside her, Dugan had become equally immobile. Mara glanced back toward the green dragon, then ahead at the yellow. Her dark eyes panicked. They were trapped. Gavin shrieked violently in the dragon language. The dragon responded sharply, prowling forward like a cat stalking a mouse. The huge creature did not seem interested in what he had to say. Despair took hold of Kendra. They had trespassed in the dragon temple, and now they would pay the price.
This is the end of CD number 11. Please continue listening on CD number 12. Fablehaven, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary. CD number 12.
Kendra willed her muscles to move, but they refused. What a sad way to die, cornered by dragons after enduring so much. At least Seth might escape, and Tanu. Maybe the dragons would fail to check inside the knapsack, and Warren would make it out as well. Hopefully Trask would quietly drift to a safe place. The yellow dragon had almost reached them. The green dragon had to be closing in as well. Kendra wanted to close her eyes, but her eyelids refused to operate. Although her body would not move, she seemed to shake inside with fear. Casting his spear aside, Gavin broke into a run, charging straight at the yellow dragon. Kendra did not want to watch the creature destroy her friend, but her head could not turn away. And then Gavin transformed. The change was not gradual. He swelled suddenly, swiftly tripling in size again and again, sprouting wings and a tail, horns and claws, until he ballooned into an immense black dragon, abruptly dwarfing his yellow opponent. The silver collar stretched, remaining in place around his scaly neck. A blinding holocaust of liquid fire erupted from the black dragon's mouth, blasting the yellow dragon off the ledge and bathing the whole vicinity in scorching heat. Spreading his wings, the black dragon leapt and turned to meet the green dragon overhead. The green dragon exhaled fire at Gavin, but the breath he shot back looked more like molten gold than actual flame. The green dragon veered away. The black dragon returned and landed on the ledge, rocks crumbling beneath his bulk. Kendra still could not move. Could that really be Gavin? He was gigantic. An armor of dark, oily scales plated his sides and back, and his belly looked crusted with black jewels. Cruel spikes protruded from his massive tail and along his spine. His claws curved like huge scythes, and his ferocious eyes burned like magma. Her friend was no dragon brother. He was an actual dragon. Kendra saw the yellow dragon rising on the far side of the gorge. One side of the creature had been blackened, and the wing on that side looked tattered, but the dragon was still flying. The yellow dragon banked toward them. The green dragon appeared to be wheeling back around as well. The black dragon regarded the returning adversaries, then arched his great head down and swallowed Dugan in a single quick bite. Through frozen lips, Kendra screamed in disbelief. Mara tossed the knapsack to Kendra. It hit her shoulder and fell to the ground. The black dragon swiped a foreleg at Mara, who failed to dodge the quick blow and went tumbling across the ledge and off the edge. The other foreleg swung at Kendra, a razor claw slicing across her chest and knocking her backwards. Wings spreading, the black dragon sprang to engage the oncoming adversaries. With dragon roars thundering in her ears, Kendra dazedly examined the tear in her shirt. Beneath the torn material, the breastplate Seth had given her felt unscratched. Her mind reeled, trying to comprehend what had happened. Her breaths came quick and shallow. Not only was Gavin a dragon, he had turned and attacked his friends. He had eaten Dugan and killed Mara. As her fingers rubbed the adamant breastplate, Kendra realized she could move. When Gavin had taken flight, the dragon terror had faded. As the dragons reeled and battled above, Kendra sat up. The knapsack lay beside her, and the sidestep cleft was now unguarded. Shaking with adrenaline, Kendra snatched the knapsack, looped a strap over her shoulder, and ran for the cleft, avoiding the depressions where simmering pools of liquid gold had puddled. As the crack in the mountain loomed large before her, she peered up and back to where the two dragons contended with Gavin. The sun had just gone down. Fountains of flame brightened the dusky sky. Gavin's opponents stayed away from each other. No matter which way Gavin turned, one of his opponents would swoop in behind and try to roast him. Kendra lingered at the entrance to Sidestep Cleft, enthralled by the deadly dance. The difficulty of scoring a direct hit with Dragonfire, while attacker and target both careened through the air, soon became apparent. As the aerial combat wore on, the participating dragons became increasingly distant, but Kendra knew they could come plunging back at any moment. Turning her back on the dragon battle, she scurried into the cleft. The passage promptly grew much too narrow for any of the dragons, but wanting to make sure she was out of range from dragon breath, Kendra continued onward, reminding herself not to proceed too far, or the fiery exhalations might be able to reach her from the far side. Kendra traced her finger along one wall until she felt she had traveled far enough. Setting down the knapsack, she lifted the flap and descended the ladder.
"I heard a lot of commotion," Warren said.
Gavin is a dragon," Kendra managed in a broken voice. Skipping the last few rungs, she dropped, landing in a crouch.
"What?"
"A huge black dragon. He He ate Dukan. He killed Mara." As she spoke, Kendra felt like she was listening to the words instead of saying them. How could those words be true? "He tried to kill me. He swiped me across the chest before he flew off to fight some other dragons. The breastplate I have under my clothes saved me." By the light of Warren's electric lantern, Kendra started rummaging through their gear. "I don't believe this," Warren murmured. "Believe it," Kendra said, testing a flashlight. It worked. "We're inside Sidestep Cleft, alone. Seth and Tanu may have gotten away with the griffins. We left Trask behind. He was gaseous." She grabbed a primitive staff with rattles at the top. "The rain stick from Lost Mesa?" Warren asked. "We need bad weather," Kendra said. "Who knows how long Gavin will be off fighting other dragons? Who knows how many other dragons could show up? I'm going to shake this thing until we have the biggest storm Wyrmroost has ever seen." Kendra crossed the room to the ladder of rungs bolted to the wall. "I'll be back." "Why not shake it down here?" Warren asked. "I'm not sure if shaking the stick down here will count up there," Kendra said. "I'm worried enough that Thronus might be able to offset the weather I summon." "Good luck," Warren said. "At the first sign of trouble, you hide the knapsack and get down here." "You got it," Kendra said, already at the top rung. Squirming out of the knapsack, she switched on the flashlight and started vigorously shaking the staff. Outside, the day had been relatively mild, with some light wind and a few non-threatening clouds in the sky. She had no idea how long it would take to conjure up a big storm, especially if Thronus resisted. It might not work before Gavin or other enemies came for her. It might not work at all. But she was sick of hiding, sick of feeling afraid. This was much better than cowering in the knapsack. Chapter 27. Navarog. All Seth could do was dangle. He couldn't even hang on. The griffin had him by the shoulders. If the claws dropped him, he would fall. If the tenacious scarlet dragon killed the griffin, Seth and the griffin would fall together. If the dragon torched them with his fiery breath, Seth would get to sample the rare experience of simultaneously burning and falling. Looking down and back, Seth had watched the red dragon chase Tanu, setting the forest ablaze. When the griffin had emerged from the trees without the Samoan, the dragon had turned to follow the griffin carrying Seth. Legs swinging freely, Seth had shouted to the griffin that he had the figurines for Thronus in his pouch. He hoped the knowledge might give the griffin an extra reason not to drop him. He had no way to tell whether the griffin understood. After having caught a ride with the griffin to the top of Stormcrag and then back down again the next day, Seth thought he knew something about flying. But now, Seth was learning that to convince a griffin to really fly, you had to chase it with a dragon. At first, the griffin had resolutely climbed, wings beating hard to ascend ever higher into the cold, thin air. While they rose, drawing near to the steep shoulders of Stormcrag, the dragon had steadily gained. As the red dragon neared, the griffin veered close to the mountain, sometimes climbing, sometimes diving, sometimes doubling back, always using the stony crags of the mountainside to create obstacles. As the griffin banked and swooped and soared, Seth swung back and forth in its grasp, occasionally having to lift his legs or twist his body to avoid spires of stone. Although they sometimes plunged to avoid dragonfire, they ascended more than they fell, gradually spiraling up toward the summit. At one point, with the dragon in close pursuit, the griffin careened around a corner and ducked into an ice cave. When the dragon sailed by, they flew out, climbing in the opposite direction. Finally, as they came within range of the highest peak of Stormcrag, the griffin soared far away from the mountain, wings beating frantically to gain altitude. Out in the empty sky, the dragon closed in. The griffin faked a dive, and the dragon took the bait, plunging to intercept them. While the dragon recovered and came back around, the griffin climbed higher. Looking back toward the mountain, Seth could see that they now sailed well above the mansion. When the dragon came close again, the griffin tucked its wings and went into a wild dive that left Seth's stomach in his throat. Presumably fearing another feint, the dragon hesitated to follow at first. By the time the dragon realized the dive was authentic, the griffin had spread its wings and Seth was rapidly gliding toward the mansion, half blinded by the wind of their speed. The dragon surged after them, gaining until it became clear that the massive predator would overtake them before they reached the mansion. Seth hoped his griffin was not out of evasive maneuvers. Just as the dragon was almost within range to blow fire, Seth heard a deep thrum. An arrow, the size of a telephone pole, lodged in the dragon's chest. Wings limp, the dragon rolled onto its back and plummeted from the sky like a boulder. Gazing ahead at the mansion, Seth saw Thronus manning an enormous crossbow out on the patio. The sky giant arose and went to his front door just in time to admit Seth and the griffin. Gliding to the table in the front room, the griffin dropped Seth, then landed, trotting to a stop. Heaving sides lathered with foam, the griffin bowed its aquiline head. "Good job," Seth told the griffin, unsure whether it could understand. He walked over and stroked the damp red gold fur.
I regret your discomforting encounter,
Thronus apologized, taking a seat by the table.
By the time I recognized the ambush, it was too late to warn you. I'm happy you won your way free, young Seth.
Nice shot with the crossbow.
Let us hope the example will motivate other dragons to think twice before venturing near my abode.
I have your figurines, Seth reported, opening the pouch. The sky giant grinned.
Then I'm especially glad you survived. Set them near the edge of the table.
Seth unwrapped the 5 figurines and arranged them in a line. The giant leaned in close, examining them with one eye shut. He murmured.
Well done. Indeed, you have brought the figures I requested.
Why did you want them so badly? Seth asked.
I wanted 3 of them. If I say the proper words and put the red dragon into a fire, it will grow into a true dragon that will heed my every command. Buried in snow with the correct words spoken, the marble giant will expand into a hardy snow giant, a servant with tremendous potential. And the jade chimera can likewise be transformed into an actual chimera obedient to my desires.
I guess they will come in handy defending your mansion, Seth said.
Oh, yes, they should prove immeasurably useful.
What about the tower and the fish? The giant cracked his knuckles.
You are welcome to keep the other figures, Seth Sorensen. Placed upon solid ground, after the designated incantation, the model tower will enlarge into an actual tower. The stronghold is designed to be inhabited by men, not giants, so it is of no use to me. Put in the sea with a few words, the fish will swell into a leviathan. I live far from the sea, with no intentions to visit.
Could you tell me the magic words? Seth asked.
I will have my dwarf write them down for you upon his return. They are not complicated. The spells necessary for the transformations are ingrained in the items. The words merely set the spells in motion, like igniting a magical fuse.
Could you look in your globe and check on my friends? Seth asked.
Absolutely,
Thronus said, rising.
I shall return promptly.
Seth sat down, fingering the tower and the fish. Having his own tower would be pretty cool. He hoped Kendra and the others were all right. Since the red dragon had chased him and been shot from the sky, the others only had to contend with the green one. Surely most of them, if not all, would escape. Thronus returned, looking sober.
While I was away from my globe manning the ballista, Navarog joined the fight. I'm not sure when he arrived at the sanctuary. I'm afraid your friends are scattered, and it looks like some have perished. My griffins have fled. They lost track of your comrades. 3 griffins have already fallen, and 2 others are wounded. Navarog is currently contending with a pair of dragons, and there seems to be a powerful enchantment summoning foul weather, using old magic that is foreign to me.
Calling rain? Seth asked.
Essentially.
That must be Kendra using the rain stick. She must need bad weather to help her escape the dragons.
The dragons trust me to keep the weather relatively fair,
Thronus said. They also trust you not to send thieves to steal from them, Seth countered. And you trust them not to attack your griffins. This seems like a day for bending some of the rules. Why don't you help summon a big storm? The sky giant stroked his chin.
My griffins are nimble. They can handle harsh weather much better than the dragons. Perhaps an ugly storm is just what we need to remind the worms of my worth.
If Kendra is calling one, I'd really appreciate it. Also, since you have the little statues, can we lose the chains now? The giant spoke a strange word and snapped his enormous fingers. The silver chain snapped and fell from Seth's neck.
We had a bargain. You have earned my appreciation. Oh, your sister and I will call up a storm such as Wyrmroost has not seen in many a season, if you will excuse me.
Seth motioned for the giant to proceed. Have at it.
When the storm has been called, I shall return with some victuals.
If that means food, count me in. Freezing gusts howled through Sidestep Cleft, carrying the smell of snow. Thunder crackled and boomed, and Kendra relentlessly kept shaking the staff, hoping that if she shook hard enough, long enough, the dragons would be forced to seek shelter while her remaining friends got away. Although she could see in the dark, Kendra could see farther with the flashlight lit, so she kept it on, repeatedly shining it in both directions to avoid being taken by surprise. Consequently, she identified Gavin while he was still a good distance off, approaching along the tall, narrow passageway. A dragon no longer, he bled freely from a wound on his neck and walked with a pronounced limp. Her flashlight beam reflected off the sword in his hand. As a heavy gust tore through the passage, he lifted his free hand to shield his face. "You can stop shaking the stick," Gavin called. "I'd rather not," Kendra replied. "I was trying to be polite," Gavin said, coming closer. "What I mean is, stop shaking the stick or I'll kill you." Tears stung Kendra's eyes. A disturbed laugh threatened to fly from her lips. Gavin had killed Dugan. He had killed Mara. "Won't you kill me anyhow?" "As a dragon, I would," Gavin said, limping near. "In this form, I'd rather not." "Who are you, Gavin?" He grinned. "Haven't you guessed? You're no dummy. Give it a shot." She knew. She had tried not to admit it to herself, but she knew. "Navarog." "Of course." "How can you be Navarog?" He had been her friend. He had protected her. She had hoped he might become her boyfriend. She had held his hand and written him flirty letters. Kendra felt ill. She wanted to curl up into a ball and weep. "A better question might be how the rest of you missed it. I thought it was obvious after Lost Mesa. I guess oftentimes we only perceive what we expect to see." Kendra shook her head, horrified and baffled and curious all at once. "So you were the hooded prisoner inside the quiet box?" "Yeah, despite how the hood masked my senses, I could still remember the smell of your nervousness, not unlike the scent I'm picking up at the moment. The Sphinx got me out and then turned me loose just before he exited Fablehaven. I went and found the nail Seth had pulled from the Revenant and gave it to Kurasok." "And then you left," Kendra said. "My business at Fablehaven was done. I went to a dragon sanctuary in the Himalayas." "You were the dragon who ate Charlie Rose. He never had a son, did he?" "Ha ha ha! I knew you could piece this together. The Sphinx recommended I visit Chuck Rose.
Chuck's longtime friend, Arlen Santos, is a Knight of the Dawn and a traitor. Chuck would disappear in the wild for many months at a time. Arlen helped me find Chuck. Killing him was simple. After the deed was done, Arlen helped me pretend that his death happened longer ago than it actually had, and helped establish my avatar as Chuck's secret son. Gavin Rose, the stuttering wonder. I liked your stutter. It served a purpose, made me seem more human, more vulnerable. Kendra scowled. What really happened at Lost Mesa? What do you think? She knew it was bad, but there was too much to process. You could talk to Shalise because you were a dragon. Before the rest of you entered the room, I showed Shalise my true form. Scared her to death. She almost tried to fight me. Once I established my dominance, I warned her that I'd kill her if she tried to attack you guys. Then I promised that if she would let us pass, I would free her. She was so young and inexperienced that I was worried she would do something stupid, but it worked out. You released Shalise? You destroyed Lost Mesa? Gavin grinned. And I framed poor Javier, the guy with no legs. He wasn't a traitor. I ate him. Then I stole the decoy artifact, slashed some tires, and moved a pickup truck. That same night I released Shalise, but commanded her to wait until after we were gone before wreaking havoc. Freed from confinement, Shalise was powerful enough to overthrow the treaty. She breached the gate and got Mr. Lich involved, freeing the zombies and animating the dead. I can't believe it, Kendra mumbled numbly. You're the demon prince of dragons. And now you're in the perfect position to help the Sphinx steal the next artifact. Gavin seemed to relish her astonishment. By now, you must realize that the Sphinx deliberately lets your duplicate escape. The sting bulb version of you, the one you left behind. He knew she was a fake when her touch failed to restore energy to an item he wanted recharged. He had given the item to her casually, so she had no idea he knew. Kendra shook her head sadly. So the phony Kendra was accidentally helping him? Yeah, the Sphinx made sure she knew exactly what he wanted her to know. She thought she escaped on her own, but he was deliberately sloppy. Had she failed to make a move, he would have been even sloppier. Once the sting bulb got away, he had an agent follow her to ensure she made it back to Fablehaven. You're very resourceful, Kendra, even as a clone. The duplicate required no help. The Sphinx knew that once your grandfather heard the society had discovered where Patton hid the key, the Knights would have to send a team to Wyrmroost to recover it. The Sphinx felt certain they would include Gavin Rose, the dragon-taming prodigy. He had it right. Kendra bowed her head into her hands. Oh, we brought Navarog with us to Wyrmroost. We opened the gate and let him in. A simple plan, but effective, Gavin said. I got nervous when we bumped into Nafia. She knows me. Fortunately, she's a fairly dark dragon. We had met before, ages ago, and she knew my reputation, so she helped me instead of blowing my cover. When she showed up at our camp in human form, she was teasing me. At first, I was scared that she meant to reveal my secret, but in the end, she helped my cause, pretending I had been spotted outside the gates, further clouding my true identity. We're so stupid, Kendra groaned miserably. You keep doing a lot of our work for us, Gavin agreed. This whole scenario has played out almost perfectly. I would have preferred to keep my identity a secret until we had left Wyrmroost. I would have preferred to devour Trask and all of them right outside the front gates, then fly away with you, Seth, and the key. But this will serve. Why spare me and Seth? Kendra asked. Didn't you try to kill me? Gavin shrugged. When I slashed at you outside of here earlier tonight, I was in a rush and worried about you escaping with the key. You and your brother are very likable. Despite being young and innocent, the two of you are surprisingly capable. I could hardly believe it when you killed Celetta. I mean, she was a legend, a dragon of no small renown. I had no idea she was a guardian here. Seth pulling the nail from the Revenant was another shocking coup. The Shadow Plague should have swallowed Fablehaven, but you stopped that as well. Together, you have accomplished some astounding feats. When the moment to reveal myself arrived, I may have changed my mind, but I felt sorely tempted to spare the two of you. Naturally, I would have eaten all the others.
Instead, you just ate Dugan, Kendra said bitterly.
Yeah, just him for now, Gavin grinned. The grin looked wrong on his face, too knowing, too shark-like. The boy she had once liked would never have grinned that way.
Have you eaten any of the others? Kendra asked.
I couldn't find them, Gavin admitted. Seth may have escaped to Thronas. I found the red dragon on the slopes of Stormcrag, skewered by a huge arrow. Hard to guess where your storm blew Trask. Mara may have survived as well. I couldn't locate her body. She's an agile woman. She may have somehow caught herself after going over the edge, or maybe I just missed her corpse. Don't worry, none of your friends will be coming to help you. I collapsed part of the ledge outside of the cleft, and Nafia is standing guard.
Really? And what's going to protect you from me? Kendra asked, shifting her stance, clutching the range staff like a weapon.
Gavin laughed condescendingly. Ho, you're brave, Kendra, but I see no need for you to humiliate yourself. He swished his sword a few times for emphasis. Granted, I'm more powerful as a dragon, but even in this ungainly mortal shape, I have superhuman strength and reflexes. You glimpsed what I could do when we were swept up in that battle on Lost Mesa, and even then I was holding back, trying not to blow my cover. Kendra lowered the staff.
You killed the dragons that were fighting you? Just now, I mean?
Gavin smirked. They were no match for me. A third dragon joined the fight against me as well, a grey beast with curved horns, but they all fell. The wind you conjured worked to my advantage. I have always outperformed other dragons in foul weather. In the end, Nafia aided me, not that I needed her assistance.
I had hoped the wind might prevent you from reaching me.
With enough wind, it can get risky for the best of us to stay airborne, but we can always tuck our wings and walk.
You must have fought the Hydra as a dragon, Kendra realized.
Why else would I have gone off alone?
Kendra scowled. But you said you fought her with arrows and a spear. Why didn't the collar strangle you?
Gavin grinned. I did fight her with arrows and a spear. At first. I changed to dragon form after that. The Hydra was a dangerous obstacle. Even as a dragon, the outcome looked dicey for a time. She put up a good fight. The collar was a nuisance. It even stayed on in dragon form. It only fell off just before I came here, meaning Seth must have made it back to Thronas. Relief swept through Kendra. At least her brother might make it out alive. Anyhow, enough reminiscing. I know the key is in the bag as well as the unicorn horn. We'll need the horn to open the gate, and of course, I'm not leaving without the key.
I'm not going with you, Kendra said firmly.
Oh, you're mistaken, Gavin said. You have no choice in the matter. I'd rather not knock you unconscious. As a dragon, I think I could tolerate you. As a person, I actually like you. Let's try to keep this civilized.
Kendra chuckled incredulously. You don't like me. You want me along as your puppet, in case you need to recharge any magical items.
Well, yeah, there's that, too.
All right, Kendra said, slouching against the wall. I guess I don't have much choice.
Hand over the knapsack, Gavin said. Kendra picked up the knapsack and held it out to Gavin. As he reached for it, she swung the staff at his head with all of her strength. He blocked the blow with the flat of his sword, wrenched the staff from her grasp, and used it to swat her on the shoulder, knocking her to the ground.
Really, Kendra, don't. This is embarrassing. He opened the main flap of the knapsack. After you. Kendra bent over the knapsack and screamed, Warren! Gavin is Navarog, and he's... She managed nothing more before Gavin shoved her aside and dropped into the knapsack, ignoring the rungs on the wall. Kendra hesitated. Should she follow him and try to help Warren? Or should she run? If she ran, he would catch her, or Nafi would catch her. Had he collapsed the ledge outside of both entrances, she probably couldn't escape Sidestep Cleft without wings. Kendra climbed down the rungs. By the time she reached the bottom, Warren was unconscious. This has been a tough week for Warren, Gavin commented. Should I just put him out of his misery? No, please, Kendra begged. Why should I heed your wishes? Gavin asked. You tried to club me in the head. I'll be good if you leave him alone, Kendra promised. It really doesn't matter if you behave. But, sure, I'll spare you having to watch me kill your friend. Go on up the ladder. He already held the unicorn horn. He crouched, easily picking up the iron egg in his other hand. Kendra scaled the rungs. If good behavior might spare Warren, she would behave. Besides, Gavin was right. If she resisted, all he had to do was knock her out and drag her wherever he wanted. Gavin exited the knapsack, set aside the egg and the horn, and removed a flask from a pocket. Unstopping the flask, he began drenching the knapsack with a pungent fluid. Whoa, what are you doing? Kendra asked, fear creeping into her voice. Producing a lighter, Gavin set the knapsack on fire. No! Kendra cried, lunging toward the burning knapsack. Gavin grabbed her, firmly holding her back. She struggled, staring in horror as the flames rapidly consumed the backpack. Eventually, the fire began to burn lower. Flinging Kendra to the ground, Gavin poured more fluid on the fire, the resurgent flames throwing devilish highlights across his features. As the fire burned down a second time, he hacked up the blackened knapsack with his sword. You said you wouldn't hurt him if I behaved, Kendra sobbed, hands trembling. No, I said it didn't matter if you behaved. And I said I wouldn't make you watch me kill your friend. Instead, you watched me trap him in an extra-dimensional space forever. He has provisions, and the room is magically ventilated. I bet Warren will get really good at Yahtzee. You're a monster, Kendra yelled. Ah, you're finally catching on. I'm much worse than most monsters, Kendra. I'm a dragon and a demon prince. Kendra huffed. And a servant of the Sphinx? How do you like taking orders from a human? Gavin's face hardened. The Sphinx may be a brilliant strategist, and it may serve my purposes to aid him for a time, but before the end, the Sphinx will learn that no mere mortal is my master. Why not teach him by switching sides and helping me? Gavin snorted derisively. No, Kendra, I will not be helping you. I want the demon prison open. We're coming, Kendra. She did not hear the words with her ears. They were chanted in her mind. Although a thrill of hope raced through her, Kendra tried to keep her face composed. She needed to keep Gavin talking. You want to open the prison on your terms, not the Sphinx's. We should not be having this conversation. Gavin turned and raised his sword. A screeching astrid flew toward him. The blade flashed, and the owl fell. A second astrid came behind the first, talons outstretched, human face set in a determined expression. Gavin cut it down as well. A third astrid streaked along the passage from the opposite direction. Gavin pivoted and slew it with a well-timed slash. Kendra covered her eyes, unwilling to look at the 3 dead astrids. Stop, she cried. Stop, he'll kill you. Astrids? Gavin asked, looking up and down the passage. No other owls flapped into view. Even as a human, I could kill astrids all day.
Nowhere easier than in a narrow passage like this. Send them all, and let's be rid of them. Ho ho ho! Whose help will you summon next? Chipmunks? Snails? I didn't call them, Kendra said. We had best get going. If Nafia is standing guard, how did the Astrids get through? The same way chipmunks would get through, Gavin said. Nafia is guarding against threats, not pathetic owls. I'm not coming willingly, Kendra said. You'll have to knock me out or kill me. Easily done, Gavin said with a shrug. Then, a dragon with silvery white scales materialized behind him. The dragon was not particularly large, hardly twice as tall as Gavin, but even with its wings folded, the streamlined creature barely fit in the passageway. Raxtus stared at Kendra, then glanced from her to Gavin uncertainly. Gavin quickly checked over his shoulder. Raxtus disappeared just in time to avoid detection, then reappeared once Gavin turned back to face Kendra. You're overacting, Gavin remarked, but it never hurts to be sure. You can save the theatrics. If you want me to look away from you again, you'll have to do better than comically gawking over my shoulder. Kendra returned her gaze to Gavin. Raxtus loomed right behind him. Gavin kept his eyes fixed on hers. I don't blame you for wanting to take a swing at me, he went on, but try to show a bit more ingenuity. I have excellent senses. If something tried to creep up behind me, I would know. Raxtus shook his head. Kendra fought the urge to stare at the dragon. He had Gavin trapped. The hallway was much too cramped for Gavin to transform. All Raxtus had to do was strike. As she watched him peripherally, the silver-white dragon looked hesitant. He leaned his head forward, mouth opening slightly, then stopped himself, pulling back a tad. At least now you're looking over my shoulder more subtly, Gavin complimented. Had you glanced that indirectly the first time, I would have been much more startled. You might have even earned a chance to land a cheap shot. He snorted as if the idea of resistance were ridiculous. Kendra had to motivate Raxtus. She had to do it without directly talking to him, and it had to happen now. All right, maybe I should stop trying to fool you, Kendra sighed. Now you're making sense, Gavin replied. I wish you meant it. What about the other dragons? Kendra asked. Won't they be mad you took the key we got from the Dragon Temple? Won't they be angry you killed the dragons who came after us? What about Celebrant? Gavin chuckled. Ha ha ha! We'll be long gone before any of them really know what happened. But Celebrant is supposed to be the toughest dragon alive, Kendra said. Aren't you worried he'll want revenge? Gavin shook his head. Celebrant is the one who should be worried. After I open the demon prison, I'll be able to descend on him with an army of such power as the world has never seen. Oh, trust me, there will be a new king of dragons before long. Kendra, you're staring way too obviously again. Raxtus bared his fangs, his brilliant eyes brimming with rage, his neck coiled slightly. Then his head darted forward, teeth flashing, and with one swift bite, a large portion of Gavin went missing. The sword clattered to the ground. The dragon's forelegs propped Gavin up, and with 3 more bites, he was gone. Kendra gawked at Raxtus in stupefied wonder.
You know,
The dragon said, still chewing.
for such a bad guy, he tastes pretty good.
You did it, Kendra gasped. Where did you come from?
The Astrids alerted me to your predicament.
The dragon examined the dead Astrids on the ground.
After so many centuries, these are the first of their kind to perish. My fault, as usual. I came here, invisibly of course, and saw Nafia standing guard. I chickened out, so 3 of the Astrids went in. When I heard them die, something snapped, and, well, here I am. Better late than never. Sorry I hesitated. I've never slain a dragon before.
Kendra remained stunned. You must be the only dragon who can fit inside Sidestep Cleft.
Even I can't squeeze through all the way, but I could hear the thoughts of the Astrids and knew you were on this side of the narrowest gap.
You ate Gavin. You ate Navarog.
Yeah, not very gentlemanly to ambush him while he was trapped in human form by a narrow cave. But then again, he was no gentleman.
She wanted to hug Raxtus. Unable to resist, she strode forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. His scales felt hard and cold. As Kendra clung to him, the dragon began to shimmer and gleam, as if sunlight were reflecting off his bright scales.
Whoa!
The dragon said, his voice amazed.
What are you doing?
Kendra pulled away. You're shining. Raxtus blinked.
Whoa! I feel really good.
I'm full of magical energy, Kendra said. When I touch fairies, they glow brighter.
Feels like you lit a fire inside of me.
You've touched me before, Kendra said, somewhat befuddled.
I've touched your clothes, like when I carried you, but never skin to scales until now. Hug me again.
She threw her arms around him, squeezing tightly. Raxtus shone brighter and brighter. His scales began to feel warm.
Okay, enough,
he finally said. She backed away.
I feel like I could explode.
I can hardly look at you, Kendra said, eyes squinting. Suddenly, the dragon was gone.
I can still turn invisible,
he said.
We should go.
Let me check something. Kendra used the rain staff to probe the smoldering remains of the knapsack, hoping some connection to the room might remain. As she prodded aside the charred remnants, she found no evidence of an opening. The mutilated knapsack had lost all shape.
Your friend is trapped inside?
Raxtus asked. Kendra nodded, not trusting her voice to hold if she spoke.
I don't think we can access the room anymore, but I'll bring what is left of the backpack. Maybe someone smarter than me can find a way in.
He grabbed up the burned flaps of shredded leather.
Where should we go?
I think Seth made it back to Thronus, Kendra said hesitantly. She knew Raxtus was afraid of the sky giant.
The griffins proved he was on your side,
Raxtus said.
But the spells protecting his stronghold still might harm us if I try to fly there.
Should we just stay here? Kendra wondered.
No, not counting whatever happened to the Guardians. 4 dragons are dead, 5 including Navarog. We need to get away from the scene of the crime.
Where? Blackwell Keep?
You don't want to get Agate involved,
Raxtus warned.
He won't like all of these dead dragons one bit. If he sheltered you, other dragons would probably attack, seeking vengeance, plunging Wyrmroost into chaos. I'll take you to my lair. It's far from here and well hidden.
Kendra picked up the unicorn horn, her rain staff, and her flashlight. The egg is too heavy,
Not for me.
Raxus replied.
All 4 of my claws are useful for grabbing. Follow me. Walk this way. Keep that light turned off. Toward the end, when the passage widens, I'll pick you up. If the rain keeps falling, and we're quick and lucky, we'll slip away, right under Nafia's nose.
Kendra followed the dragon along the passage. Once the passage grew wide, she felt his claw take hold of her waist, and then they were soaring up into the rainy night. Since she had stopped shaking the staff, the storm had lost some of its fury, but the winds continued to gust, and the rain felt icy cold against her face. How could water that cold not be frozen? Glancing up and back, Kendra saw a looming shape through the rain that might have been Nafia perched on a craggy outcrop. The shape did not give chase. Kendra felt like she had parachuted into a hurricane. Swirling winds buffeted them, coming from above and below. Even a small, aerodynamic dragon like Raxtus seemed overmatched by the turbulent gales. Sometimes he fought the gusts. Sometimes he used them, zooming and stalling, twisting and plunging, curving and rising. As they gained altitude, the rain turned to hail, pinging off the dragon's invisible scales. Kendra's winter attire offered some protection against the cold and wetness, but eventually she began to shiver. She lost all sense of direction as erratic winds propelled them through the frigid darkness. At last they alighted in a small grotto. When Raxtus made himself visible, his brightness lit up the room better than a bonfire. Flowstone covered the walls and floor like frozen caramel. On a stone shelf near a glittering patch of calcite roosted an astrid. "Is this your lair?" Kendra asked.
This hole in the wall?
Raxtus laughed.
No, my lair isn't grand, but it isn't quite this tiny and bare. The Astrid summoned me.
"Your brother is well." "Seth?" Kendra asked. "Have you seen him?" "Others in my cadre have seen him. He is with the Sky Giant. Now that we can speak to fairies, 2 of us brought a fairy to Thronos to serve as an interpreter. Your brother and the giant know you are here. They suggest you wait here until morning." "Then what?" "The giant will slacken the weather long enough for you to dash to the exit with the other survivors from your party." "What about Trask and Tanu and Mara?" "Those 3 are well. The giant has been using his seeing stone to locate them. Griffins are recovering them as we speak. They will take shelter around the preserve. In the morning, a griffin will come for you, and you will rendezvous with your friends at the gate."
I'll stay with you until morning,
Raxtus promised. He raised a wing.
You can sleep up against me. Your energy made me warm.
"Okay," Kendra said. "Thank the giant for me." "I'll stay with you as well." Kendra crept underneath the upraised wing, and Raxtus lowered it over her like a blanket. The dragon was right. He was warm. Almost immediately, she stopped shivering. It was actually quite cozy. Closing her eyes, Kendra tried to shut down her mind. At least Seth was all right, and some of the others had lived. Even Mara, who had looked like a goner. Kendra licked her lips. Against all odds, she had escaped Navarog. She might actually live through this. She might see her parents and grandparents again. She might grow up. Kendra tried not to picture Navarog devouring Dugan. She tried not to envision Warren injured and trapped in the storage room. She tried not to visualize Mendigo disintegrating. She tried to forget what she had learned about Gavin, and tried to ignore that she had seen him eaten right in front of her. Where was sleep? When would it come for her? She tried not to worry about what the morning would bring. She tried not to wonder what new problems would arise on the way to the gate. She tried not to stress about what might await beyond the colorful walls of Wyrmroost. Where was a nice strong sleep potion when she needed it? Outside, the wind howled. Beside her, the dragon breathed softly. She focused on the wind, listened to the breathing, and sleep overtook her. Chapter 28. The New Nights. Feeling the vibrations of the road, Kendra tried to rest her eyes. Occasionally, she would peek out the window at the leafless trees blurring by, or across the SUV at her brother. They would soon be back at Fablehaven. Tanu had hinted that Grandpa had a secret he wanted to share. It had not sounded like happy news. She and Seth had pressed him for info, but the Samoan had remained tight-lipped, insisting that her grandfather wanted to relay the information in person. Tanu sat up front at the wheel. Elise sat beside him on the passenger side. She had met up with them at the airport for added security. Their departure from Wyrmroost had gone smoothly. The Griffin had appeared on schedule. Kendra had bid farewell to Raxtus, and the others had been waiting for her after a swift flight to the gate. Mara had broken a few ribs, but Trask, Tanu, and Seth had survived relatively unscathed. When they exited, the distractor spell did not repulse them, and the horn functioned perfectly as a key. Outside the gate, they returned to the heart-shaped clearing where Trask contacted Aaron Stone. The helicopter had found them some time later, and, without any real hardship, they had flown back to civilization. The following morning, they started a series of airline flights that had led Kendra to her present situation. Tanu turned the SUV into the driveway. The sky was overcast, but no snow fell. Kendra bowed her head. She did not want to see Fablehaven again. She was sick of magical creatures hunting her. She was sick of fear and betrayals. If one of her best friends had secretly been a demonic dragon, who could she trust? Kendra glanced across the car at Seth. She could trust her brother. He might be dumb and reckless sometimes, but he was also heroic and reliable. Then again, what if the person in the SUV was not her brother? What if Thronus had replaced Seth with a sting bulb, or some other form of duplicate even more evil and longer lasting? She knew she was being silly. Or was she? One of her best friends had turned out to be an evil dragon. The Society of the Evening Star had proven they would stoop to anything to set a trap. They would lie, they would steal, they would kidnap, they would kill. And they were patient. Could Tanu be biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment for the ultimate betrayal? How well did they know Elise? How could they ever place any confidence in Vanessa? Kendra was beginning to understand why Patton had wanted to hide the artifacts beyond the reach of anyone, why he trusted only himself with the location. In a world full of traitors, how did you confide in anyone? Of course, Patton had trusted her. Had that been wise? They had recovered the key to the vault where the translocator had been hidden. But no matter how they tried to hide the chronometer and the key, wasn't it just a matter of time before the societies stole them? The SUV passed through the gate to Fablehaven and pulled to a stop in front of the house. Grandpa, Grandma, Dale, and Coulter came out to greet them. Seth jumped out of the SUV in a hurry, producing a white horn to wave at them. By telephone, Tanu had explained how Seth had stowed away and how he had helped win the day at Wyrmroost. "I brought it back," Seth said, rushing toward them. Reaching the cement walkway to the house, he tossed the horn into the air and caught it. When he tossed it a second time, he fumbled the catch. The horn fell and shattered against the cement. Everyone froze. Seth looked stricken. Coulter paled. Grandpa scowled. Tiny white shards littered the walkway. Kendra found herself choking on laughter. The look on Grandma's face was priceless, but it was unfair to prolong the prank. Kendra got out of the SUV. "I have the real horn," Kendra said, producing the unicorn horn. Seth was cracking up. The others looked relieved. "There was a glass unicorn head in an airport souvenir shop," Seth giggled. "The horn was just the right size. We bought the head and broke it off. So worth it."
"For a young man on thin ice," Grandma said, "you sure enjoy stomping around."
Seth kept laughing. He couldn't seem to help himself. Grandpa smiled. He came forward and hugged Seth. "After all you've been through, I'm glad you can still laugh. Kendra, Seth, I know you just got home, but we have a few urgent matters to discuss. Would you come with me to my office? Then you can rest." "Should I grab our bags?" Kendra asked.
"Others will worry about your bags,"
Grandma said, embracing Seth after Grandpa released him. Grandpa caught Kendra in a tight hug. "I'm glad you made it back," he whispered. Fighting back tears, she embraced him fiercely. Grandma hugged her, and Coulter and Dale did too. Then she followed Grandpa into the house and into his office. Kendra and Seth took seats in the big armchairs, and Grandpa sat behind his desk. She wondered for a moment whether they could be in trouble. No, Seth probably for stowing away, but she had done nothing wrong. "I am so sorry for the terrible events at Wyrmroost," Grandpa said, studying Kendra. "Gavin's betrayal, well, must have come as a horrible shock." Kendra did not trust herself to speak. Her emotions felt too close to the surface. "I understand you'll need time to recover," Grandpa added. "We don't need to dwell right now on the bad things that happened. Know that we will do all we can to figure out a way to recover Warren." "What are the chances?" Seth asked. "Honestly," Grandpa responded, "not good. The extra-dimensional space of the storage room is not even part of our reality. Once the connection was severed with the knapsack, the room was left adrift." "Can he even breathe in there?" Seth asked. "The room had air vents, right?" "The room had vents for circulation, and we have no reason to believe the vents were damaged. They would have had a connection to the outside world separate from the mouth of the knapsack." "Could there be a way to rescue Warren and Bubda using the vents?" "Possibly, if we can find where the vents connect to our world. But by design, the connection point will be well hidden. The creators of the knapsack did not want enemies entering through the vents." Seth nodded. "We'll try, though." "Of course we'll try." Grandpa did not sound optimistic. "Warren has plenty of food and healing potions. We'll find a way to free him." "Enough tragedy. I can hardly believe that I am in the presence of dragon slayers, and that another resides in the dungeon." "You heard what Vanessa did?" Kendra asked. "Tanu filled me in on the phone," Grandpa said. "She was under strict orders not to inhabit any of you, but under the circumstances, it is hard to view her as anything less than a hero. Not that I'm ready to trust her. She could have known she was also helping Navarog." "How can we ever trust anyone?" Kendra muttered. "Yes, we experienced yet another painful betrayal at Wyrmroost," Grandpa acknowledged. "Admittedly, none of us saw it coming, but that does not mean we lack true allies. We can trust each other. We can trust Ruth, and it would be hard to doubt Tanu, Mara, Trask, Coulter, or Dale." "What about sting bulbs?" Kendra asked. "Or what if more of our best allies are just really patient enemies?" Grandpa studied Kendra thoughtfully. "We must always keep on guard, I suppose, but we can't stop trusting each other, or our enemies win. We are still in the midst of a crisis. None of us can handle it alone." "Am I busted?" Seth asked. "A fair question," Grandpa replied, shifting his attention. "What do you think?" "I'm probably busted. But I shouldn't be. You should have sent me along in the first place. I'm as good as any of the other knights, better than some, and my new abilities make me really useful." Grandpa folded his hands on the desk. "Would you like to join the knights?" "Is that a trick question?" "No," Grandpa said seriously. "Of course!" "It is hard to argue with your accomplishments," Grandpa said. "I don't think your judgment has fully matured, but these desperate times require courage like yours, Seth. Rise." Seth stood up. "Raise your right hand," Grandpa said. Seth complied. "Repeat after me. I pledge to keep the secrets of the Knights of the Dawn and to aid my fellow knights in their worthy goals." Seth repeated the words. "Congratulations," Grandpa said. "You're allowed to make me a knight?" Seth inquired, hopefully. "I have been asked to come out of retirement," Grandpa said. "Considering the threats we're facing, I consented. I am the new captain of the knights. And now I'm a knight, Seth said, glancing over at Kendra, hardly able to contain his excitement. You have made questionable decisions in the past days, Grandpa said, but they were not foolish decisions. You took risks because the stakes were high, and when challenged, you provided adequate reasons. You were right that when the fate of the world hangs in the balance, perhaps it is better to be active than passive. In some ways, the knights as a whole have grown too conservative. To avert the coming crisis, I am afraid we may have to take some risks and go on the offensive. Did they tell you Arlen Santos is a traitor? Kendra asked. Yes, Trask called it in, Grandpa said. We moved to apprehend him, but he had already fled. What's the next step? Kendra asked. We have the chronometer and the key from Wyrmroost, Grandpa said. Keeping the key safe will prevent our enemies from obtaining the translocator. The question is whether we can protect the key while the Sphinx wields the oculus. Part of our strategy must be to keep the key in motion, never at the same spot for too long. We'll need to get decoys in motion as well. The translocator could serve as a powerful tool in our offensive efforts. Perhaps we should put together a mission to retrieve the artifact from Obsidian Waste. I'll be considering the issue with my top advisors, including you two, over the coming days. And you'll give back the horns to the centaurs, Kendra said. Yes, we'll do that today, Grandpa said. Our story will be that we managed to recover the horn from the society. When Gavin apprehended you, it was in their power for a short while, so it won't even be a complete falsehood. What about the fifth secret preserve? Seth asked. The one with the final artifact? We have no leads, Grandpa lamented, but we will keep searching, and Coulter will keep trying to figure out the chronometer. There will be much need for urgent planning in the days and weeks to come. Meanwhile, what happens to us? Kendra wondered. Grandpa shifted uncomfortably in his seat, averting his eyes. The world thinks you are dead, Kendra. It might be simplest to let them persist in that belief until this crisis is over. So, I'll go home alone? Seth asked. Grandpa looked him in the eye. No, the two of you will have to remain here. Normally, those without knowledge of magical creatures are kept out of events pertaining to the magical community. But the society has crossed another unthinkable boundary. Grandpa frowned at them, then sighed. After all you've been through recently, I don't know how to tell you this. I hesitated to share the news, but after giving the matter a lot of thought, your grandmother and I decided it would be both unfair and impossible to conceal the truth for long. Kendra felt fear awaken inside, a cold hand squeezing her throat. His tone and manner suggested that something tragic had transpired. She had an uneasy suspicion regarding what boundary Grandpa meant. Grandpa hesitated, reluctant eyes flicking from Kendra to Seth and back again. The society has abducted your parents.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Fablehaven, Book 4, Secrets of the Dragon Sanctuary, by Brandon Mull. Performed for you by E.B. Stevens. This program was produced and directed by Kenny Hodges. Executive producer, Chris Schobinger. Copyright 2009 by Brandon Mull. Production copyright Shadow Mountain, all rights reserved. To find out more about Fablehaven, we invite you to visit Fablehaven.com. And remember, the adventure will conclude in Book 5, Fablehaven, Keys to the Demon Prison.
This is E.B. Stevens. What's one of the most important things we can do for the children in our lives? It just might start with a great story. Did you know the single most important factor to a child's reading is that they be read to from a very young age? Some of my favorite memories in life are sitting down and hearing teachers read aloud stories of fantasy and adventure. Of course, we don't always have the time to hold a book and read aloud. That's why audiobooks can be so important. Audiobooks can help develop a child's brain by providing them with an enriched background in vocabulary. Audiobooks bring words alive and help children explore, learn, and grow their imaginations. Audiobooks can make a long trip in the car a much shorter one. Do a child a favor. The next time they want to turn on the television or play a video game, engage them in a good audiobook. It will get them excited about books and reading and change their life forever.